Feud, a new game show with witty Richard Dawson.
Name something it takes two people to do.
I have to say the obvious because I don't have another answer.
What is it?
Make love.
Thought you'd never ask.
Watch families compete for big cash prizes by guessing the most popular answers to a national poll. It's Family Feud.
Premieres weekdays at 1:30, 12:30 Central, 11:30 Mountain and Pacific.
This is an ABC color presentation.
It's time for the Family Feud. Introducing the Mosley family. Wayne, Shirley, Melissa, Bridget, and Chris. Ready for action. And the Abramowitz family. Hilda, Karen, Ken, Barbara, and Shirley. On your marks, let's start the Family Feud. With the star of Family Feud, Richard Dawson.
Thank you. Wow. I haven't felt that excited since I got the oil drilling rights to Jack Lord's hair. Thank you. We have got a marvelous show for you, and I just want you to enjoy it. We have two families going to come out, battle each other, and try and win a lot of money, and a lot of money can be won. Will you join me, please, and welcome the very first family, the Mosley family. How are you, man? Nice to see you. Aren't they nice? Our first show here. What do you do for a living, Wayne?
Richard, I have a business in Napa, California, and I manufacture hardwood wine gift boxes that you'll see in your local store around Christmas time.
Did you bring any with you?
No?
Nothing?
It's flat.
What is this, a dry game show? You could have brought us a... It's nice to see.
Hey, I was enjoying that. What happened, and hey... what time is it?
It's time to play the Podblast! That's right. It's finally Podblast time. I did not do a show last week because I needed to take my own personal spring break. But we're here now, and we're going to continue our topic of classic game show hosts who sadly are no longer with us tonight. But it is Podblast time. How are you doing, folks? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? I was more of a Monopoly man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper, who was awesome on Password, I must interject, on NBC, that Jimmy Fallon executive produces. Listen, don't wince, don't bitch. It's really good, and Keke Palmer is doing a great job as host. She's really cute and funny. Really enjoying Password. Season 2 recently began on NBC, Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. in the USA. Probably in Canada as well, but I'm not sure about that. man, I just really am enjoying that. And Chance the Rapper was one of the celebrity players in week 2 of season 2. Hell of a lot of fun watching that. I'm really enjoying it. But as always, as Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud, honestly, we've got a good one for you today. Now, recently we began a series of reminiscing about the great game show hosts who sadly are no longer with us on this earth. In episode 1, a couple weeks ago, we covered the golden age of game show television hosts. Not all, but these gentlemen: Groucho Marx, Bud Collyer, Gary Moore, Bill Cullen, and Dennis James. And that was in part 1, which you can find in the nostalgic Podblast. I'm talking to people that want to see it. Listeners, you can find us anywhere fine podcast can be found. Not that this is a fine podcast. I'm just saying that's just a standard throwaway line that podcasters say and hosts say. So I'm being a bit cliche with that. But for those that want to see it, and for YouTubers specifically, the show is on demand, but it's in the live section of the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. But part 2, which is in the live and the non-live, I posted it. Actually, it's in the non-live in my main YouTube channel. I have 2 YouTube channels, The Nostalgic Podblast and Chance Acting Demo. All one word. If you put spaces in Chance Acting Demo in search, you won't find the channel. It's Chance Acting Demo. I ran week 2 there as well in both of my YouTube channels because we talked about Gene Rayburn, the host of Match Game, the original host and the most beloved host of Match Game. But today, I'm going to feature this guy, Dickie Dawson, and I have a lot of photos and images. So this will be from our wonderful fellow game show people out there in this edition today when we resume our conversation about the great deceased host of game shows of all time. And for those who are not classic game show fans, there are many other topics tonight, too, such as honoring William Shatner since he recently turned 93 years of age. Also, we're going to have a beer TV ad trivia game. Oh, it's so much fun. And also, I made my own Topps cards for the brand new Ghostbusters movie titled Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, which I saw today. I'm going to show those to you tonight. I didn't shoot video, but I took a few pictures in the theater. And I'm going to show them on the screen. And I wrote captions like these old school Topps cards that I love to give away when we play trivia. There's Batman, Grease. You've seen them before. Longtime viewers and my wonderful core audience of the Nostalgic Podblast that watch the show and not just listen. Nothing wrong with just listening, but I talk about what these are. Those are Topps cards where they had captions and things. And so I made my own for the new Ghostbusters movie. And I'll do a little mini review. No comic books tonight. But I do have a wrap-up of Wheel of Fortune Marvel Week with photos, and I have a personal story to share with you. Believe it or not, I was supposed to be a contestant, and I screwed up. In a nutshell, I auditioned, I passed the test, I auditioned twice, but I missed the 3 callback attempts where they would give me arrangements to be a contestant. I blew it. I'll explain later. I've never shared this story on the air before. I think I mentioned it on Sarah's channel or Snarky's. YouTubers know who I'm talking about, who are regulars in the Nostalgic Podblast and My Flock family. That's Sarah in Southern California's channel. And maybe she'll pop on later towards the end of the show tonight if she has time. We'll see. Now, you know what day it is as we're live? It is French Friday or French Fry Friday. I've coined that phrase. I'm claiming it. I don't have it copyrighted. You watch. There are going to be ads on television soon coining that phrase. That's the way it always works. I think it's pretty clever, not to pat myself on the back. I guess I'll pull up my doggone chart, and I got to put comments on the screen. Reason I'm going to mention this briefly. I'm not going to rehash this topic, but I showed you guys and gals this chart of French fries, and I just want to say this week twice I ate at Whataburger, and their French fries are to die for, and they are on this chart. Whataburger has excellent French fries. It tastes like they're made with real beef fat like McDonald's used to do back in the day. So if you have a Whataburger, if you're in the state of Texas or Florida or now Georgia or somewhere else, I would encourage you to check them out if you're on the go and you want a snack. I encourage healthy eating on the show, but what the hell? You only live once. So where is Whataburger on that chart? Let's see. Whataburger. I know it's on the chart, and I'm going to take this chart off, and we'll start with our William Shatner and Richard Dawson topic and other fun stuff, and our quiz about beer ads. I thought Whataburger was on here. Am I freaking blind or what? Well, there they are. Bottom row, bottom second right, next to Taco Bell, which is in the far bottom right corner. Okay, so now we can remove that, and we'll get back on track with our main topic. And that's these two guys. I just had them on the screen. Oh, boy, am I messing up bad. Let me just take a deep breath. It's not a big deal. We're going to talk about these cats. Richard Dawson and the William Shatner. Now, William Shatner was on Jimmy Kimmel's show on ABC last night, and he reenacted Captain Kirk's death scene from Star Trek Generations, which was released by Paramount Pictures in 1994. And it was a hell of a lot of fun. For a 93-year-old, he's pretty damn spry. Pretty damn spry. I was really impressed with him as a 93-year-old human being. But I got to do my quick disclaimer, and then we'll start the show. In terms of the video and audio clips that I'll present to you tonight, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of their entities. This is a live educational interactive lecture for fellow fans in which I earn absolutely no proceeds from these clips and in this presentation. I do not own any of these movie or musical cues, movie clips, musical cues, or TV clips. No rights are given or were implied. I encourage all to purchase official releases of this material where applicable. And all of these clips were found on other non-official sources on YouTube, other channels. Now, if you want to call in or talk about anything nostalgic, simply comment, whether you're on Facebook Live or Twitch or Twitter. You could tweet me at The Nostalgic Podblast on X, I should say, not Twitter. Twitter, the formerly known as Twitter, the X, or on YouTube. And I'll put those comments on the screen. I see a bunch rolling in, and I will put those on the screen. And read them for the listeners, because not everyone can see the show. So I'm going to do that for y'all, so you can be a part of the show. But if you want to call in, old school, the number 770-438-1050, and tell me what's your favorite William Shatner movie. He's done so many iconic, not just movie roles television roles, like Kingdom of the Spiders, for instance. That's a random one from 1977, I believe. But, of course, he did movies, and, of course, he's Captain James T. Kirk. With the Airplane 2, the sequel he was in, T.J. Hooker, whatever. If you want to talk about that, if you want to talk about Richard Dawson, what's your opinion? Do you think he's a creep? There's a lot of people that think he's creepy for kissing all of those women of all ages and sizes and races and creeds and colors. He was an equal opportunity kisser, and I like that about him. He was European. I'm going to defend him a little bit. He was from a different era, a different time, and they did ask permission. What a lot of people that are critics of Dawson, they probably never watched Family Feud, or they're creeped out, weirded out, or they're just uninformed. The production staff would ask, is it okay if he kisses you? And if they said no, if you notice, sometimes he'll kiss the contestant on the cheek. Even with celebrities, Victoria Principal from Dallas, he kissed her on the cheek on All-Star Family Feud when Dallas played. And Larry Hagman, by the way, was a celebrity player. That was right before Who Shot JR aired and shot to #1 in the ratings, the Resolution episode, because they did other Dallas Family Feuds for charity in prime time. And Larry Hagman did not appear after that first appearance. It was right before the Who Shot JR episode aired, which was the cliffhanger at the end of season 3. And it was over 44 years ago, as we're live here in 2024, when that aired on March 22nd, 1980, to conclude season 3. So he got his just before 11 p.m. on that day, on March 22nd, 1980. And you didn't learn which character shot JR. Fortunately, he didn't kill him off because he was such a good villain. You didn't learn who the assailant was until November 21st, 1980, which was the third episode of season 4. You didn't find out in the season 4 premiere. And there was a Facebook group, a really popular one, about classic television, classic retrovision milestones, I think is what it's called. And they showed photos from the season 4 episode where they found the body in the season 4 premiere from November 7th, 1980, where a cleaning woman sees the body. That wasn't a shot. There was a dramatic shot. It doesn't match up where he's actually been shot. Do you want me to spoil it? It's only been 44 years, right? Since we've almost 44 years. November 21st, 1980. My birthday, I might add. It was Sue Ellen's younger sister, Kristen, played by Mary Crosby, who shot JR. Anyway, I've got to get back on track for my wonderful game show people, my fellow game show fans out there who are probably tuning in just for the game show action. So I've peppered this entire show with game show. We're going to go game show, non-game show, game show again, non-game show, and then game show to wrap the show again. And then we're going to play our trivia game. And we're going to have a hell of a lot of fun, I hope. What you saw at the very beginning of this show was a little bit of the very first aired episode of Family Feud. But have you seen the pilot? And did you know that Jack Nars actually hosted the pilot, which has not surfaced? The unaired original pilot, no one has seen it. It's not on YouTube. I don't know if it exists anymore. But there was a pilot with Dawson that never aired, which has surfaced, and I have a little clip of that I want to play for you. And right now, let me just find it. Let me cue it up. And check out how primitive the board looked, the set looked, the music was. It's pretty interesting. And I'll play a little more of the premiere episode of Family Feud from July 1976 in just a little bit. And how about that promo, the ABC promo for 1976 that I dug up for you all tonight? I think that was a cool little clip, 30-second spot. So, and I have Dawson in his own words shortly before he passed away in a 2011 interview that I'm going to share with you, talking about all aspects of his career, including Hogan's Heroes, Laugh-In, and of course, Family Feud. Here's the 1975 pilot intro. Lord, I hope this is the right clip. I think it is. Let's watch this. It's only 47 seconds. Nope, that's the music. That's the music. Where the heck are you, my little friend? It's here somewhere. Believe me, it is. Where did I put you? Oh, boy, I've got to play something. You know what? I'll play that while I look for it. I'm going to play the music. Check out how primitive the music was in the 1975 pilot. If I can find it. Oh, Shatner. Oh, dear. Yeah, let's just play the music, and I do have a clip of it. Hold on. There. So it got into the familiar theme towards the end, but the beginning was just the dueling banjos. I think that's pretty cool. I'll play that clip of the 1975 pilot in a little bit. I need to do some things behind the scenes, so let me just keep rolling on the topic. We got to get back to the game shows as we're doing right now as we transition to that and talk about, as we continue reminiscing about our favorite game show hosts in the USA, who are now sadly deceased, with this memorable talent, of course, Richard Dawson. Did you know that Richard Dawson, I'm going to put his image up on the screen as I talk about some facts about the great Richard Dawson. Let's see here. Oh, brother. I can't believe I couldn't find that pilot right away. I know I have it. It's such cool footage. Okay, and last time we talked about this man. As we continue our series about these fine gentlemen and ladies. You know, Betty White hosted a game show. We talked about that in part 1 of this ongoing series about great game show hosts. But I've got some awesome photos I want to share with you now of the great Richard Dawson. Now, The Kissing Bandit, as he was known. But I want to show you now a picture of Richard and his first wife, Diana, and she was kind of like the Marilyn Monroe of the UK, the United Kingdom. And you know what Richard Dawson's real first name is? I don't know if you know this. Does anyone know in chat what Richard Dawson's real birth name is? I'll just tell you, it's Colin Lionel M. E-M-M-M. And of course, he was an actor before he was a game show host. He was well known for playing Corporal Peter Newkirk in Hogan's Heroes. Well before Family Feud, he was also seen in the Dick Van Dyke Show, and believe it or not, in The Outer Limits, in the first season creepy episode titled The Invisibles. In a speaking role, he had a small co-starring role in that Outer Limits episode. Look it up. It's really cool. And in 1970, he joined the cast of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. But did you know he was a boxer? You know, I'm a lover, not a fighter. Well, he was kind of both, this guy. And he was an accomplished boxer. Just a really good person. Let me, by all accounts, by his family. Well, I guess, of course, they'll say he's a good person, but I believe it. God, how beautiful his wife and the mother of his sons was. He was born on November 20th, 1932 in Hampshire. No, he was in Gosport, Hampshire, England. Now, after Hogan's Heroes ended, as I said, he was on Laugh-In, but then he was, of course, on Match Game between 1973 and 1978. And he learned a lot from the great Gene Rayburn in terms of hosting a game show. And he kind of took the shtick of kissing contestants as Gene Rayburn would do with the new kid on the block, the new celebrity panelist on Match Game in those days when it was acceptable to do so. But Dawson took it to a whole nother level when he would kiss everyone on Family Feud, which aired on ABC, which was, while he was still on Match Game, a rival of Match Game, because Match Game was on CBS, of course, and ABC aired Family Feud in the mornings on that network. So on Match Game, you no longer heard a plug for Family Feud. You did originally because Goodson Todman Productions produced both shows. Even though they're on different networks, Goodson and Todman produced both Family Feud and Match Game. So originally, when it was just starting in summer of 1976, you'd hear from Family Feud, Richard Dawson, and then CBS got mad when Family Feud was taking off in the ratings and was starting to eclipse the ratings of Match Game, in part because the network moved around the day part of Match Game from after school to mornings and then back, and then Dawson's Family Feud just tore it up in the ratings. But in Match Game PM, which was the syndicated weekly version of Match Game, you still heard from Family Feud, Richard Dawson, Johnny Olson would say. But no longer in the daytime CBS version would you hear that plug. It would just say, Richard Dawson. And he got really upset with Match Game and the production. We talked about this when we covered Gene Rayburn, and the Star Wheel was introduced, and where the contestant would spin a wheel instead of picking their celebrity of choice outright to play the super match. And there were other tensions as well, so Dawson decided not to renew his contract in 1978. And I remember on Family Feud, he openly, in his monologue, made jokes about the cancellation of Match Game, the syndicated version. Anyway, let's get back to Dawson as we move along in the show. I'm not trying to rehash what we covered last time, but I just wanted to, sort of do a, as you recall, last time on the Nostalgic Podblast, a little summary. Now, Colin Lionel M., as he was known when he was born in Gosport, Hampshire in England on November 20th, 1932, had an older brother named John Leslie M., and they were evacuated as children during World War II to escape the bombing of England's major port cities in the South. In a radio interview with Hogan's Heroes co-star Bob Crane, Richard Dawson talked about how this experience severely limited his school attendance, stating that he attended school regularly for only 2 years. At age 14, Richard Dawson ran away from home to join the British Merchant Navy, where he pursued a career in boxing, earning almost $5,000 in shipboard matches. During 1950 and 1951, Richard Dawson made several passages on the RMS Mauretania from Southampton to ports of call, including Nassau in the Bahamas, and Havana, Cuba, and in New York City. Following his discharge from the merchant service, Richard Dawson began pursuing a comedy career using the stage name Dickie Dawson, which he later changed to his alias of Richard Dawson, which eventually he adopted into his legal name. Now, Richard Dawson began his career in England as a stand-up comedian. Possibly his first television appearance occurred on June 21st, 1954, when he was 21 years of age, and he was featured on the Benny Hill Showcase, an early BBC television program that focused on introducing artists and acts that were new to television. Richard Dawson also had at least 4 BBC radio program appearances during 1954, including 2 bookings on the Midday Music Hall on BBC Home Service and 2 spots on How Do You Do, a BBC light entertainment broadcast billed as, quote, a friendly get-together of Commonwealth artists, unquote. In 1958, Colin M., or Richard Dawson, as he was later named, as he named himself, appeared alongside his future wife, as you see here, anyone that's watching on YouTube, Diana Dors, on BBC Television's A to Z. D, a program featuring entertainers with names beginning with the letter D. In 1959, Richard Dawson made 4 appearances on BBC TV's Jukebox Jury, 3 of them alongside Diana Dors, whom he was by then married to. In September 1961, Richard Dawson began hosting a late-night talk show, The Mike Stokey Show, on Los Angeles television station KCOP-TV. On January 8th, 1963, Richard Dawson appeared on the Jack Benny program in Season 13, Episode 15, as an audience member seated right next to Jack, barely recognizable in glasses and in a false mustache. That same year, in 1963, Richard Dawson made a guest appearance on The Dick Van Dyke Show in the Season 2, Episode 27 show, playing Racy Tracy Radigan, a lecherous flirt who was the summer replacement host on The Alan Brady Show. And he was credited in that episode as Dick Dawson. In 1965, Richard Dawson had a small role at the end of the film King Rat, starring George Segal, playing 1st Recon paratrooper Captain Weaver, sent to liberate Allied POWs in a Japanese prison. Dawson had by then moved to Los Angeles, California, and he gained fame in television, acting in Hogan's Heroes as Corporal Peter Newkirk from 1965 until 1971, when the show went off the air during the Great Purge of CBS. When All in the Family hit the scene in January 1971, which shot to #1 by Season 2 of that program, and there were many changes made. All of the rural shows, the rest of the Paul Henning shows that had not yet been canceled were off the air, as was My 3 Sons and Hogan's Heroes. And did you know Richard Dawson had a minor role in Universal Studios' movie Munster Go Home, released in 1966, in which the public saw for the first time the Munsters in color It was released just weeks after the cancellation of the regular series, The Munsters on CBS, at the conclusion of its second season on CBS. Who else was in Munster Go Home, just an incidental note, is an actor who looks, to me, a lot like Harrison Ford. He was the Sarge in Chips. You know who I'm talking about. I got to get to the comments. My gosh, I've been neglecting the comments. That's bad, bad, bad. I'm a bad host. Let me take a breath. Sergeant Cottrell was played by Chris Pine's dad, Robert Pine. Played Joseph Cottrell. I don't have a photo. I should have pulled a photo of him. But he was also in Munster Go Home. And he was in a Lost in Space episode. I'm digressing here, I know, but that's what this show's all about, the Podblast. We blast to other aspects of nostalgia. He was in Visit to a Hostile Planet, which is the second episode in aired order of Season 3 of Lost in Space, where the Robinsons go back in time and return to Earth in the year 1947. That was the year WBHF and Cartersville was formed, I think. Was it 46 or 47? One of those 2 years. Off the top of my head, I can't recall. A year later, did you know this? Richard Dawson released a psychedelic this is a year after Munster Go Home. So this would be 1967. He released a psychedelic 45 single, which included the songs titled His Children's Parade and Apples and Oranges on Carnation Records. And in 1968, Richard Dawson was in the film The Devil's Brigade as Private Hugh McDonald, while he was already acting and had been for several years on Hogan's Heroes. Now, following the cancellation of Hogan's Heroes, Richard Dawson was a regular joke-telling panelist on the short-lived syndicated revival of the game show titled Can You Top This? In 1970, he joined the cast of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. That same year, and after Laugh-In was canceled in 1973, game show pioneer Mark Goodson signed Richard Dawson to a contract to appear as a regular on Match Game 1973 alongside Brett Summers and Charles Nelson Riley with the host Gene Rayburn. Richard Dawson, who had already served a year as a panelist for Goodson's revival of I've Got a Secret, proved to be a solid and funny player and was the frequent choice of contestants to participate in the head-to-head match portion of the Super Match bonus round, in which the contestant and a panelist of the contestant's choice had to match exactly to win a grand prize. Now, during Dawson's time on Match Game, he most often occupied the bottom center seat, only sitting elsewhere, which was in the top center seat, during 1 week early in the show's run. Due to Richard Dawson's popularity on Match Game, Richard Dawson expressed a desire to Mark Goodson, the executive producer, to host a show of his own. In 1975, during Richard Dawson's tenure as one of Match Game's regular panelists, Goodson began developing a spin-off game show, Family Feud, which was based on the Super Match portion of Match Game because they surveyed the studio audience for the Super Match, leading up to the head-to-head contestant to celebrity panelist match. Goodson specifically saw the show as a vehicle for Richard Dawson due to his popularity among Match Game viewers and contestants alike. Family Feud debuted on July 12, 1976 on ABC's daytime schedule. And Family Feud was a breakout hit, eventually surpassing the ratings of Match Game in late 1977. That's why Dawson's demeanor changed in Match Game in late 77 and early 78, mid-78. Up until his departure, he sometimes would wear sunglasses. He seemed aloof. He wouldn't smile when Johnny Olsen would introduce him and the other celebrity panelists. And there were some other frictions, like last time, I believe, I played the school riot incident of Match Game 77, where there were just ridiculous judgments by the show's producer, Ira, that angered Richard Dawson. Now, Richard Dawson left Match Game due to a combination of the recent introduction of the Star Wheel, I know I'm repeating myself, which affected his being selected for the head-to-head match portion of the Super Match bonus round. And burnout from his regular appearances on both Match Game and Family Feud set in. That same year, Richard Dawson won a Daytime Emmy Award for Best Game Show Host for his work on Family Feud, so his ego began to increase. After Dawson left Match Game, his spot on the panel was filled by many other stars, most notably the first time his seat was vacated by Bob Barker, who, of course, at that time was the host of The Price is Right on CBS. One of Richard Dawson's trademarks on Family Feud, which was noted in Mad Magazine, was kissing the female contestants, earning him the nickname The Kissing Bandit. Love Boat even did a bit where there was a kissing bandit on the ship. I won't spoil who it was. It was one of the regular cast members on the Love Boat. Anyway, that's on Paramount Plus, the Love Boat, classic Love Boat. Now, television executives repeatedly tried to get Richard Dawson to stop the kissing. And after receiving criticism for all this kissing, which also included a great deal of physical contact, such as holding hands and touching the women, Dawson asked viewers to write in and vote on the matter. The wide majority of the roughly 200,000 responses favored the kissing. Did you know that? Critics out there, did you know that? So, and again, I mean, the contestants were asked, are you cool with Richard Dawson kissing you? They had the choice to opt out of the kiss. So this was not like a sexual harassment situation. Now, on the 1985 finale, and we're going to play some of that tonight, Richard Dawson explained that he kissed the contestants for love and luck, something his mother did with Dawson when he was a child. Now, I don't know. There might be a little bit of lust as a motivator. You know, I don't know. Because sometimes he would whistle and exclaim things and roll his tongue at the contestants he was especially turned on by, apparently. Anyway, but maybe I'm sure that's true about his mom, but, I don't think that was like the main motivator there. Now, Richard Dawson was a frequent guest host for The Tonight Show host Johnny Carson. Did you know that? Hosting 14 times during 1979. Also, Bert Convy, whom we'll talk about next week, and Alex Trebek, getting back to the Deceased Game Show favorites. Host favorites, the Deceased Game Show host favorites of all time. Bert Convy, of all people, hosted The Tonight Show. And you can't find those clips anywhere. I've looked on YouTube, and I think the Johnny Carson people are keeping those in the vault. The guest host appearances, the only thing you can find is a Betamax recording in pretty bad quality that turns up from time to time. But I would like to see footage of Richard Dawson hosting The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. That would be cool. But did you know Richard Dawson was also a contender for the role of the host of The Tonight Show in the event that Johnny Carson left that show on NBC? A move that Carson was seriously considering during 1979 and 1980. Now, Carson, of course, ended up remaining as the host of The Tonight Show until May of 1992. Woo! Now, two of the few Carson-era Tonight Show episodes that did not air on the night they were intended were guest hosted by Richard Dawson. During one, actress Della Reese suffered a near-fatal aneurysm mid-interview during the taping. Now, the remainder of the episode was canceled, and thankfully Della Reese later recovered. The other unaired episode featured an untimely monologue regarding the danger of flying on airplanes, and it was replaced with a rerun because it would have aired the same night as the crash of American Airlines Flight 191 in Chicago, which killed all 271 people on board, as well as 2 people on the ground. But that episode was aired several weeks later, so it actually wasn't unaired. It was preempted. Wow. And now I'm an alma mater of Marshall University. We are Marshall, and talking about plane crashes. Remember in 1970? This is before I was born, the plane crash that took out the entire football team and the coaching staff, and that's what was depicted in the movie We Are Marshall from 2006, starring Matthew McConaughey. Now, almost done with this history of Dawson. We'll get to the clips, get to the fun, get to the games, and we'll talk about other things besides remembering these great game show hosts who are no longer on this earth. But I love this movie. You never hear about The Running Man. When you think about Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, you hear a lot about Predator and several other of the movies, like Jingle All the Way, Christmas movie, but you don't really hear about The Running Man that much, and I like that movie. And he sort of parodied his own TV game show host persona in The Running Man. We're going to play the trailer a little bit later. He played an evil, egotistical game show host named Damon Killian. And Richard Dawson, he received rave reviews for his performance. Now, film critic Roger Ebert, who gave the film a thumbs down, wrote, quote, "Playing a character who always seems 3/4 drunk, he chain smokes his way through backstage planning sessions and then pops up in front of the cameras as a cauldron of false jolliness, working the audience, milking the laughs and the tears. He is not really much different from most genuine game show hosts, and that's the film's private joke," unquote. Okay. Now, before Richard Dawson was cast as Damon in that film, Chuck Woolery was originally considered for the role. Let me show an image. I have a lot of images from that film that I pulled for you guys and gals tonight that I want to play, or show you rather right now. This image has been on the screen for quite some time. Here we go. Here's an autograph from The Running Man. There's, of course, Dawson. He looks just like his persona on Family Feud. He was perfect. I think Chuck Woolery would have done an okay job, but this was just beautiful. And there he is, getting his comeuppance at the end of the movie. Why don't I just roll the trailer for this movie? We'll get back to Family Feud. I have some really funny pictures from Family Feud. But let's look at the trailer for The Running Man. Almost done with my historical wrap-up, of Richard Dawson. These lights are bright. I got to put on my shades. They make my face look fat, but I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. All right, let me find it. It's right here. Have no fear. We're going to watch some funny clips from Family Feud, too, hosted by Richard Dawson. And then we're going to talk about Mark Hamill briefly, his tragic car accident. I have all sorts of goodness for you tonight, not just game show things, but and some interviews with Dawson coming right up. Here it is. Here's the trailer to Running Man.
In the year 2017, an innocent man accused of a crime has a choice: hard time or prime time.
Sensational. Perfect contestant. I want him.
He must pay or play the Running Man.
On your mark.
I'll be back.
Go!
The highest rated TV show in history.
Guess they want us to stay.
It's a game between life and death.
Give you a lift?
Arnold Schwarzenegger is the Running Man. He's playing for a prize. The prize is his life.
How about the light?
The Running Man.
There you go. And thanks, Paramount, for the use of that trailer. I'm always looking over my shoulder, afraid that on YouTube this will go down, but I'll keep rolling. If it goes down on YouTube, I'm still on Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook Live, and I need this for my audio platforms too. The Nostalgic Podblast is everywhere. Everywhere. Okay, so now I'm almost to the point where we're going to show some Family Feud clips, but let me just get back to my history. I want to talk about the movie. Let's see here. I thought I'd pulled some information briefly about the Running Man movie. And I put some comments on the screen. Oh, I forgot to read them for the listeners. Let me get back to comments and address some interesting facts. Someone on Facebook, is that Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World who said this? He said, Running Man was a Stephen King short story. Interesting fact. And then Big Box says, hello to you. I saw that you said hey to Sarah and I. He says, Big Box says, a YouTuber, I want to see Running Man. One of Terminator's movies and Mortal Kombat is called. Oh, no, moves, fighting moves. Take two. Big Box says, a YouTuber, I want to see Running Man. One of the Terminator's moves in Mortal Kombat is called Running Man. Cool. I did not know that. Hello, Big Chicken. YouTuber named Big Chicken. Gosh, hello to Lance Chafin. Yeah, I'll get you a wrench. I saw your comment at the YouTube term, listeners. I got to be into YouTube, and I'm not in YouTube now to do that, but don't worry. Oh, he's leaving. Well, never mind. You won't get a wrench. I'm kidding. We love Lance. He's a good guy. Let me see here. Hello, Snarky. Another YouTuber. Okay, and hello, of course, to Sarah in Southern California. So, where was I? Oh, this is an interesting part of the history of Richard Dawson. So we'll get back to Running Man briefly in just a little bit. Well, actually, I'll get to it right now. Let me just quickly look up the box office of Running Man, because I want to report that to you now. We're an educational lecture here on the Nostalgic Podblast. And I should have had that at my fingertips, but I don't. But I'll have it right now as I Google cheat. This will be brief, folks. We're going to get to the fun. I know this was a long biographical piece for watchers, but The Running Man was released November 13th, 1987 in the USA. It's 101 minutes long, so what is that? An hour and 41 minutes? It cost $32 million to make. It only earned $38.1 million in the USA. Worldwide, it probably did better, but if you just factor in the USA, that's a $6 million profit. I mean, what more do you want? Now, I think some of that goes to promoting the movie, but I don't remember much merchandising from The Running Man. I don't know. Maybe that's why you don't really hear about it much anymore, but it's really entertaining and scary. It's not terribly gory or anything. And it was by Taft Entertainment Pictures, distributed by TriStar Pictures. Okay, that's enough about that. But getting back to Dawson, let me wrap on the history of Richard Dawson's career. This was kind of cool. Richard Dawson hosted an unsold pilot for a revival of the classic game show You Bet Your Life that was supposed to air on NBC in 1988, but the network declined to pick up the show. By the way, 88 was the year Family Feud returned, but it wasn't hosted by Dawson. It was hosted by this guy, Ray Combs. I have a picture. Oh, that's real good grammar, Chance. I have a picture I want to show you of Ray Combs. I love that shot. Where is it? I have like 100 photos to share tonight, so it's hard to... There he is. There's Ray Combs. Ray Combs. I thought he was a fine host, a funny host. It's sad he fell on hard times. And he killed himself. I think he was depressed because Richard Dawson returned and took his job hosting Family Feud in 1994. That's what we're going to talk about next. And we've got a whole bunch of stuff to share with you, like some interviews of Dawson seen there on the left in the latter years of his life, in his own words, shortly before he passed away. But look how handsome he was on the right. And you'll notice his voice sounds really rough in the interviews I'm going to play tonight. Smoking will do that. Smoking cigarettes, smoking of any kind will do that to you if you inhale. Don't inhale. Do not inhale. All right, so oh dear. Let me put another photo up. I know I showed this a lot, but anyone tuning in late, I want to show you Dawson's first wife, Diana. And by the way, I want to mention this book. We talked about Hogan's Heroes. I recommend this book by Carol M. Ford and Linda Groundwater, and her silent partner, D. Young. And this is the definitive biography of Bob Crane, who was the star of Hogan's Heroes, and he was a radio star, too. And he sadly was murdered in 1978. But this is a great book. They've been on the show, the Nostalgic Podblast. At least Carol Ford was on camera with Linda Groundwater, her partner. And Linda's in Australia. And we're going to have them back on the show really soon. But there's their book, and I highly recommend it. It's a great read. So, oh my gosh. Let me take a breath. This is where I need a co-host to take the pressure off so I can get back to what I was talking about, which is Family Feud. Oh, Diana Dors. Duh. Diana Dors. There's his first wife. She, like I said, she was the Marilyn Monroe of England. A real babe. And the mother of his 2 boys. So in 88, the year that Family Feud returned with Ray Combs hosting, he tried to have a pilot to host You Bet Your Life on NBC, but the network declined to pick up that show. In 1990, Richard Dawson auditioned to host the syndicated game show called Trump Card, but the role went to someone else. Jimmy. Not Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Cefalo with a C. Cefalo. And bots, I'm not talking about the former president when I say Trump Card. That's the name of a game show. All right. So don't get me, please. Now, on September 12th, 1994, Richard Dawson returned to host Family Feud, as I mentioned, hosting what was ultimately the last season of the show's second run. From 1988, hosted by Ray Combs, to 1995, hosted by Richard Dawson. It was in a 1-hour format, 1-hour time slot, syndicated, and you know what killed the ratings of that show? It started strong in the ratings, but then the O.J. Simpson trial of 1994 hit, and the ratings on CNN and Court TV eclipsed the ratings of Richard Dawson's return to Family Feud. And then Ray Combs, it's so sad. He had a lot of children. Oh my gosh, and he sadly hung himself when his investments in comedy clubs in the Ohio area failed. The comedy clubs failed and closed, and due to financial burdens, he killed himself. What a terrible thing, sad thing to do when you have all those dependents and you have a wife, you have all those young kids. So sad and really bad that he did that. But hey, depression is a crazy thing, and you know you're definitely not in your right mind when you obviously do something like that. So no judgment here, but it's just sad. It's really sad. Anyway, let's get back to the happiness of this show. Now, because he was a really fun host, Ray Combs, but during Richard Dawson's second tenure as host of Family Feud, he did not kiss female contestants. You'll hear about that in his own words in a moment, because of a promise he made to his young daughter to kiss only her mother. Former contestant on Family Feud, Gretchen Johnson, who was a contestant in 1981 of the original Family Feud hosted by Richard Dawson. So the final episode of Richard Dawson's return to Family Feud aired on May 26th, 1995, after which Richard Dawson officially retired. Family Feud remained out of production until being revived for a third run in the year 1999 with new host Louis Anderson. From Coming to America, the hit 1988 Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall starring picture. He played employee at McDowell's, the parody of McDonald's. Now, Louis Anderson asked Richard Dawson to make a special appearance on the first episode to basically give Louis Anderson his blessing, but Richard Dawson turned down the offer, wanting to have nothing to do with Family Feud again. In the year 2000, a little Conan O'Brien reference, ha ha ha, Richard Dawson narrated TV's funniest game shows on the Fox television network. Now, with Richard Dawson's first wife seen on your screen, those that are watching, Diana Dors, Dawson had 2 sons whom I've mentioned, but I haven't mentioned their names yet. Mark, his son Mark, was born on February 4th, 1960 in London, and Gary, born in Los Angeles on June 27th, 1962. That marriage ended in divorce, granted in Los Angeles in April 1967. Excuse me, and Richard Dawson gained custody of both of his sons, which is rare. Usually the wife gains custody of the children. Richard Dawson has 4 grandchildren. Dawson became a naturalized U.S. citizen in the year 1984, unlike William Shatner, whom we'll celebrate tonight. And that's fine. That's his choice. He's a proud Canadian. But Richard Dawson became a U.S. citizen in 1984. Now, upon retiring, Richard Dawson remained living in Beverly Hills, California, where he'd lived since 1964. He met his second wife, as I mentioned, Gretchen Johnson. She was born on September 22nd, 1955, when she was a contestant on Family Feud in May of 1981. They married 10 years later in 1991. But in 81, by the way, the week that Gretchen appeared, the announcer was not Gene Wood. I've talked about this before. It was the current and always announcer of Alex Trebek's and the current Jeopardy, Johnny Gilbert. It's time for Family Feud, introducing the Johnson family. It just didn't sound right. I love Johnny Gilbert, but when he was the announcer, it's on YouTube. Look up. I didn't want to play it tonight for, I didn't want to get in trouble for playing the clip with YouTube, so I didn't pull that clip. I do have some photos of Gretchen to show you in just a moment. But they were married in 1991, 10 years after they met on the set of Family Feud, and they produced a daughter, Shannon Nicole Dawson, born in 1990. And she appeared in 1994 as a toddler on Family Feud. Richard Dawson brought her out. And by that time, Richard Dawson had quit smoking cigarettes. Now, Dawson never drank. You heard that criticism earlier in the show in the review of Running Man by Roger Ebert, where he talked about a chain-smoking, slurring. He implied that Richard Dawson Richard Dawson never drank. At least he claims, and I believe, he was not an alcohol user. But he was a sex addict, boy, apparently. He liked sex and he liked cigarettes, but he had quit smoking cigarettes by the time Family Feud returned with him hosting in 94, 95. But he gained weight, and he made jokes about that, about his weight gain after he quit smoking cigarettes. He turned to food. Now, Dawson was a pretty good chef, and he would have his, at the former Match Game, when he was on Match Game, he would have Gene and some of his co-panelists at his home, where he'd cook them dinner in Beverly Hills, California. And Richard Dawson announced the birth of his daughter, Shannon Nicole, and showed a picture of her during the first episode of his second stint as the host of Family Feud in 1994, as he was greeting a contestant who had been a contestant on Match Game when he was a panelist on Match Game. And she brought out the little card. You know, when someone would win the super match on Match Game, they would have the person that had won with them autograph the card, and she produced that card in that 1994 episode from the 70s. It was kind of cool. It was a little sun-faded. I don't have that clip for you. It's on YouTube, though, if you want to check it out yourself on YouTube. Just look it up. Richard Dawson's first 1994 Family Feud. And Buzzer has aired it, the great Buzzer classic television network owned by Fremantle Media. A great over-the-air free network, which is also streaming for free on Pluto TV. The Buzzer channel. That episode, where Dawson returned in 1994, was featured on the 25th anniversary of Family Feud as the number 2 moment in the top 25 Feud moments. That was on the Game Show Network, and I taped that. I didn't have the Game Show Network. My parents did. They had the Dish Network, and I had the forerunner to Xfinity. Doesn't matter, but it was before Comcast was in this market in the Atlanta, Georgia area. I didn't have Game Show Network. So I brought a VHS tape to their house, and they recorded that marathon for me. I still have it on tape. I've converted it to DVD in excellent quality. It was a fun little countdown of the top 25 moments of Family Feud, and they would play the whole episode of that moment. Great little marathon back in... I think it was 2000. I think in the year 2000. Let me think. When was 76? It would be 1999, wouldn't it? Yeah, 1976 to 1999 would mark the 25th anniversary. And the Game Show Network began in 1994, by the way, on cable television. Okay, now, Richard Dawson really believed in civil rights strongly, and during the 1960s and 1970s, Richard Dawson participated in various movements, including the Selma to Montgomery marches in Alabama, and George McGovern's 1972 presidential campaign. Richard Dawson sadly died of complications from cancer of the esophagus at Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center on June 2nd, 2012 at the age of 79. He was laid to rest at Westwood Memorial Park in Los Angeles. Richard Dawson used to smoke almost 4 packs of cigarettes per day, and he was seen smoking on some episodes of Match Game, Family Feud, and Hogan's Heroes. His daughter, Shannon, convinced him to stop smoking by 1994 when he was 61. He talked about that on Family Feud, the 94-95 version. Okay, and the final thing I want to mention is that on June 7th, 2012, GSN, the Game Show Network, aired a 4-hour marathon of Dawson's greatest moments on Match Game and Family Feud to celebrate his life after he passed away, including the very first episode of his 1994 to 1995 Family Feud tenure. He just had a great acting career, great game show hosting career all around. Now, let's look at some clips now, and then I'll get caught up on the comments. We've shown that picture a lot. Here's some cool photos of Dawson on Family Feud being the kissing bandit, and just a couple fun photos. Now, here's his wife, his widower. There's Gretchen Johnson in May of 1981, appearing on Family Feud for the first time when they met. And there also were parodies of Richard Dawson's Family Feud on other shows like Mama's Family. It was a funny episode. It airs on MeTV, Mama's Family does, and it's streaming too online. I don't know if that, with Pluto TV, sometimes episodes are not, they're missing, they're omitted. So I haven't researched to see if the Family Feud episode where Mama Harper's family competes on Family Feud, but there you go. That's a funny episode. I have it on tape, VHS. You know what that is, kids? Let me see what other Family Feud. Now let's look at some clips of Family Feud, and now I promise I'll get to the comments. Oh Lord, I've been so bad about the comments, and I hope these clips are cool. I just never know anymore when it comes to live streaming. Let's look at a little bit more of the premiere episode from July 1976 of Family Feud, just a little bit, while I get caught up on the comments.
It's time for the Family Feud. Introducing the Mosley family. Wayne, Shirley, Melissa, Bridget, and Chris. Ready for action. And the Abramowitz family. Hilda, Karen, Ken, Barbara, and Shirley. On your mark, let's start the Family Feud. With the star of Family Feud, Richard Dawson.
Thank you. Wow. I haven't felt that excited since I got the oil drilling rights to Jack Lord's hair. Thank you. We have got a marvelous show for you, and I just want you to enjoy it. We have 2 families going to come out, battle each other, and try and win a lot of money, and a lot of money can be won. So will you join me, please, and welcome the very first family, the Mosley family. How are you, Ray? Nice to see you. Aren't they nice? Our first show here. What do you do for a living, Wayne?
Richard, I have a business in Napa, California, and I manufacture hardwood wine gift boxes that you'll see in your local store around Christmas time.
Did you bring any with you?
No.
Nothing?
It's flat.
What is this, a dry game show? You could have brought us. It's nice to see you, and wish you a lot of luck. Who's this pretty lady?
Thank you. This is my beautiful bride, Shirley.
Nice to see you, Shirley. My, you look so pretty.
Thank you very much.
I went fishing with something like this. How long have you been married?
28 years last Monday.
Wow. A child bride.
A child bride.
Okay. Who's pretty Melissa?
This is my daughter, Melissa.
Melissa is your daughter? I think I'm in love. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Are you engaged or married? Or...
No.
Nothing? I shall be up the Napa Valley very soon. Wish you a lot of luck. You look so pretty. Who is Bridget?
She's my cousin.
Yeah? How are you, Bridget?
Fine, thank
nice.
you.
What do you do for a living? Or do you
I'm
go
a
to
baker.
college? Or... You're what?
A baker. I bake all kinds of cookies.
I'm a cookie monster. All right, I'll come up and see you. You can cook me some cookies. Now, who is Chris?
Chris is my cousin.
Nice to see you, Chris. How are you? Now, you're what, a schoolboy?
Yeah, and I'm working in a fabric store.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you've got some very nice stuff there. Don't let the see you have that now. Okay, Mosley, I hope you're ready, because you're going to be challenged for the title of Winning Family by the Abramowitz family. Nice to see you. What a big smile. Lovely Hilda. You're the head of the family here.
Yes, I'm the matriarch of this family.
Oh, yeah. Where are you from, darling? Where do you live?
North Hollywood.
Oh, so you didn't have far to come?
No, not too far.
No, just jumped on Karen's back and came over here. Who is Karen?
Karen is my younger daughter.
Well, she's very pretty. It's nice to see. Are you a married lady?
Yes, I am. Very well married. 3 children.
3 children?
Jonathan, Andrea, and Jason. Am I allowed to say that?
No, you've already said it. That's all right, but are you married to this gentleman?
This is my husband, Ken.
How are you, Ken?
Thank you.
Nice
Very
to
well.
see you.
Nice to see you, too.
Feel that you're healthy here. Hey, what do you do for a living?
I am a life insurance salesman, $1 Million Club, and
Love a parade. Of course, Barbara. Now, who's Barbara? Who's Barbara?
Barbara is my sister-in-law.
Okay, Barbara, you're a delight. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
Got
Nice
Barbara
to see you.
written around your neck there?
So you don't forget.
Yeah. Because it's not gold. Your neck's turning green. You're very pretty. Now, who's lovely Shirley?
She's my aunt.
Yeah? Well, Shirley, I think I'm in love.
Thank you.
We might have to run away whether you win or not.
And my husband will be the chauffeur, so there's no problem.
I'll withdraw the offer. I don't want to get into this, our opening show. Wish both families the best of luck. Heads of families, join me for Okay. Now, we conducted a survey with 100 people, and we got their answers to a question. Now, the top 6 answers they gave us are up on the board behind me in order of popularity, and you've got to try and guess the most popular answer. Okay? Here's the question. Name a famous George. Hilda.
Washington.
George Washington? Show me George Washington. The number... Oh, they've come to play here, haven't they? That's for sure. No way that you can be. That's the number 1 answer. 74 people said that out of our 100. Goes into the bank, $74, and now this means you control the bank. The way, Hilda, that you can build that bank up by you and your family revealing the remaining answers on the board. But if you leave any out, all Wayne's family have to do, just identify 1 answer on that board, they can steal the bank. Now, what would you like to do? Do you want to play? Do you want to force Wayne to play?
Pass.
Pass? Gonna pass? We'll see if it works out. Let's rejoin our families. They pass. And wish everybody luck. Here we go. I need a famous George. Shirley?
George Goebel.
George Goebel. Let's see. Lonesome George. George Goebel? Pretty Melissa, there's $78 in the bank. 4 answers left. Name a famous George.
George Burns.
George Burns. Ah, how I like him. Mr. George Burns. You passed, huh? Okay. Bridget?
The saying, by George.
By George. Just take a look for the saying, by George. That means that it did not make our top 6 answers. That's a strike. If you get 3 strikes, you lose control of that bank. They get a chance to steal it. Chris, name a George.
George Siegel.
George Siegel. Good actor. Let's see if he's up there. George Siegel. Oh, my goodness. They must have seen his latest movie. He didn't make the... Okay, 2 strikes now. You got to get them all. So let's go, Wayne. I need a famous George.
George Wallace.
George Wallace. Let's take a look and see George Wallace. He's there. $84 in the bank. 2 strikes against you, and we come now. Pretty surely, I need a famous George.
George Maharis.
George Maharis at Route 66. George Maharis? You just got canceled, like the show. Here's your chance. Now you can steal
George C. Scott.
I need an answer.
George C. Scott.
George C. Scott. Sure.
George Bernard Shaw.
Right, because of his love.
If that's what you want, George Bernard Shaw. If George Bernard Shaw is on the board, you will steal the bank and get $84, okay? If he's not there, Mosley family's going to get it. Let's see if George Bernard Shaw is up there. George... You're on your way. $84 there. Now, I heard somebody say George C. Scott. I have no idea what's up there. We'll take a look. Let's see. George Jessel. Gorgeous George, the wrestler, okay? Now, this is important. I want you to understand. $84 you have. You don't have anything at the moment. First family to get $200 wins the game and then gets a chance to play fast money for a possible win of $5,000. So you got to get on the board, and they'll do that right after me.
I just want to play the opening to the first aired episode of Family Feud. Now, 5,000 wasn't much considering you have to split it between 5 people, and then eventually it was 300. You needed 300 points to go to Fast Money later. The rules changed quite a bit. Hello to Sick 2210 Productions. That X popped up fast. Did they say Curious George? I was sort of taking a break and getting more coffee. Curious George would have been a good famous George, I would think. Anyway, thank you for letting me play that, YouTube. I was afraid it would go down. So let's look at some other clips. I just like to break it up with some talk. I love that promo at the very beginning of the show. As I look at chat here, Jim's camera at dawn says, I'm going to Ferrystone Park. Cool. Let's see here. And then George Goebel, someone explained to this gentleman in chat who George Goebel is. Look him up, man. He was on Hollywood Squares. He was a comedian. He was very well known, but then again, I'm old as dirt, and you're probably in your 20s or something. Brandon, here it is. Brandon Priest, Garbage Truck Videos on YouTube. That's his YouTube channel. Says, who the F is George Goebel? Look it up. He was in My Three Sons in an early black and white up. I mean, he was just well known. He's in the damn Fall Guy. I got on 16mm film as himself in a really good little appearance in that episode with Priscilla Presley in her heyday. She guest starred in that episode in season 2. What's the title of that one? I got it right here in my film reel. Manhunter, season 2 Fall Guy. And they were for free for a long time on Prime, and now Prime's charging, I think, $1.99 or even more than that per episode. How stupid when you got a movie coming out in May 2024. Dude, no one knows Fall Guy. Hasn't aired in reruns since, in America anyway, since 1997 on the FX channel. I know, although the Decades channel had weekend binges, but pretty much all they aired was the season 1 DVD versions with the rehashed music. Anyway, I'm going way off topic. My game show people don't care. I've talked about it before. Esmeralda says to me, at the Nostalgic Podblast, you cannot be older than dirt. That is my title. She's laughing. No, I don't think so. Anyway, let me now play some more Family Feud stuff. And then we're going to talk about our game, the beer TV ad game, and some other fun stuff. William Shatner, haven't gotten to him yet. And then I'll talk about my Wheel of Fortune experience. We'll get back to game shows, and we're going to keep game shows in the mix tonight in this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Here's some cool little promos, and I need to find that 1975 pilot footage. I thought I had pulled that, but here's a little bit, of course, of the classic theme. Let me try something. Leave my mic on. It's time for the Family Feud! Introducing the Johnson family. Oh, sorry, the Bingo family. Ricky, Dee, and the Rittenberg family. I don't even know if that worked, if you could hear me trying to do that dumb little bit. Okay, let's look. I love the All-Star Family Feuds primetime charity specials. And let's look at a couple 30-second promos of those. I just think these are a lot of fun.
Monday night, square off for the all-new, fun-filled All-Star Family Feud. Richard Dawson hosts the families from Angie, the Ropers, the Waltons, and the Dukes of Hazzard.
I've forgotten everything, my name.
But don't you forget the All-Star Family Feud special. Then, the magic continues, with ABC Sports bringing you full coverage of the very best during the 1980 Winter Olympics.
Monday, starting at 8, 7th Central and Mountain on ABC.
Next.
Sunday on those amazing animals. See how they tame the king of the jungle and meet a very clever camel.
Thank you.
Then it's a special all-star family feud as the City Slickers from It's a Living and the Jeffersons take on the country cousins from Dallas and the Dukes of Hazzard and battle it out.
Sunday on ABC.
Pretty cool. Sarah said, no, I don't know what that means. Here's another one. Oh, here's a little bumper. I just like these.
The All-Star Family Feud special will continue in a moment.
Now I'm going to try to play a little bit of one of those All-Star specials. I pray that the stream doesn't go down on the YouTube side, but I'll keep rolling if it does, because we're in a lot of other places, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook Live. I'm going to go on Facebook Live and see who's out there watching. I don't know why StreamYard doesn't populate all the comments on Facebook Live, and it doesn't do Twitter, but I know they're working on it. But here's 8 is Enough versus Soap. I'm going to play. I need to take another break. I'm going to play this, and hopefully, let's just say a little silent prayer. Please let the YouTube live stream remain up. I never know anymore if it will or not. But let's try to watch some of this together, and then we'll get to William Shatner in just a moment.
Well, I'll tell you, the nighttime shows vanished the daytime show. Boy, oh boy, you really did it. So 8 is Enough, by the way. You were playing for multiple sclerosis. You had $5,236. Soap, you were playing for the Jewish Children's Foundation, $5,380. They've all got lollipops. Now we're playing for $10,000. It's just one question each. Wish you both luck. Come on, Jay. Come on, Grant. Let's do it. Here we go.
That's it. Very nice.
Okay. This is the biggie now. $10,000 at stake. Just one question. So very important what decisions you make about playing or passing. 100 people surveyed. Top 7 answers on the board. Here's the question. Name a place you'd speak in a soft voice. Yep.
Church.
Church.
Oh. One answer. We're going to play. Good luck.
Okay. Excellent. Place you'd speak in a soft voice, Laurie.
A funeral parlor.
Okay. Wouldn't want to wake anybody up, would you?
No.
A funeral parlor. Place you speak in a soft voice.
A library.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Library.
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 What do you think you'd speak in a soft voice, Connie?
In a nursery?
Yeah,
Baby
that's a
sleeping?
good answer. Yeah. Nursery. That's right. You know why? You wouldn't want to awaken the plants.
How about...
Excuse me. Hervé Villachet's called. He wants his dressing room back.
What about a hospital?
Hospital is a goodie.
Very good.
Good answer, Adam.
I got to tell you, Adam, we've had a lot of celebrity shows on with young people, and we've had a lot of civilians on with very young. You're a very good player of this game.
Thanks.
You are.
It's my favorite game.
Yeah, but you're good, Adam. You really are. Adam said a hospital. See, it's there, see? $83 and just 2 answers left. Brand, a place you'd speak in a soft voice.
Classroom.
Classroom, all righty. Is it there? Classroom? Not there. First strike.
Oh, this is just all I can think of. A bedroom.
Okay.
Someone sleeping.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Bedroom. All right. That's the best thing to do is go with your first instinct. Willie, just one answer, and you'll be the champs, and you'll play for $10,000 if it's correct. A place you speak in a soft voice.
I would say like a show or a concert, like a classical concert or something.
For all the money you show. Did you have any other answers at all, by the way?
I was going to say movie.
Well, then you would have been okay.
Oh, the kid with the sucker.
Either way, right. Okay. Listen, you've got $5,380. I want you to stand here and root for me. We got $10,000 at stake. I need 2 people. Come on. Game-winning duo? Okay, well done. Multiple sclerosis. Going to do it right now.
Right now.
$10,000 at stake. You let me know when Laurie's all ready. It's okay. Wish you luck, man. 15 seconds, please. During long car trips, kids pass the time by counting various things. Name something they count.
License plates.
What age is too young to be married?
12.
Something that rattles.
A rattlesnake.
Besides 55 miles per hour, a common speed limit.
45.
A word or phrase people say to horses.
Whoa! Whoa!
Turn around. Okay. What do kids count on long car trips? You said license plates. Survey said 20. That's some. What age is too young to be married? And Adam's face fell when you said this. 12, I believe you said. Survey said 0. It's okay, Adam, you can get married. Something that rattles, you said rattlesnake. Survey said 53. That's 73. Besides 55 miles per hour, common speed limit. You said 45. Survey said 6. You have 79. Word or phrase people say to horses. You said, whoa. Survey said beautiful. Clear the board, please. That's good. Whoa. Off you go. Right back there. Now, here's Laurie. Let's go, pretty doll.
Aren't they great?
They are.
They're great.
Well, they're my buddies. You know, you got 137 up there, 63 points from $10,000. I'll ask the same questions I asked Grant. Don't duplicate his answers. There's one you wouldn't want to, but if you do, you hear this, I say try again, you give me another answer, okay?
Okay.
Please remind everyone the answers Grant gave us. Give me 20 seconds on the clock. It worked the last time. That's for luck. Here we go. Okay. During long car trips, kids pass the time by counting various things. Name something they count.
Animals.
What age is too young to be married?
18.
Something that rattles.
A baby's toy.
Besides 55 miles per hour, a common speed limit.
55.
Besides 55.
35.
A word or phrase people say to horses.
Giddy up.
Giddy up. Turn around. In long car trips, kids pass the time by counting various things. Name the thing they count. You said animals. Survey said 8.
8's enough.
Cars. Cars was the #1 answer. You have 145. What age is too young to be married? You said 18. Survey said 23. 16 was the #1 answer. You now need 32 points.
For sure.
Something that rattles. You said a baby's toy. 32 points for $10,000. Survey said 23. Rattlesnake was the #1 answer. And then, besides 55 miles per hour, a common speed limit. You said 55. I said besides 55. And then you said 35. 9 points for $10,000. Survey said. Okay. Over $15,000. We'll be back right after this. Okay, thank you. I really want to thank all of my friends who came here and gave up their time to play for charity. I'd like to thank all of my buddies on All My Children for the Special Olympics, $1,000. Thank you, and I love you all. For Cystic Fibrosis General Hospital, and they have $1,000. Thank you all very much. For friends here from Soap, they played for the abused children, $5,380. Congratulations. And the winner of the daytime, nighttime feud, 8 is enough. And boy, are you winners. You played for multiple sclerosis, and you have $15,334. Adam, I want you to help me give You all win one of these.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. There you go, Adam. Okay. Hand them around. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
And come here a second. 1 second. Occasionally, you meet someone very, very special. These are all very special people, but this young man was not only a delight. I mean, he played the game well, and I just fell in love with him. I'm going to give you my special Silver Dollar Award. That's from me to you. That'll bring you luck, okay? Okay. We'll see you here on the Feud. Bye-bye.
This is Gene Wood speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Am I back? Am I back? Hey. So I just jumped onto Facebook, and I want to acknowledge some Facebook comments. And I read some of them, but I gave credit to the wrong people. Where is my Facebook feed? Here it is. Facebook feed. I thought that was a good clip. It represents the All-Star Family Feud. Jim Von, I always screw up his last name. Jim Von Spiegel said, Running Man was a Stephen King short story. Butch Conger says that was his signature on Family Feud, kissing the women. Absolutely. John Lombardi says the match game. Everyone used to pick him at the end for the bonus round. Absolutely. And then Shane B says that bass line has a little stank on it. So, and hello to Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World, the Facebook group. It's really good. So, cool. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss any other Facebook comments. Whenever I click it, I see more. Yeah, see, there's more. Jim Von Spiegel says William Shatner is coming to my area in Ohio in April, and I plan to go see him. That's cool. Shane B says classic. Hee-haw, says Jerry Dobson. David Koff, K-O-L-F, says McDonald's. Jerry says, hey, Chance, where's the beef? We're going to get to that later. That's my fake rant of the week pertaining to a Chinese restaurant. Got to follow up to that. I have a semi-viral thing going on Instagram and my other YouTube channel about a video I shot where Tom Williams got a bum Chinese dish from a expensive local Chinese restaurant called China Moon. That's my fake rant of the week, but it's a real rant this time. So that was a good clip from Family Feud. And let me just see what else. I just have a couple of quick promos I want to play. Then we'll move along.
These adorable babies never dreamed they'd grow up to become these famous soap opera stars. They're All My Children's Marcy Walker, General Hospital's Steve Bond, From the Edge of Night, Lori Loughlin, and From One Life to Live, Michael Storm. Join their real-life families all this week on the soap star Real Family Feud. This week, twice as much Family Feud fun with Richard Dawson and your all-time favorite TV families. It's a week of specials with the Brady Bunch, Petticoat Junction, Your Hit Parade, and Leave It to Beaver. And on Loving, Shayna makes a choice.
If you let Jim live, I promise that I'll give him up to you forever. Because I love him that much.
Then stay tuned for an additional half hour of Family Feud fun with Richard Dawson. Family Feud Celebrity Special, Loving Family Feud. All starting at 11:10 Central and Pacific this week. This week, twice.
What a great announcer. That was Dick Tufeld, the voice of the robot on Lost in Space, voicing that. And on Loving. I wish I had a voice like that. He's so awesome. Dick Tufeld, God rest his soul. And little Adam Rich didn't mention this. He sadly died. That little kid, he died, I think, at 54 years of age. He was plagued with drug abuse throughout his life. And he died, I think, in January 2022. Let me look that up real quick. And hello, Mr. Von Spiegel, I almost screwed it up again. Thank you for being there. I always appreciate your support in Facebook, Live Land. Let me look, and Jerry Dobson, Jerry with a G. Let me now look up Adam Rich. I want to give credit or proper respect to Adam Rich. And he was in Code Red also after 8 is Enough ended. Didn't last long. Yeah, he passed on January 7th, 2023 at the age of 54. Cause of death, let's see. If it was drug-related, he died of fentanyl overdose. Oh, my God. It's killing everybody. Tainted drugs, probably tainted cocaine. Terrible. Don't do Coke, folks. Do Pepsi. I'm serious. That's sad, man. Very sad. He tweeted me, too. Soon, well, not too long before he passed away. Really sad. Sad stuff. Man. He liked to tweet and tweet when I did an 8 is Enough tweet. When it was Twitter, not X. Let me see what else I have here. Did you notice Lori Loughlin in that promo I played earlier? Was it this one?
These adorable babies.
Way, you know, who later got into trouble for paying to play to have her daughter admitted to a fancy college I won't mention. Let's continue on here with another.
This week, twice as much family.
Played that one. Already played that one.
Monday, the all-time championships on the line when Richard Dawson hosts the big battle of the big winners, the Championship All-Star Family Feud. Then,
take her easy, boy.
Josh.
Hold it. That little girl was Quinn Cummings from Family. I need to look her up. She was a thing for a while, and she was in a great $6 Million Man episode with Ray Walston titled A Bionic Christmas Carol. That was a takeoff on the Charles Dickens classic, A Christmas Carol, obviously. And she was in it, and so was Adam Rich, playing her little brother. And that was a pretty good episode. Dick Sargent played her dad. I mean, what a weird cast. Antoinette Bauer played her mom. But Quinn Cummings, let me see what happened to her. And then, of course, on Family, the breakout star was Christy McNichol. But Quinn, that little girl, man. And she was in... The Babysitter, starring William Shatner as Patty Duke's husband. We're coming full circle here. We're going to pivot to William Shatner in just a second, who recently turned 93. Quinn Cummings, 56 years of age these days. She's still alive. Let me see. She was born August 13th, 1967. She's an inventor. She's become an entrepreneur and has authored several books after she left the acting world. Wow. She came to prominence as a child actor, playing Lucy McFadden in Neil Simon's The Goodbye Girl, for which she was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, one of the youngest people ever to be nominated for an Academy Award. I'm not drinking, I just can't talk. And she's also known for her role as Annie Cooper in the television drama Family. Let me just see something here. She has one child. Her partner is Dawn DiPietro. Probably not pronouncing that right either. Anyway, okay, I don't want to divert too much. I need to get back on track. We got a lot to cover, and I don't want to have like a 4, 5, 6 hour show. Need to get back to comments too. Okay, let me just play that clip again with Quinn Cummings. I just want to explain who she was. Where the hell is it? Here it is.
This week, twice as much Family Feud fun with...
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Monday, the all-time championships on the line when Richard Dawson hosts the big battle of the big winners, the Championship All-Star Family Feud. Then,
take her easy, boy.
Josh gets a lesson in growing up.
Just who do you think you are, boy?
And fights for his place as a McKayan on how the West was won. Monday, the...
Whoa, you saw Arnold Horshack playing, too, from Welcome Back, Kotter. That was his big trademark laugh shtick. Ron Paletto.
All-Star Family Feud Special will continue in a moment.
Now, I got one other little clip from Family Feud, 4 minutes long. It's a fast money first. Game show people, my wonderful fellow game show people, I think you're going to like this a lot. You may have seen it before, but let's watch it together now.
Ready? Okay, Brenda's off stage, earphones on, listening to Broderick Crawford. We're going to play fast money. Little cop joke there. I'll ask you 5 questions. You give me 5 answers in 15 seconds. Try to think of the most popular answer, Don. You and old Brenda get 200 points. You got yourself $5,000, okay? 15 seconds, Joe. Here we go. Name something people examine very carefully before buying it.
Car.
Something worn in summer.
Bathing suit.
A popular form of recreation.
Tennis.
A common name for a man.
John.
The color of parakeet.
Green.
Turn around. That name something people examine very carefully before buying it, and you said? Car, our survey said. Car was the number one answer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Pacemaker just started up again. Something worn in summer. You said? Bathing suit. Our survey said? 48. That was the number one answer. Got 81. Popular form of recreation. You said? Tennis. Our survey said? 34. Now, that answer was the number one answer. Give me all number one, 115. Common name for a man. You said? John. One John clap back there. Survey said? Number one answer was John.
I love it. I love it.
161. Now, we have never, ever had anyone not come out to play this. I do not know the amount that's coming up here, but we asked for a color of parakeet, right? Mm-hmm. You said? Green. Uh-huh. I'll tell you right now, the green was the number one answer.
Oh.
You must be one heck of a policewoman, because you've given me every number one answer. We only need 39 points, and we can leave Brenda there. We'll never see, just you and I will run off to the station.
Oh, okay.
Get mugshot. Our survey said... Nobody ever. Listen. Just a minute. Come on in here, Tom. The history of all time we've been on, which is nearly 2 years, no one ever has done just what you... Ever. So we've either got to make them play for higher numbers or get dumber ladies. You were marvelous. You got 5,360. See you here on the Family Feud.
Some departing conventions receive cosmetics. Wet your whistle with lip pointer, the moisturizing lipstick by Chapstick in 24 wet, wonderful colors. And jewelry from Sarah Coventry, who has jewelry with fashion know-how for every occasion. Versatile, fashionable Sarah Coventry jewelry sold at home fashion shows. And a true test waffle maker from True Value Hardware stores, who combine value and personal service in over 5,000 locations nationwide. And put your hair on a high-protein diet with Men's Protein 21 shampoo, hairspray, and conditioners. This is Gene Wood speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. We're going to get to our nostalgic toy of the week and some other of our regular features, but I promised that we'd look at some interviews of Richard Dawson pretty soon before he passed away, sadly. Talking about, I'm going to do this in order. These are brief. Talking about Newkirk's accent on Hogan's Heroes. I'm really concerned about these clips on the YouTube side. Getting the stream taken down while I'm live. Hopefully not. So let's say a little prayer. Please let the YouTube lords be with us. Please, please, please. But Dawson now is going to sound different, as I said, because of all the years of smoking. This was towards the end of his life. He looks different. But just try to focus on what he's saying. It's very interesting. At least I think so, and hopefully you will too.
Day after we got this news, and suddenly Mike Dan appeared, he was a big wig at CBS, very nice man, very, very good at making suggestions, and that would make him unpopular with artists because he's saying we don't need the maid. And if you play the maid, you wouldn't like Mike Dan. But anyway, he came and we were all on the set, and he came to my dressing room with Eddie Feldman. He said, "We're very pleased. You've heard who want to buy it. Very pleased." I said, "Oh, good, I'm glad." And he said, "The only thing, no one can understand you." And I said, "I don't understand that. When I do that, we often have to do it again because people will laugh. I mean, I wouldn't do it deliberately if I thought no one could understand. Otherwise, write me out of the thing." He said, "No, where's it from?" I said, "Liverpool, Dan. They all talk like that." He said, "Why do they talk like that?" I said, "We don't know. We don't care, you see. We don't ask you how you talk." And he said, "No, truly, you pick somebody else, another dialect. We just can't do that." I said, "Well," so I went around a Scot and a couple, and most films with an English person in American films, to them, was the Cockney, "Get me to the church on time." So I said to Eddie, "I can do a Cockney for you." He said, "Are they sort of naughty people? Do they pick pockets?" They started it. Are you kidding me? So I'll do that. And I became Newkirk. Everything was fine. We went on the air, and we had quite a lot of controversy. Stan Freberg did our commercials. "If you loved World War II, you will love Hogan's Heroes." And lots of people were cross with us for the wrong reason. We had Jews in the show. Robert Clary came from Dachau. And he wouldn't do something that was making light of our concept. This was a POW camp, So the moment that people saw it, that all fell out. But Newkirk went out as a Cockney, and we're in New York, and a couple of things we're nominated for. And somebody said to me, "Do you want to go to the movies tonight?" And I said, "I don't know." He said, "Oh, there's a great thing from England you'd like." I said, "Oh, well, it was called The Classic, a little art house." And we went there in a cab, and I'm not kidding, maybe 20 blocks, the line. So when we saw it, we knew we'd never get in. In line, never saw anything like it. And it said, "Hard Day's Night." It's the Beatles, So the next day I saw Mike Dan. I said, "If you have a moment, if you like a little trivia, there's a movie playing uptown where they used remember the accent nobody could understand?" He said, "Oh, yeah, the louse thing?" I said, "Scouse, yeah." I said, "It was a 20-block line." He said, "For what?" I said, "They're called the Beatles." "And they talk like you did in the pilot?" I said, "Yes, that's exactly like. So they're talking, 'Hello, John, up your lazy river,' they're all." And he laughed and he said, "I would have bet money. They wouldn't have understood it." So I lost that part, and they went on to become millionaires. Now, where's the justice?
The great Richard Dawson. I also want to play, now thankfully, for now anyway, that stayed up. And I have other clips from this session I want to share with you now really quickly. But I want to recommend again, if you're interested in the Bob Crane story, I've talked about it earlier. In case you tuned in late, you got to get this book. These are friends of the show, these authors. They've been interviewed by me. They're going to be on again, hopefully. Bob Crane, The Definitive Biography by Carol M. Ford, Linda J. Groundwater, and D. Young. It's a great read. Look how thick it is. And they spent decades researching Bob Crane and his murder, and they made a lot of progress. And one day, hopefully, they'll solve the murder. And William Shatner was buddies, who we'll talk about in just a moment, with ill-fated Bob Crane. But let's briefly listen to Richard Dawson talking about Laugh-In, Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. And I play bloopers of Laugh-In here on this show, the Nostalgic Podblast that you're watching or listening to right now.
I love Laugh-In. Larry Hovis was on there. Dick Martin was a friend of mine, and Dick Martin was Martin and Rowan and Martin. And he suggested, I think Larry suggested to Dick that maybe I might be good for Laugh-In, and Dick asked me if I wanted to come over and try. I did the bird calls, and Dan Rowan and George Slaughter, they agreed, and I was on Laugh-In. I love that. I remember doing a sketch with John Wayne where I had to be up a stepladder for something, like changing some bulb. He came in with Dan, Dick, and was talking to them. And I had just gotten down the stepladder, and the phone rang. And I went back up the stepladder and touched John Wayne on the shoulder. I said, "It's Hefner. It's for you." And he was great, He just smiled, walked off. I mean, those little things. Bobby Darin, I remember. I got thrown out of my dressing room. He was going to come and shoot a special. And he came and found me, on the set. He said, "I'm sorry they took all your stuff out and put my stuff in." I said, "You're only saying that because as we talk, all my stuff is being moved back, isn't it?" He said, "No." I said, "Well, that's show business." But Bobby Darin, I remember on KCOP, Muhammad Ali going to fight Archie Moore. He would say, "More in 4, more in 4." I loved Archie Moore. I loved Ali, but I said, "He's never going to take him out in 4. And he came on, he's yelling, shouting, "You English boys," and so on. You've never seen anything like that. The show ended. We were at the desk getting some stuff. I looked up, and he walked back in, and he said, "You didn't think any of that stuff I said was real, did you?" I said, No. I said, "Well, I'm just fun." And then he walked off. So this guy could be the champion of the world one day. He was very, very sweet. And he did get more than 4. God, I was furious. Judy Carn, I love.
Yep, Judy Carn, who was once in a relationship with the great Burt Reynolds. I'm going to cut that one a little short because I want to get to Family Feud. Here's Richard Dawson talking about the beginnings of Family Feud.
A very interesting fact, the daytime Emmys, I think I was a presenter or something. I was in New York, and I flew back, and Mark Goodson flew back with me, and he was reading Time or Newsweek. And they had a group of questions, and they had the answers that people gave, and they were, not the sort of things you normally would think. For example, if you went to the North Pole, who'd you expect to see? And there were penguins, and snow and bears, but the number one answer was Santa Claus, who, as I'm sure you know, actually lives in Florida, the Panhandle. But most people. So he said to me, that would be a heck of an idea to be inside a show like I've Got a Secret or 20 Questions. For the people, there are no right or wrong answers. The only answer is what the polls said. But they can be wrong, but if that's what they said, it would be correct. And, I said, yeah. I thought, is this how he invents game show? I did not think. About 6 months later, Mark had promised if I continued with Match Game, because I'd been on that for a long time, I would get a shot at the first pilot, the new pilot. Suddenly we hear they're going to do a new pilot called Family Feud. And they're interviewing people, and it looks as though Bill...
Cohen?
No. Star Trek.
Shatner.
He was on the leading edge of getting it. And I went to see Mark Goodson with my manager, and I said, you said I could try out for your next pilot. And he said, well, you can. I said, but the guy you've already given a nod to is married to Perry Lafferty's daughter, Marcy. He was the one who's going to make a decision whether this show would go on or not. And so Mark said, and the problem being, I said, he doesn't have any more daughters that I can marry. Give me a break. Put me up against somebody just doing the show. I wasn't against William getting it, but he was married to Perry Lafferty's daughter. And that to me was... So Mark goes and said, well, okay, we'll try out and do it. So we came to do the show. Mark's wife, Kathy, was the producer. She'd come over from Password, Howard Felcher. In fact, all the grant, and we did it up Hollywood and, no, not La Brea and Wilmington. Where KCOP is, we did it in a theater near there. And the object being 10 people, they'd never had that kind of traffic. And everything about the show fit perfectly for me, for how I think. And I mean, I don't know whether I created or it was created, but survey said, I think one of the things was, and the survey says, was never though just survey, no good answer, but I usually say good answer in a little sarcastic way. Name a vegetable you have to peel to eat. They say, grape. I said, oh, good answer. Yeah, I mean, or if I say, the dictator that we fought against in World War II, they say, Otto Preminger. I'd say, the Otto Preminger. I would always talk to them like they had made sense. But it's, that's me. I tweak those things. They had a thing, 3 strikes and you're out. But they would come to the point, so here's the question. Now you've got 10 seconds to answer. Most of the stuff is done now if you're getting up. So if it was someone pretty or someone delightful, I know 12 seconds would go. And if someone not that pretty, they'd hit 8 seconds would go. Yeah, well, I didn't play those games. I could loathe the person who was up there. I give them the 10 seconds. I won't give them 11. You know, they tell me, well, I know when they're stalling. So I read a question. They say, "Can you repeat the question?" I said, "Of course I can. You know I can. I've just repeated it." You say, "Will you repeat the question?" I say, "Will you repeat the question?" I say, "No." No, because I know what you're doing. You're trying to think of Loganberry, you know, some bizarre. Now, if you're really trying and you're keen, I'll bounce all kinds of things. But I never ever wanted to be sat at home, as I am sometimes on quiz shows. Jeopardy I love, but I say, come on, you can't let them have 18 seconds when you gave the other people 10. Or we need both names, you know. I'll say no more. I'll never work on a game show in this town again.
This is a great interview, I think. I have a few more clips. I'll try to break it up here and play scenes of Richard Dawson, a few clips from the very last regular Family Feud from 1985. But before that, here's a little bit of Dawson talking about his first day on the set of Family Feud. It's not as long of a clip.
We started,
I keep messing up, folks. Sorry about that. You're going to see that logo another time. Damn.
We started, about 8 or 9 in the morning, did a couple of run-throughs, then we did a dress rehearsal, about 4, and then I think something like 7 o'clock we started, and we did 2 or 3 shows. I mean, I know we completed 2, and I think we did half of a third one, but it was 2 o'clock in the morning when we got out of there, and we got out, and Kathy was there, and we were all very excited, and she said, "This is a winner." And I said, "Because you can't tell," but she said, "No, truly, this is the winner." I said, "Well, we're both being the race then." And a day and a half later, we were sold to ABC. And I loved that show. I never, ever got tired of that show. I had a cameraman on the first day who became a good friend of mine. Where I did Fast Money, he always came up. And he was on his walkie-talkie about the third show. And I heard him saying, and this person's playing for $5,000, nervous as can be. They'd never seen this show before. I'm holding a hand. And I said, "You have 10 seconds. Quiet, please." Silent. I started a question. She gave me an answer. In the pause between, I hear. I said, "Hold." And I won't use his name, but I said, "Right, Jim, if your mom was right here now with me," I was playing that, "I would tell you exactly the same as I'm going to tell you now. There's nothing you can say into that walkie-talkie that you couldn't say 50 feet from here. This woman's trying to change her life in a little way. But if you were the cameraman and this was your mom, I'd still say, shut up." And very bad feeling in the studio. And the woman actually won, which that family won. But he came and apologized, and I went to apologize to him afterwards. I said, I'm in the middle of the whole show is geared on this, and they're guts are wrenched out. They all look fine. But the first question, yeah, I did that one. Here's the second one. I can't, if we miss, the other family, and now there's a chance for them to win. And you're saying, well, extreme close-up, I don't think you did. I know you didn't do it to hurt her chances, but you're hurting her chances. I said, I love you, but I don't want you to work on this show if you have to talk on the camera. Be on another camera somewhere else, but not in Fast Money. He wrote me a nice little note. I mean, he was embarrassed, and he stayed with me the whole 11 years. He never left. Earliest shows possible, maybe 10 or 11. Very easy question. Name a green vegetable. Yeah. And I got to a lady, about the second one in. And, you know, I can see it in her hand, and she's like this, you know, just shaking. So I always grabbed their hand, you know. I said, you know, this is not open heart surgery. I don't want, we don't take any money from you if you don't get it right. You know, you won't owe us any money. So I try to get them to laugh out of it. I said, no, I need you to tell me a vegetable you can eat raw and it's green, whatever the question. And she's still shaking. I said, I'm going to do something that my mom would do to me whenever I had a problem of any kind. And I went like this, and I kissed her on the cheek. And I said, that's for luck. And she said, asparagus. I mean, it was like I whispered in her ear, but you could see I didn't whisper in her. But I meant, she came back, asparagus, boom, right? They went on to win that. Got over to this family. The woman was a black lady, and she said, do I get a kiss for luck? I said, well, you haven't shown me that you needed any luck yet, but, you know, yeah, if you're in trouble. So she did okay. But about the second, third question, she started to be, you know, hesitant, and I said, these women are just terrible. They'll go to any roost to get a good kiss, you know. And I gave her a kiss. After a while, she said the answer, and it was fine. Next day, we had Korean and maybe Mexican, but two obviously racial families. And they didn't say anything, but I know they're in the green room watching family. Yeah, what am I going to do? Not kiss them? Nothing about them that would stop me from giving them a kiss. And if it seems to work for them, and that's great. There's no harm in it, you know. So I gave the ladies a kiss. If it's an elderly lady, you know, I'd take her hand, maybe kiss her hand, and then she'd say, would I get a kiss? I'd say, sure. And then ABC came. About a month later, got to stop the kissing. Why would that be? Oh, so many complaints. Well, who's complaining? I haven't seen anybody complain. Oh, yeah, and your sponsor's going to stop if you could. I said, you know, how do you, excuse me. I won't even say it because I know we're recording. I said, you're out of your mind. I almost swore, and I don't want to make you edit by swearing. But I did swear. And I said, I'm just going to do this the only way I know. And I walked out and I said, oh, I've been found guilty of very, very serious crime. Kissing untold women, no idea of their marital status, on the cheek for luck. Evidently, ABC, the network with a heart, has decided this is terrible. I said, I don't think it is. And if you think it is, just write yes on the card. I said, I know how hard it is to write a card. You know, sometimes you'll like something so much, and you say, I'm going to write and tell them I like that. And then you don't. Because it's an effort, you know. I said, if you'd like me to stop kissing, says yes. And if you want me to continue kissing, say no. Okay? So the first time the bags came in, so we had something like 97,000 for no, about 17,000 for yes. The next day, mail, I mean, reduced, it turned out probably 5 scallywags in Georgia were the ones who wrote yes. And all the people, it was just something I did. I always closed the show with the same thing, because the lady wrote to me. She said, my little girl's deaf. And when Feud comes on, somehow she can sense it, and she dances to that music. And she sent me a little picture, a little girl about 4 years old. And she said, this is a sign, which means I love you. And if you could do that for her, that would mean a lot. I said, sure, yeah. So I went out, and I said, every night when my mom would say goodnight to me during the war, after the war, always the same, kiss on the cheek and say to me, may God bless all the little children in the world. All she ever said. I'd hug her, and she'd go to bed. I said, now, one of the little children is watching this show, and she can't hear. And so I'm going to give her a sign that tells her that I send her my love. I don't want to get letters from people, you know, I'm making a sign of the devil. You can't believe what they get. And so that was it. And I went, I said, be nice to each other. Always said the same thing. Because that's what I want through. That's the one message I always wanted to get through. Was Sidney Greenstreet in a film once said, there's not enough kindness in the world. And that's true. You know, if we only were a little nicer to each other, I just think it would make the world a better place. And I did this for 11 years. That little girl, I got pictures of her at different ages. And I did it, the last show I did. I mean, I've actually done it now. And Karen, I would love you if you could leave that in. That's for the little girl, who now I know is a grown young woman. And for her to know she had a great mom, because I never would have known about her.
That's a good segue to the final remarks by Richard Dawson in the last regular Family Feud that he hosted in 1985, before he came back in 94 and 95, but this was in the 80s. Last episode of Richard Dawson's Family Feud, just a 3-minute clip.
So the Mackins were our final winning family, and they won $5,504, and I'm proud of them. I've had the most incredible luck in my career. I've done lots and lots of jobs, and I've never, ever had a job like Family Feud. I've never dreamed I would ever have a job where so many people could touch me and I could touch them. And there's a great magic about this show that I've never seen on any other show. I want to publicly acknowledge Howard Felsher, who's our executive producer. He was a producer in the beginning of this show, and he helped steer and guide the way that we went. And he and I fall a lot of times, but I tell you that he's important, and I should acknowledge him, because he was the one with me that we said, let anybody come on this show. anyone that can play this game, no matter what color or creed, no matter if they're in a wheelchair or they have no sight. And we've had everybody on the show. And he was very, very important in that, and I acknowledge and thank him for it. I thank my crew, and I thank my director already. I have the best staff you've ever dreamed of. You can't, but you don't have to dream of them, because I'm going to take them with me. Even if I never work again, they'll just be near me. They are so special and wonderful. ABC, Jackie Smith, Wally Weltman, Josie, Albert, they kept us on the air probably a year more than they should have, because we weren't really helping them. You know, our ratings weren't that good. And they were so great. They buried themselves carrying us, and I loved them for that. Not that I wanted to hurt them, but because I love them. They were good people. There were people I know that got upset that I kissed people. I kissed them for luck and love, that's all. That's what my mother did to me. There were people upset that I would embrace or hug someone of a different color. The first time I ever saw people of any color was when D-Day left from my hometown in England to go and free Europe from the war. And there was every color you could imagine, and I'd not seen that in England. And I asked my mother about it. I said, is there something wrong? She said, God. God makes people. You understand that, don't you? And I said, yeah. She said, who makes a rainbow? I said, God. She said, I'd never presumed to tell anyone who could make a rainbow what color to make children. And she changed my whole life with that statement. All I can tell you is this has been a very special 9 years of my life. If I never do another thing, I've met the good, sweet people of the world. So I leave you with love, and for the little girl that 9 years ago I first signed to, I guess she's 13 now. I'll think of you every day. God bless all the little children in the world. Thank you.
I used to love those lollipop trees that you saw at the edge of every family's stand. And if someone pulled out a black stemmed lollipop, they would get a $100 bonus. And I remember attending many tapings of Family Feud hosted by Steve Harvey back right around Dawson's final days, 2012, 2013, here in downtown Atlanta when it was being taped at the Atlanta Civic Center. And I said, Steve, in between the commercial, talk to the audience, and I'd always be front row. And Steve Harvey, I said to Steve Harvey, I go, Steve, are you going to bring back the black stems? And he made a joke of it. He goes, what do you mean black stems? Like it was a racial thing I was saying. He goes, what you talking about? I go, no, you got me wrong. And he goes, you see this guy? His name's Chance. His whole ass is coming off the seat, because I'd really spaz out, and clap, at the beginning of the show. And the PA production assistant put me in the front row, and they paid people. I shouldn't talk about that. I'm not supposed to talk about that because I'm trying to do things and they look like I have a blabbermouth. So never mind, strike that from the record. But I saw a lot of tapings of Family Feud hosted by Steve Harvey, and he was just phenomenal with the audience. Anyway, now here is an outtake from the final Family Feud you just watched. This is not a long clip, 2 minutes long, 2 minutes and change, where Dawson continues off air. Very rare, but it's been on YouTube for some time. But what I like is you're getting all this Dawson stuff in one place for you to listen to or watch. Let's listen and watch.
Richard wants to say goodnight to you personally. You were marvelous, and I'm sorry that I made an idiot of myself. But I mean, I did it because I really meant it. And also, I have to tell you something, that there was a little girl named Nicole Kelly. And this is why I'm so upset with myself, because that's why I put this card in my pocket. Kathy, my producer, one day called me and came to the stairs, and she said there's a little girl named Nicole Kelly in Wisconsin. And it was 1973 she was born, and she was in hospital. And the next day it was going to be her birthday, and she'd asked if I'd call her, And I said, sure. And then I called her, and we did our last couple of shows, and we went away on summer vacation. And I said to Kathy, it would be nice if we sent her some lollipop. I just meant to, because I wanted them to all to know how marvelous you were. So we sent her lollipops, and we sent her 5 lollipops with black stems. She was born in 73, and she died about a week later in 84. And when we came back from vacation, there was a letter from her mother and her parents. And like, she was just so happy because she'd been in remission from the telephone call that I made to her. And she was suddenly, from being very, very ill, she had just become so great until she just went to sleep. And the last thing she asked her mother was that the lollipops would be. And that's what I wanted to thank her, because, you know, we touched that little girl, and she was so special to us. And you can do that too, truly. We don't need to fight each other, do crazy things. Just help people and try and just tiny things, whether it's shopping for someone elderly or cheering someone up who looks sad. If you just do that, you know, this place can be not just America, the world can be magical. You know what I mean? So do it for her. Her name was Nicole Kelly, and she was a friend of ours. I love you.
Richard Dawson, everybody.
I just love that behind the scenes rare footage. The quality isn't great. The audio's good for listeners, but you know, the video's not great, but it's more than watchable. 2-minute clip of Dawson in 2012, soon before his death, talking about the cancellation of Family Feud to tie in with what we just watched.
Word of mouth killed us. I break myself up after 4 hours. How it got, I had done enough. I'd done 11 years, and really, you know, nighttime as well. It's not like a labor. I don't mean, I had such a hard job. Makeup only came to see me twice a week. You know, I loved it, but it's an exhausting, emotionally too, you know. I got lots of highs and I got lows. So they asked me to do another year, Viacom. I said, I really, honestly don't want to. I've done what I can do, and I'll just be doing it. And I never just wanted just to do it. So I said, okay, fine. And then Leonard called me and said, you don't know how many people we're going to put out of work. I said, what? All the people that's been with us all this time. I said, well, when you're going to blame me? I mean, I don't understand that. They should, when they give these jobs out, saying, by the way, if this show goes away, we've got another show for you. You know, but that's a guilt. I don't want to feel guilty about putting them all out of work. So I said to Leonard, I'll do the nighttime show, and I'll do, you know, enough for the daytime. But you got to go into Route 39, like we used to, 39 week, and the rest rerun, and that's it. And he said, okay. It was silence for about a week. And then he said, Viacom cancel it. There was nothing I could do, truly. So I'm hated by about 4,300 people, are the employees of ABC. I love them all. I had a wonderful time.
I have one other clip. I guess I should space it out. I don't want to burn anyone out with all this. This is the last clip of Dawson from this session, this final interview session, and he rarely granted interviews, but I think it's pretty interesting. I really liked Richard Dawson as one of the great game show hosts and MCs of all time, up there with Gene Rayburn and Bob Barker, in my opinion, and he deserves to be remembered. I wonder what happened to all that stuff that people would give him at the beginning of every Family Feud, classic Family Feud. They'd bring him things, hats, things they made. I wonder if he kept that stuff, if there's just like a warehouse full of that stuff, or if his sons got it. By the way, I didn't mention yet that his ex-wife, Diana Dors, she was born October 23rd, 1931. She passed away on Friday, May 4th, 1984. May the 4th be with you. Wow. And she was born on a Friday, and she passed away on a Friday. And again, she was like the Marilyn Monroe of Europe, an English actress and singer. Wow, wow, wow. Big blonde bombshell type. We're going to segue into finally William Shatner in a second. And we have some other game show clips to share of different shows and other game show tidbits, and then things that are not game show. We've gone over 2 hours, so I don't want to have a really long show today, whenever you might be listening or watching. But yeah, that's a true story about Steve Harvey at those tapings. He knew me by name, and one of the producer says, I've been doing this for decades, and you have the most energy of any audience member. I was really hamming it up. I was doing that on purpose. I'm not trying to, this is about Richard Dawson, not me. But I really would jump up and down like a weird, and now it's time for Fast Money! And I'd put my Fast Money! And really hammed it up, and they love that, so they put me right in the front. Oh boy. And then a big deal. It doesn't matter. And I wanted to play the game, but no one in my family wanted to audition because they go, oh, they just make a fool out of you on that show. Chance, nah, we don't want to do it. Then I reached out to my cousins in Boston. Nobody wanted to audition for that show, when I was a kid or a teenager. I wanted to be on that show so badly. Here's the final Dawson clip, and then we're going to finally pivot past Dawson. I just want to play this for you now. Bear with me.
1981, the Johnsons came on, and a mom, a dad, and 3 daughters. They were lovely. The girls were exuberant. Gretchen, who I had my eye on, no, she was the youngest of them. They were a delightful family. And one of the questions was something that, it wasn't risque, but it was like something you could get exhausted at, exercise, running. And she was nervous, and she said, making love. That's all she said. And I squeezed her hand, and I said, well, now, the Kingfisher thought there's no, I mean, she said, oh, I'm so embarrassed that I said that. I said, don't be embarrassed. You get money for this. Don't be embarrassed. And she said, oh. And they won. They won for 2 or 3 days. And I think they won about 17, 18 grand. Not a lot of money. But I knew there was just something about this young lady and myself. I had a fan letter recently that said, Dear Richard, I know since you've retired, you've taken a child bride. That's my wife. So, I said, that's what they think. And don't drink too much. I don't drink it, never have. I saw her, and they won, and they were just about to leave. They'd lost. And the Gene Wood said, credits rolled and everything. They were all about to leave the stage. And I went over to her and I said, can I call you, or would you call me? And she said, well, I live in San Diego, because they all live from Manhattan Beach, but she's in San Diego at college. And I said, I really would, love if I could call you. And she said, yeah. And I said, I have permission to get your number then. Because I could have always gotten anybody's number, but they never gave people's number out. And she said, yes. I said, okay. So I went home, and I was quite excited. I had her telephone number, and I called, no answer. I called the next day, no answer. I thought, oh, she's giving me a joke number, you know? But she hadn't. I called and said, hello. I said, Gretchen? She said, yeah. I said, well, I've been worried I couldn't. She'd had her wisdom teeth out, you know, so that zonks you out for quite. So I said, oh, well, you know, I hope that you're okay. And we waited for a little bit, you know, a few days or whatever. Then I invited her because she comes up to see her parents. And I said, you like to come cook you dinner? And she said, I would love that. You know? I said, oh, it was a good, it turned out the day she's coming up was Good Friday. So I made Chateaubriand. No, beef Wellington. Beef Wellington, you know, a lot of very intricate work, takes a lot of time. Filet, mustard, bacon, pate. Oh. And I made asparagus, and I think I had avocado. Anyway, she came here. I said, call your folks, tell them you're here, okay? Because I didn't want to worry. And then when I served dinner, she said, oh, this is very nice. Thank you. I thought we had a good dinner, but I sort of noticed towards the end, her stuff was being sort of moved around a bit, not really consumed. And that was it. I saw her and said goodbye to her, and she went. Turns out, I saw her lots later, and, you know, we've been together for a long, long time. It turns out she hates anything beginning with A. I mean, asparagus, artichoke. And it was like I'd known and put all the foods that she totally hates on her plate. But she never, she never said, oh, I can't eat it. And I said, why wouldn't you just tell me? I would have gotten anything you want. No, I don't like it. But it turned out great because married her, and we have a daughter who's 20, and Shannon Nicole. And I've had, you know, between 30 and 40 years with Gretchen. Best years of my life. The luckiest man alive, truly.
Wow. Now here, I did find the pilot, the unaired pilot, 1975-76. Look how primitive the set is. The buzzer, the theme song, the quality's not great, but this is just a few minutes of the second pilot, because Shatner was in the running. You heard it yourself from Richard Dawson to host the show, and Jack Nars recorded a version of the pilot for Goodson Todman Productions, which has not surfaced yet. But here is the first time that Dawson ever hosted Family Feud, which is unaired. It's pretty cool.
Introducing the Manning family. Alan, Carolyn, Ida, Jack Lord's hair.
The quality's so bad for the listeners, I won't continue with that. It was just obviously from some sort of multi-generational production tape, bad transfer. So we'll move on, but rest in peace, Richard Dawson. And we've got to transition to someone who recently turned 93. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on Shatner. We had some comments I need to address for the listener. I put them on the screen for the viewer. Let me see. Where is that comment? Well, first of all, I want to say hey to Terrell. I didn't mention this. He said, "Hey, Chance, thank God it's Friday. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend." This was one of the last interviews that Richard Dawson ever did before his passing in 2012. All those clips that I played earlier, that's correct. And then he also said what we covered earlier. He probably turned in late, obviously. He says, Richard Dawson was so great at playing a menacing villain in The Running Man, the adaptation of a Stephen King short story starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was like the original Hunger Games. That it was, and that's an astute observation. Absolutely. And Danny Staten in South Carolina says that's not how he chooses to remember Richard Dawson. Fair enough. But still, he didn't do many interviews. And what he said, focus on the words. Very important interviews if you care about game show history. And I just want to compile that all in one historical video about Richard Dawson. And then we're going to talk about other pop culture things too. Where the heck is that comment I was looking for as I stall here? Oh, heck. Well, just basically, where is it? Maybe he deleted it. He said he'd rather would hear more about Richard Dawson than William Shatner. Fair enough, to each their own. I can't find that comment. He might have taken it down. You can remove comments, you know. Anyway, Esmeralda in Oregon State says, Richard Dawson did a great job of hosting a game show. Yes, he did. He was one of a kind. He was very, very... Here it is, Jim's Camera at Dawn in South Carolina, I believe. I always get confused. Is it North or South Carolina? I think it's South Carolina. Jim's Camera at Dawn says, personally, I would rather hear about Richard more than Bill. That's cool. I understand, but I will, play a little bit because I promised it in my intro. Let me see where I am in my script. Well, let's watch, to keep it game show related, a little clip of Mr. Shatner playing the $20,000 pyramid. Again, the quality's not great for the viewer, but for the audio, I think it's okay audio for the listener.
Welcome to the $20,000 pyramid. Hey, if by any chance you didn't watch our show yesterday, we thought we would bring something back as an example to American youth. We have an old saying in this country, it's not whether you win or lose the game, it's how you play the game. Good sportsmanlike conduct is important. I would like you to watch now a good sportsman in action. Quiet corners in a the breast.
That's classic. That is a classic Shatner moment. And did you ever see where William Shatner played against himself in Pyramid? This is 44 seconds long. Let's watch together.
Pillowcases.
Come on, you dummy! Get over here!
Things around the pool. A cereal. A toast. It's food for breakfast.
Ten.
A pillow. It's things for the feather. An iris. Parts of an eye. And William
You're doing anyway. You're hopeless. Hey, Lee. Thank you so much.
But of course, we know William Shatner from this role.
women, they're supposed to be something very special. They're supposed to drive men wild.
Swine, take back your gift. Glory. These are your wedding slippers.
Our interrogation techniques are more excruciating than you are even capable of.
And I will not be given to a green pig as a bribe to stop a war.
That's another one of your problems.
Nobody speaks to me that way.
Scotty, that bomb he planted, can you dismantle it?
Not without being blown halfway across the galaxy.
This is your last chance to surrender. Your term. Prepare to be boarded or destroyed.
Little bit of trivia. That was the first episode that showed the Klingon ship, not in aired order, but in production order. NBC would air the original Star Trek, as they do with all series, especially when they're special effects related, out of order and out of sequence. Someone's calling the Podblast now. Hunter Golson. Hang on a second. Hunter, I'm on the air. Do you want to say anything about William Shatner or Richard Dawson, or would you rather not be on the air?
Okay, put me on. Fuck it.
All right, later. I think he's drinking. I'm hanging up. All right, so yeah, so that was the first time in production. It was the 57th episode out of the classic 79 in production, or the second one filmed for season 3 of classic Star Trek. And I agree with what BK on the air of WBHF Radio said in comments about Shatner. He's absolutely correct. He said, where is that comment? I put it on the screen, but for the listener, BK on the air says, Richard Dawson interviewed Shatner on The Tonight Show while filling in for Carson. It's great. And on YouTube. I've not seen that. I want to see that. But he also talked about the accomplishments of William Shatner. Having trouble finding that comment. Oh, where is it? About no one has accomplished what Shatner has as a performer. And he was on Jimmy Kimmel. God bless America. He was on Jimmy Kimmel on his 93rd birthday, and he reenacted the death of Captain Kirk. Hey, man, I'm doing a show. Can I call you back, or do you want to talk?
About Richard Dawson.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What about Richard Dawson? And then we're moving on to Shatner, but go ahead, sir. Hunter Golson, my buddy.
Yeah. Yes, hello. Yeah, Richard Dawson. He was one of my favorite television hosts of Family Feud. Is there, like, would you like, is there a question?
No. If that's all you have to say, then that's fine. I played a lot of interviews with Richard Dawson before he passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know how he kissed all the girls,
right?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of his. He was very charismatic, and he always he was one of the most charismatic talk show hosts, I think, of all time.
Yes, right? He was. I couldn't agree more. He's, you know, at one time I thought he was my favorite game show host, and then I go between Bob Barker, Gene Rayburn, Richard Dawson. Those three were great, and unfortunately all three of them are no longer with us, but man, did they leave lasting, lifelong memories. And they're on tape forever.
Wayne Martindale, you didn't like him?
He's still alive. I said of people that are no longer with us, but yeah, he was good too. He's from Nashville, Tennessee, and he's in his 90s now, and he's still with us. I can't believe the original announcer of Trebek's Jeopardy, who's in his mid-90s, talking about Johnny Gilbert is still with us and still working, announcing Jeopardy. Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing that some of some of those people that can just last forever, like especially director and actor. The guy who the best director of all time from, God damn it, I'm not doing it again. I'm gonna have to go. Bye.
All right, later. Saved by the booze. He's a good man. I don't mean to knock my buddy. Hey, if you're listening, Hunter, don't get mad. I'm just saying. But I found the comment, BK on the air of WBHF Radio. His show's on Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to noon, by the way, Eastern time. I'll be listening, and you should too. tomorrow, as we're live. He said, Barry King, many folks haven't done a fifth of what Bill Shatner has accomplished. I agree, and he put 5 stars. And he was so funny as a 93-year-old, very spry, very energetic on Jimmy Kimmel's show. Now, I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel's show, won't get into that, but it was a pretty damn good interview. And it's on YouTube, and I don't dare play that. Maybe BK can play. I'm sure he can play the audio in his radio show should he choose to do that without an issue. But it's heavily on the video side, on the YouTube side. You know, Inside Baseball, I can't play that clip. I wish I could, but it's on YouTube for anyone to look it up. William Shatner and Jimmy Kimmel, March 20, I think it was actually the 21st, his birthday eve, but into his actual birthday when it aired. But it was taped on the 21st of March. But that brings us to Shatner. I mean, we've already sort of been covering it briefly. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but all I want to say is happy birthday. As we're live, it's probably in the rearview mirror, but Canadian actor, businessman, and pop culture icon William Shatner was born on Sunday, March 22nd, 1931 in Montreal, Canada, over 93 years ago, and weeks and months, depending on when you're listening to this, and days. So happy birthday to him, of course. And let me play a clip before we get into the historical information. Yeah, Shatner was and is iconic. I agree. Esmeralda in Oregon State. Hello to TD in Ohio State. Beautiful, beautiful young lady and mother. How are you? And she's a creator as well. I'm just acknowledging some comments, listeners and watchers, viewers. Shatner and Shatner says, cooking with silence. And Big Box says, I'd like to hope Bill was more like Galaxy Quest commander than a full jerk. Look, a lot of his co-stars wrote books to sell books, you know, but yes, a lot of his co-stars were very vocal. You know, I won't get into that. And people are saying hey to each other. Esmeralda says hello to BK. Getting text from my friend Hunter. I hope he's not mad. Let me just quickly get back on track. There. I need a staff. It's hard to do this all by yourself sometimes. That's what she said. Let me get to my clips pertaining to William Shatner. Make sure I didn't leave anything out. And I have some photos. You know what? That's what I'll do. I'm going to go and show you some photos now of birthday man William Shatner. The great William Shatner. Is that a buzz? Hang on a second. Check. It is not. Here's a cool picture of my collection. It's gotten faded, unfortunately, over the years, but I love that shot. That was taken in between the first pilot Where No Man Has Gone Before. That weapon was only seen in that pilot Where No Man's Gone Before. The second pilot of the original Star Trek, filmed in 1965. That was the first time that William Shatner portrayed Captain James T. Kirk, but it was Captain James R. Kirk in that Where No Man's Gone Before pilot on the tombstone when he was battling his friend, Gary, who was taken over by a telekinetic force when he was zapped by the barrier, the energy at the barrier of the Milky Way galaxy. Quit texting me, please. If you're watching, Hunter, just very distracting. No offense, bud. Look at this cool ad for new shows in color on NBC, including Star Trek. Bottom left, and you'll see Yeoman Janice Rand, whom we talked about last week, how she was in the first 13 episodes off and on, well, including the first pilot. Really, if you're not counting the pilot, she didn't show up till the third produced episode, the first regular 1 hour produced episode, the Corbomite Maneuver, as Captain Kirk's personal yeoman Rand. So let's just say, so that would be 10 episodes she actually filmed, but she wasn't in all of them. She wasn't in Dagger of the Mind, which was the 11th in production order. She was not in episode 10, written by Robert Bloch, who wrote Psycho, What Are Little Girls Made Of, with sexy Andrea, the android, played by luscious Sherry Jackson. Ted Cassidy was in that episode, but there was no Yeoman Janice Rand. But she was in a lot of key episodes like Balance of Terror, the first space battle episode. I don't count the Corbomite Maneuver where Kirk bluffs to have a device, you know, because it wasn't a real battle. Balance of Terror with the Romulans. I'm getting really geeky here, I know. And I have, there goes, I have a model. Oh, yeah. Well, let me switch cameras. It'd be easier to show it to y'all that I made. I know I've shown it before, but we're talking Trek. Yeah. I made this when I was a teenager. It was a kit of small ships. You had an Enterprise, a Klingon ship, and the Romulan bird of prey. I love that with the little decal that came with it. Anyway, that's what their ship looked like. Sarah, my flock, knows that. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, not now. Please. I'm not going to lose my cool. Oh, man. Okay. Keep it together. If I were the Incredible Hulk, I would have turned a long time ago. All right. My bald spot showing. All right. Woo, let me get back on track. Okay. Boy. So we're talking about Shatner now. And last time, just to reiterate about that photo you saw in this press photo from NBC, bottom left, look at the picture again. I'm going to show you a color shot, which I showed last time. It's kind of important to note again, in case you weren't with me or us last time. There's that photo. She was up there with Kirk and Spock. And that was Grace Lee Whitney. I haven't mentioned that yet, who played Yeoman Janice Rand. And unfortunately, the network wrote her out, had her written out of the show, and basically fired from Star Trek, allegedly because she gained too much weight. And also they wanted Captain Kirk to be free to play the field. And here's some more publicity shots. I showed them last time, but they're still loaded up. So what the hell, in case you weren't here last time. And they were getting really chummy. There's Balance of Terror. There's Miri, episode 12 in production order. And then the next time you saw her was in episode 13. Don't have a picture of that with Barbara Anderson will interchange on the bridge in the episode 13. Beware the Ides of March. Conscience of the King. Episode 14 in production order. I'm going to play a clip I did not show last time from this one. The Galileo 7 introduced this character who only appeared one time, Yeoman Mears. And then you had Yeoman Barrows and Shore Leave 17 in production order, and et cetera, all wearing the red miniskirt. And I showed last time how this monster was censored by NBC for being too gruesome. They never showed his face except from afar. I don't want to reiterate too much. There we go. There's the monster, the creature. We're talking about Shatner here. But I do want to play a clip. Gosh, this might get me in trouble with the Facebook gods and the bots that are on a search and destroy mission for clips. It's my favorite use of the phaser in classic Star Trek, and it's from that episode, the Galileo 7. I did not play this last time. I played the 1 minute next week clip. This one, I hope it doesn't get the stream taken down temporarily. But you'll notice it's not a red shirt that gets killed. It's a gold-shirted officer on the ill-fated shuttlecraft Galileo, and it was supposed to be Yeoman Rand on that shuttlecraft. So Kirk is if you look at the script and in the episode, he's very emotional and upset about the loss of his first officer, Spock. Dr. McCoy, that would have been key losses. You know, all those characters. And then Yeoman Rand, let's just say it was Yeoman Rand. That would have been a tough loss had they not survived. Spoiler alert. So let's look at this. My favorite use of the phasers. It's very dramatic. I get emotional watching it. And if the stream goes down, it'll come back up, I hope. I'm really rolling the dice, folks. Let's, again, say a prayer. Every time I've said a little prayer to the gods that the stream stays up, it does. So I hope that's the case now. Please.
What is it? I don't know. It's from up there. No, it's from back there. It's everywhere. It's all around us. Let's get out of here.
pretty cool. There's a phaser. Did it stay up? Am I still on YouTube? I know I'm on Twitter and Twitch and Facebook Live, but look at that. That's my my phaser gun, and it looks like a little Remington razor. They did a little joke on the blooper reel, Shatner and the crew, like that was a razor in one of the shots from Operation Annihilate, the final episode film for season 1 of Star Trek. I know I'm getting technical, but I love that use of the phaser gun in that scene, the way it sounds, the way it looks. Very dramatic scene. I mean, that's pretty violent. I noticed how they used a simulated fog to cover up the spear in the back of the fallen officer there. Damn. And I guess since it's Shatner's birthday, I've never shown this up close, my Star Trek Captain Kirk 1976 Remco toy. Look at that. Look at the phaser. All right. So, is my bald spot showing? Okay. Oh. Shatner. We've got to talk about Shatner for sure. But please look at that interview he did last night with Jimmy Kimmel as we're live. March 22nd, 1931 is when William Shatner was born. I know I already mentioned that. I mean, my God, he's been in show business for over 7 decades. Great actor, performer. He's been in so many shows. Oh, my Lord. And the reason I showed that 1-minute trailer for Alana of Troyes was he worked with that actress, France Nien, on Broadway in The Taming of the Shrew. So they wrote that for that actress so that she could play, again, like a witch woman, if you will, meaning a B-word woman, just being combative and mean to everyone around her. And you notice it was Jay Robinson from Dr. Shrinker playing the blue alien in that clip. I know it was a way back. If you tune in late, you won't know what I'm talking about. But Shatner also was in 2 episodes of classic Twilight Zone, Nick of Time from season 2 of that program. And, of course, Nightmare at 20,000 Feet from season 5 of classic Twilight Zone. And that segment, of course, was remade, directed by Tobe Hooper in Twilight Zone, the movie, released in 1983. Now, let me see here real quick. Other clips I have. Let me see. Where is that? I'm going to show some pictures of Shatner that I pulled really quickly. BK can do a better job than I in his radio show, celebrating Shatner's birthday. I'm sure he will tomorrow, even though it's a day after. It doesn't matter. It's still, still fresh. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about the great William Shatner. We have other things we want to do. I have the trivia game coming up. If you're still with us, my gosh, it's already 11:31 on the East Coast as we're live, but it's Friday night. Let me see. I have something funny. I know I better wait. And I'm going to show you my tops cards for the new Ghostbusters movie that I made. I got to do that. And I wrote captions and everything that I'll share with you in just a second. I'm stalling, of course, trying to find. And then I got to tell you my Wheel of Fortune story. You're not going to believe this. Oh my, I was supposed to be a contestant on Marvel Week and I messed up. Long story short, I'll tell the story later. I passed 2 auditions. I took the test, passed the test. Final callback. They tried 3 weeks in a row to call me by cell. First time I had my ringer off. Well, I'll save it for later. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable, because they like my comic books in the background when I auditioned. It was a Zoom call. I can't talk about too much detail because they have intellectual, it's intellectual property of theirs. Hang on a second. Hello, is this who I think it is?
Hey, I know how you and I like to be correct on everything on our facts.
And it wasn't Tobe Hooper, right? It wasn't.
Yeah, George Miller.
I do that every time. I did that before, and I was about to look it up.
Right. And it wasn't Taming of the Shrew that he was with France on Broadway. It was The World of Susie Wong.
That's right. You are so right. And you're right. And I'm glad that you corrected me, because this stays out there forever, and I want to have my facts right. And thank you for correcting me. I'm so glad you did.
You call me and correct me too, so it's kind of like what we do. It's nothing personal. You know that. It's
not needling. I promise when I call into your show, it's not needling. I just want to set the record straight for the listener. It's not like, no, you got something wrong. That's not my intention at all.
Because God knows we've been wrong before. That's for sure.
Why do I think it's Tobe Hooper? I don't know why I think
Well,
that.
they're two good directors. Two kind of You're right. I mean, I used to mix up Steely Dan with the Steve Miller Band when I was a kid. I don't know why.
Me too, man. I did too.
Those were really odd. So yeah, just thought I'd call and tell you.
I'm glad you did, and I'll be listening to your show tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon, WBHF. And you have a new app, don't you? Your radio station just launched.
Yeah, we do, and everybody can download it if they want to hear it. That'd be great.
Awesome.
Hey,
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Okay. Thanks for calling. Bye. Awesome. Well, he's right. Yeah, The World of Susie Wong. Golly. Oh, well, I hate that I made a mistake, but I did. But it's corrected now. Esmeralda says, oh, I love you both, to Sarah and I guess. Let's see here. Let me get what else we got here. In comments, I'm way behind. Terrell says, my favorite William Shatner non-Kirk role will always be Denny Crane from Boston Legal. Absolutely. I watched that show, and I liked its predecessor by David E. Kelly, Boston Public, because I always like dramas and TV shows based in a school setting like Room 222 or whatever. And Boston, from 2002-ish, it wasn't as successful as Boston Legal. Boston Public was a pretty good show. I liked it. Now let me see, comment-wise. Yeah, Kirk was the best captain. Absolutely. Here is the Loyal Order of Classic TV on YouTube. I need to subscribe to your channel. I'm not familiar with it, but I'm going to check it out when I'm off the air here. It says the scripts where Rand was written out and replaced by Yeoman of the Week, quote unquote, when watching in production order is so obvious. Yes, that's why it's so important to watch Star Trek in production order. MeTV is airing them and has for years in air date order. I don't know why anyone would air them in air date order. They were released in production order on VHS and on DVD and on Laserdisc. And what was funny is originally Paramount, that was the first show to be released on home video. Star Trek was back in 1985 to start. And they'd release 10 episodes at a time. They leave the next week preview in, but those, of course, would be in production order. So I would always be confused. I'm like, why doesn't that match? And then I learned later, well, that's because it's as it originally aired. But now this is really technical, but the first 2 seasons of the Star Trek Next Week previews, they used syndicated versions of the 1 minute Next Week trailer. It showed a season 3 special effects shot of the Enterprise where it said next week. So you're missing a few seconds of visuals of the scene. The audio would be there. Does that make sense? But in season 1 and 2, and I have some on film that are real season 1 and 2 Next Week previews that doesn't have the inserted special effect from season 3 of the Enterprise. Anyway, where it says next voyage. Instead of next week, it would say next voyage. Star Trek Next Voyage. I love that. Anyway, I should just talk. I mean, there's so much about Shatner. That's a whole show in itself. So I will just say, I mean, he was in The Fugitive. I love The Fugitive. He was in an episode called Stranger in the Mirror. And the woman who played his girlfriend in that, or his wife, I keep screwing that up too. I say it was his fiancée, his girlfriend. No, and her character was married to him in that show, that Fugitive, was played by, and this is something longtime viewers will be tired of me talking about, Julie Summers. And she sent me that last summer. A nice autograph copy of this comic book from a show she starred in. Unbelievably, Gold Key Comics did a comic book series on this show, which was an adult sitcom. Not adult in terms of content, but no kid was watching, very few children were watching The Governor and JJ. She played the daughter of the governor of a state. And she signed that and signed another one too. Anyway, I've shown it before. But she played Shatner's wife in the Fugitive episode he did, Stranger in the Mirror. And she had sort of short hair. I liked her with longer hair. And she was in Matlock. That's probably her most recognizable role. But I always know her from The Invaders. She played David Vincent's sister-in-law in The Invaders in season 1 in Wall of Crystal. A great episode of that program, which also had Ed Asner as an alien invader in that episode, and Burgess Meredith playing a good guy, a radio host in that episode. Let me see what's going on. I make another mistake. I probably did. The Nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air. Who is this?
I told you it's loud in here. I don't know. You hear it? It's Keith.
Hello? Hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It's TD.
I know. I'm trying to dance up in here. I'm trying to twerk.
Well, I need to send you the link. You want to do this on camera?
I'll send a video. How about that?
That'll work.
I'll post it. All right. Well, let me go film some stuff because right now it's just me and a bunch of girls. And this one girl, it's so funny because I'm wearing this cute little asymmetrical shirt. I said my boyfriend's on nip slip duty, and this one girl said
nip slip
my husband's
duty.
trying to tell me to keep my nips in. I'm like, oh, you get it.
Have you been drinking? I love it. I hope you have been.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know why I sound like I'm from Minnesota now. Oh yeah. I'll send a video.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, can I play it on the air or no?
You're not gonna be able to hear me. I'm gonna send a video.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks for calling. Bye. That's hilarious. That's TD in Ohio State. Now let's see. God, I'm so behind on comments. Let me see where I'm at. Yes. So let me see what other Shatner pictures I had. Oh, doggone it. Comments. Sorry, listeners. Anyone listening, this is not good. I'm just stumbling around here. Jim's camera at dawn commented, Captain Picard had to conference to figure out what to do. Right. He was a man of thought and little action, right? At least in the beginning until the Borg showed up. Big Box said the other main captains are great, but Kirk is a legend. He's nigh-mythical. Indeed, he is. Sarah, if you're listening, you can send TD the link that I sent you, if that would be easier. I don't know how she can send a video without the link, the backstage link. Yeah, Denny Craig, we were talking about that. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, we're smoking the cigar. Yeah. With, before he was on the blacklist, right? Crane was, God, he was in Endless Love. Who's the star blacklist? Let me look it up. I know it. I'm getting old. My mind. And it was The World of Susie Wong. I'm still verklempt that I messed that up. It was a taming. I know why I got confused because it's like the Taming of the Shrew story. When I read it in my book, they use that analogy. The World of Susie Wong was like the Taming of the Shrew. Yeah, that's where my mind misfired there. All right. Now I'm doing Sarah's giggle. What's going on here, folks? I'm getting punchy, I guess. The blacklist. It just went in and out of my mind again, the actor's name. I know you're screaming top of your lungs. The blacklist cast. Oh, and he was in Stargate, the movie. James Spader, there it is. I Google cheated. James Spader, of course, from Stargate, the movie, and so many other great things. Okay. Jim's camera at dawn said, I emailed Chance a picture of some of my Star Trek memorabilia. Yes. Do I have permission to put that on the screen for any viewers? Now, Big Box says Shatner did a parody of the ending of the film Seven, but the roles are T.J. Hooker, Kirk, and him on Rescue 911. That's funny. And I loved him on Saturday Night Live. I remember watching that when it was new. I still have it on videotape, on this very videotape. Super VHS. SP Speed. Anyone that remembers VHS knows that's the good speed of Shatner hosting Saturday Night Live, which is heavily copyright protected by NBC, which is now owned by Comcast Xfinity. They're very protective of their content with SNL. And there's a movie being shot here in Atlanta, SNL 1975, about the beginning of Saturday Night Live. And Shatner coined the phrase, get a life. Actually, a writer did. SNL. Shatner performed that brilliantly, the Star Trek convention skit, and he also did a skit where he's playing T.J. Hooker on the hood of a car, and it's like incredibly fake, intentionally fake. And that was just a great appearance of his, showing his comedic skills and talents as well. But get a life, will you? When they're asking him, what was the combination of your safe and the Enterprise when you were about to beam down from the last time in episode 25, which was This Side of Paradise in production order with the spores. But I digress. I wonder if Conan O'Brien wrote that, because he was a writer for Saturday Night Live back in 1986. I wonder. And I've never gotten confirmation on that. That's something that I will research and give you the answer to. Anyone in the Podience. That's the Nostalgic Podblast audience. We call it the Podience. Sarah in Southern California says, Star Trek Talk with Chance and Sarah. LOL. Yep. Now, Sarah, you can give TD the link. And if you want to, but I'm going to do a quiz in a minute with clips, beer taglines, but All right, I need to Get a Life. And that was before the show Get a Life. Those who are younger may remember there was a show starring Chris Elliott from Late Night with David Letterman, and he's the son. His dad was on Bob and Ray, a radio comedy duo and show. And let me see who's calling. The Nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air. Who is this?
This is Jim.
Hey, Jim.
You can put the picture of the Star Trek up.
Okay, I'll need to get into my email to find it. I'm glad you gave me your okay. Now, are you in South Carolina or North Carolina?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. I don't know why I was thinking
Dan-
South Carolina. I'm all mixed up.
Danny's in South Carolina.
I knew that.
That's why I always refer to him as neighbor.
Hey, I've been lucky tonight, knock on wood, that my YouTube stream hadn't gone down with all these clips. I don't want to jinx it. I'm going to knock on this here wood desk. Oh, man.
I was predicting a blackout, but it never happened.
And Big Box made a great point about James Spader. He was the voice of Ultron in the Marvel films, in the Avengers. Yes, Age of Ultron. Great point. Excellent, true point about James Spader. Yeah. Okay, well, I got to get in and look for that. Is it too much trouble to re-email it to me?
I would have to turn the computer
No,
on.
don't do that. Let me look for it. I just got to find a long clip to play so I can do that, because I'm a one-man band tonight, and I'm trying to do everything. I'm a phone screener, clip player. I'm a comment poster, and I'm just trying to do it all, and I'm trying to read my little script I wrote, and I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just saying this is not easy.
You're good. Just remember to breathe.
Okay, I do need to breathe. Woo! Well, Jim, I appreciate. How did you find my show, by the way? Was it through Sarah or what?
Let's see here. I think it was through Mongolian Monster.
They're awesome. Stevie B.
Yes.
And Moggs, great channel, and they're live every Tuesday and Thursday night, 9 to 11 p.m., generally speaking, in terms of the time.
Absolutely.
They're awesome. They talk about UFOs and Bigfoot and whatever else, just shooting the breeze.
They are a lot of fun, and I'm usually there every Tuesday and Thursday, like you say. About Shatner, though, the funniest situation with him that I ever saw on television was when he played the big giant head on Third Rock from the Sun.
Oh, yes.
Did you ever watch that?
Yes.
Did you see the episode where he flew in on a plane and John Lithgow, who was the main character on the show, they got to talking about seeing something on the wing, and Lithgow said, "You saw it too?" Yeah. And they both had played in the Twilight Zone. That the character that had seen the gremlin on the wing of the plane.
Yes. So true. I'm into my email now, looking for that photo. And
all right,
Jim, I'm going to pull that up. I keep going, keep talking, because I need your help while I find it. I'm trying to find the email.
Well, I just wanted everyone out there to understand that I am not a Star Trek hater. I just don't care for large actors to be, just arrogant against their fans, because their fans are who put them in the position that they're in. And they don't have to, bend over backwards for fans, but they need to at least not be, an anal orifice to them.
Right. That's true, and he's made some funny jokes even lately. I heard on a radio show that I like, the Kimmer Show in Atlanta radio, audio bites of Shatner basically doing some stand-up comedy where he was sort of making jokes at the fans' expense.
Oh no!
Saying things like, "I hear Comic-Con's coming back to town, so it won't be the city that never sleeps. It'll be the city that never sleeps with anyone."
Oh no!
And other jokes. He's just, I guess, kidding. I don't know.
It's like Richie Blackmore, the guitarist for Deep Purple
and Rainbow. Love him. Great talent.
He had a bad reputation for spitting on his fans. So, that's a big turnoff to me. I mean, Ronnie James Dio, in an interview said, Richie Blackmore taught me how not to be.
Oh,
so,
man.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, I don't want to trash them. I mean, they have all achieved more than most of the general public. But, you know, they don't need to be, like say, you know, anal orifices about it.
Amen, brother.
Be kind. It doesn't cost you a thing to be kind to people.
And rewind. I'm kidding, but you're right. I'm just all kidding aside. You're right. Be kind. Be kind. Rewind. Remember that VHS? Anyway, I'm stupid.
It's easy to do, and usually the people who are not kind, you'll see a reaction from them, and they'll let you know that it's just not in their DNA.
This is true. Be kind.
I'm not as good at you. I'm not as good as you at you know, just talking. I usually, you know, anybody who looks at the stuff I post, I never talk. And I had one video I put up, and everybody's complaining that I don't talk in the video. And I mean, it just blows my mind that they want to hear this voice, because I don't have the smoothest of voices.
Your voice is fine, and you have a nice deep voice. I like your voice, and I like your accent too. So don't let anyone tell you any different. In my opinion, your voice is golden.
I look at that as being their problem if they don't like the accent. I enjoy different accents. I mean, at different parts of the country, my favorite thing is people from Boston. If there's an A with an R after it, they will not pronounce it. But if there's an A without an R, they'll put an R sound there. So, you know, B-A-R becomes ba. And if I can't think of one off the top of my head of a word with A in it that doesn't have an R, but they would put an R in. I used to live to watch Norm on This Old House when he said drawer. Because he put 3 or 4 R's in there.
Yeah, he did. Hey man, your email address, it doesn't have a. Did I mail you a prize? Did you win a prize? Some cards? No.
No. But the email address I probably used to use starts out with AN83.
That's why I can't find it. I know I wouldn't have deleted that. AN. Where the hell is it? I may have to do it next week if you can resend it when your computer is up. Because I'm looking, brother. I know I wouldn't have deleted that, but I don't damn see it.
Oh, and not to worry.
I see an email from Lydia Cornell. She probably want me to say that from Too Close for Comfort, but I don't see. I don't damn see it, man. Dude.
That's okay.
It's in my computer because I know I saved it. Let me look at my computer while I'm still on the air. I'll try to post it. It's an impressive collection. I thought it was just killer. Your stuff.
Well, it's
in that case
kind of crammed together.
But you have it displayed nicely, I thought.
I lucked out. I walked into this little business in a little town, and they were going out of business. So I purchased the case and every pewter character that they had.
Oh, wow.
And I already had several of the pewter characters. A friend of mine worked for Home Shopping Network, and I got a couple of the badges that they wore, like a communicator on the shirt, and he had a photo of the entire original cast signed by every actor and actress.
I'll be doggone.
But he wouldn't give that one up.
I'll be doggone.
And I got he had every episode of The Next Generation on VHS, and he gave me those.
Wow.
So I've got quite a bit of Star Trek.
I think I figured out.
I'm not a fan like you are, but you know, to me, Star Trek is the golden standard for sci-fi.
Absolutely. Did you ever see a show called The Invaders with a Quinn Martin show?
Not since last Sunday morning.
Oh, good. So a lot of the classic Star Trek actors, like William Wyndham, for instance, showed up on The Invaders, and the guy who played Strom, Spock's woman's desired man, during Pon farr.
Yep. I don't know his name either, but I know who you're talking
Lawrence
about.
Montaigne. I'm probably mispronouncing his last name. He played a Romulan in Balance of Terror. Then he played a Vulcan in Amok Time, the season 2 premiere in aired order, but 34th in production order. 5th one film for season 2 in production order. I know why I can't find your email, because you contacted me through YouTube, not to my AOL, so I was looking in the wrong email. So I'm going to find it right fast quick. And I think I might have just found it, maybe. Keep going. I'll find it, I promise. Now I'm hell-bent on finding it.
That's one of the best things about MeTV. They air The Invaders, Time Tunnel, Kolchak, The Night Stalker.
I found it.
Star Trek, all of that, they air it.
Yes, they do.
I enjoy those old TV shows.
Yes, they do. And I found your email, so I'm in the process of getting that photo up. It'd be nice to do that while you're on the air. I know there's a slight delay, but let me try to do that for you.
That'll be fine.
Let me hang on. Let me gosh.
Well, while you're doing that, let me also say hello to Sarah, Esmeralda, TD, everybody else in chat. I enjoy talking to them. Thank you for being so patient with my typing. I do everything on my phone, so it's pretty slow, but I get there.
I found it. All right, cool. Let me. You're a nice guy. I almost said you're sweet. Guys don't talk that way about each other. You're kind. Like, be kind, rewind. You're kind.
That's all right. I'm pretty comfortable with myself. I'm just me.
I am too. I guess. Let me. Okay, and I'm gonna add your photo. Hang on. I got it. It's loading. Let's go. Here's your Star Trek stuff. The guy on the ham right now on the air on the phone. There's your Star Trek stuff.
Way to go. I've got.
We did it. Teamwork.
I've got several autographed copies of different actors and actresses from the show, and I got to meet Marina Sirtis. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Troy.
She looks terrible on TV compared to what she looks like in person. I mean, the woman is indescribable.
Absolutely.
She is that good looking.
I agree. Isn't that weird? That because usually it's people that the camera loves that gets booked for big time roles like that, not the other way around. You know? Yeah,
and
she looks better in person.
Her accent is fantastic, but they wouldn't let her use it on the show.
Dude, you are so correct. You are so correct. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?
67.
Are you really? Or are you messing with me?
Yeah.
Oh, I figured you were a younger person. That's cool, because you're talking next generation. So I figured no, I don't. I'm not an ageist, so I'm just that you don't sound like 67.
Yep, I'm lucky to be around. I was a sick little kid. They didn't expect me to make it, but I don't mind telling people that these days, because all they got to do is look at a couple of videos I posted, and they can see I'm in pretty good shape.
That's cool, man. But it's cool that you're all hip to the next gen. I mean, do you like the next generation better than the original Trek? Yes or no?
No.
I didn't think so.
The next generation, if you're watching an episode, this is what I tell everybody. If you're watching an episode and Riker does not have a beard, don't waste your time. That's the first year, and they were really trying to get on their feet the first year.
Yes. I did a Podblast about Star Trek The Next Generation trivia a few months ago, and I found some really good clips that I played of the cast when the show had already produced a few episodes but hadn't aired yet, and the cast were just starting to gel and get their chemistry right with each other. But yeah, absolutely. That's when they had Tasha Yar in season 1. Yeah. Crosby. Denise Crosby.
I met her too. I met her at one of the cons, and I won't say anything else about that. Robin Curtis, that played Saavik in one of the movies, she was fantastic. She stood around and talked to people. she had no pretense about her. She was just another person standing around talking, and I enjoyed that. I mean, she walked out into the hallway in small groups of people. Unfortunately, not too many people knew her because she only played Sabbath one time. And Margot Kidder was like that. I met her at a con over in Knoxville, and we stood around and talked, and she talked about her grandkids, and we exchanged stupid jokes, and had
She
a
was
great
sweet. Yeah, I met her a couple times too. Yeah, God rest her soul. And she got a bad rap too. People thought she was crazy, and she lost her because she had that one incident, you know. Yeah, she was a sweetheart.
So do you have any questions about what's pictured there?
I wish I could zoom a little bit. I do not. I mean, I know what everything is. Why don't you just tell everybody what we're seeing there? You got an Uno game of the next generation, right?
Yep.
At the top. For listeners, you go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, and click the live tab. I'm also going to post this as non-live later. Hell, I don't know which. It's probably going to have Shatner and Richard Dawson as the thumbnail, so you know you're looking at the right show. And right now we're at the 3-hour, 21-minute mark. If you want to skip ahead, listeners, go ahead.
There you go.
Well, no, I mean, so what are we seeing? We're seeing at the top of a nice display case, Uno, the Star Trek game, on the left, and then on the right, what the heck is that? I can't tell. It's. I see Captain Picard. What is that?
Right. That is collector cards, and then there's a deck of cards laid down, face down in front of that, and I've got the Romulan Warbird keepsake. It's for the Christmas tree ornament in the background, and Troy's picture is back to the left, and then I've got the Pez dispenser set, which is the next generation, and I've got a Star Trek model that's kind of down on the bottom in the back, and all the figurines have the little ID cards. I've got the ships, various ships, the Klingon
ships.
Warbird.
Let's be clear. Let me be clear. SHIPS. I'm kidding.
Yes.
Yeah. Dumb joke.
And I've got a couple of things from DS9. I've got one of the runabouts and little things like that.
Well, how cool.
Of course, I got a couple of cups with the Star Trek logos on them.
Wow.
What else can I say? A lot of the stuff I got duplicates of because, like I said, you know, I got there, the people were going out of business, and I just made a blanket deal and took everything.
Nice collection. Well, I got to run, but I appreciate everything, and thanks for being so sweet to Sarah with her recent situation. I shared with her your kind words about her, and I think she's going to make it. She's going to make it. She's turning the corner, so that's good.
Well, I hope so. I mean, like I said, you know, it's too easy just to be kind to people.
Man, those are words that I could live by too. Man, I'm trying my hardest to be kind to everybody. You know, it's hard when you know, there's so much ill things in the world right now. You know, it's hard.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what she said. It is hard.
All right, thanks, man. I hope y'all have a good night. And again, good night to everybody in chat.
Thank you, Jim, in North Carolina, for sharing your collection with us. That's pretty impressive. I love it.
There you go.
And thanks for being there. And please come back next Friday. I'm going to get back on track and talk about actors that were recast in notable roles throughout film and television history, and then talk about Alex Trebek and Burt Convy. I meant to do that this week about actors, just time constraints. Had a lot going on this week in a good way, so I couldn't prepare adequately for that yet.
Yeah, that'll be great. You take care. Hope you have a great weekend.
You too, man. Appreciate you.
Bye.
That's Jim. That's Jim in North Carolina. Thank you, sir. Let's see. I think I have the video of TD twerking. Just let's have some titillation. No pun intended. Hopefully there was not a nip slip. I got to keep this rated PG-13. Let me upload it. Is it going to let me? Okay. So that's processing. Thank you, Sarah in Southern California, for forwarding the video. Let's just it's only 6 seconds long. Let's look at TD in Ohio twerking. Woo! I got to play that again. I'm sorry, listeners. You're missing a very beautiful lady letting loose on a Friday night. She works hard for the money, and she's letting it all hang out tonight. Oh, wow. I like that. And hello to Snark and Sass on YouTube. I don't mean not to give love to the Facebookers out there and the Twitter Xers, I guess I should say, and the Twitchers, but these are the ones that come in. The YouTube comments are the ones that show up with my software the most. So I want to make sure I give some love to everybody that's commenting and put their comments on the screen. By the way, Dave Sundstrom, who has a major YouTube channel about pop culture, did a nice video about who sang the Electra Woman and Dinah Girl theme song. There's a lot of online sources that incorrectly claim it was Cyndi Lauper. No. She performed it on a TV Land Award presentation of a Lifetime Achievement Award to Sid and Marty Krofft back when the brothers were both on this earth together. And so the internet gods and Google search engines have latched onto that incorrectly. Well, in his video, and it was really an interview that he saw with the person who was in the Captain Cool and the Kongs band, a Sid and Marty Krofft production for their Saturday morning program, who sang the theme. I don't want to say it just yet. I want to give him props since he did the video. And that's something we've been talking about on this program. And Sarah, my flock, has been featuring that theme, Electra Woman, Dinah Girl, herself. And that's a dang good theme. You know what? I'm going to play. I'm going to play, to enunciate properly, that theme. Let's just play it again. It's only a few seconds long. A lot of you are probably groaning. I'm sure if Danny's still awake in South Carolina, he's like, oh, please, not again. Like Captain Kirk said to Riley in The Naked Time in Star Trek. Oh, when he was singing, I'll take you home again, Kathleen. Some of you know what the heck I'm talking about there. I've lost my mind. All right, where the heck is Electra Woman and Dinah Girl? It's right here. And then I've got to get back on topic with Shatner and some other stuff. God, I'm running. It's already gone 3.5 hours. Unreal. That's all I'm going to play of that. I think I had an issue. The bots have been kind to me, the search and destroy bots, so I don't want to push my luck because I've got something I want to play later that actually is pushing the envelope in terms of, I don't want to get, have the stream taken down for no reason. Again, thanks to BK on there. Check out his show tomorrow for correcting me. Oh, good. I found some more clips. So I can't believe that I said once again that, oh God, it was Toby Hooper who directed the Shatner sketch reenacted with John Lithgow and William Shatner's character in Twilight Zone the movie in 1983. I mean, what's happening? I've lost my mind. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Losing my mind's what's happening. Right here live on the air. Okay. See what I did there? That was Poltergeist. Okay, never mind. Directed by Steven Spielberg. I'm kidding. There's a controversy. Who really directed Poltergeist? We won't get into that right now. Okay, we got to finish up with Shatner here and then move on to the other things. I do want to play another clip of Shatner on a game show called Tattletales with his wife, Marcy, at the time. And this might be the theme song that Sarah can't stand that runs on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta and retro music cuts. There are some classic game show themes. This might be the one that's driving her up the wall that she talked about with me. I can't remember if it was on her channel or mine, but let's watch a little bit of Shatner on Tattletales together.
Every Everyone in this arena has a money stake in one of our famous couples as we play the game of celebrity gossip, Tattletales. And here's the star of Tattletales, Bert Convy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tattletales. Nice to have you with us today. Nice to have all of you, too. I'm going to introduce to you now three of the silliest fellas and three of the most beautiful women you'll ever want to meet. We have had such a time with these people. They are absolutely crazy and so much fun, and I hope you've enjoyed it because we have. Let's meet them. On my left, winning money for the blue section. There he is.
Forgot my name, huh?
No. I was going to say Dapper Dan. I knew that wasn't it. Mr. Scoey Mitchell and his wife, Claire, for the blue section. How are you, Claire?
Fine, thank you, Bert.
Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
She is so beautiful.
Isn't she?
Oh,
yes, and her mother,
you.
Mrs. Thomas, is watching us, I'm sure.
Bless
Oh, yeah,
you.
Mother Thomas is watching.
We don't want to forget that. Okay, next to Claire and Scoey, winning money for the banana section today, Mr. William Shatner and his wife, Marcy Lafferty Shatner.
You think we're bananas? The audience has gone mad.
Oh, no question
Isn't
about
she
that.
pretty?
Yes, now
Isn't she pretty?
Yes, Marcy is. I must say,
Isn't
she
she
is
pretty?
really a lovely, lovely girl.
Yeah.
Why did you say that, Scoey? I mean, can you see her from where you are? You can't see her from back there.
No, I've seen her before.
You saw her before. Okay, you just appreciate it. Isn't that nice?
Isn't she pretty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm waiting for the other shoe to
No,
drop.
but there isn't. you
There
see.
isn't?
No, because he really means that.
He really means
Because she really is pretty.
That's
She is.
true.
Oh, my
Okay. Now that we've got that all straightened out.
And his mother-in-law, is it?
My mother-in-law.
Mrs. Thomas?
Thomas, yes.
Mother Thomas.
Mother Thomas? She's lovely.
Yes. Okay.
And you're lovely.
Never mind. All right. Moving right along, folks. I told you they were a little winning money for the red section today. Mr. George Hamilton and his beautiful wife, Alana.
Isn't she pretty?
Isn't she?
Isn't she pretty?
Now, isn't she pretty?
Isn't she pretty?
Oh,
is
yes,
really
she's pretty.
Yes,
too.
she
What?
is.
My
We've got
goodness.
three really pretty ladies up there.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, let's get down to business, shall
Aren't you
we?
going to speak to George?
That was
George?
business. From here on in, it doesn't matter.
I have nothing to say to George. George, are you ready to go now?
I told him, I said,
Ladies, this first question is addressed to you. It's worth $150, and here we go. Girls, when you and your husband started dating each other, you were probably both dating other people as well. Now, which of the two of you stopped dating those other people first? Did you hear that, girls? When you and your husband started dating each other, you were probably both dating other people as well. Which of the two of you stopped dating those other people first? Now we'll find out something. Don't worry and think about it, ladies. We'll come back to your answers in a moment. George, if you didn't hear that, you're out of luck. Scoey, what's Claire going to say? Between the two of you, who stopped dating other people first? Or do you know? Or would you like to venture a guess, sir?
You're talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was the question?
When you and your husband started dating each other, you were probably both dating other people as well. Which of the two of you stopped dating those other people first?
Could they hold it for me? I have to go to bed.
No, we're going to have to have it. Who stopped dating the other people first?
Don't tie yourself. Just nod your head.
I'll tell you what, just count it. 1 for you and 2 for her, okay? Like that.
They both didn't stop dating.
She did.
She stopped dating other people first?
I guess.
That's obvious.
I like to think so. Yeah, she did.
She did. Let's bring her on and find out. Whee! Hello, Claire.
Hello, Bert.
Claire, between you and Segoya, who stopped dating other people first?
I did.
That's what the man said. You're right.
It's not a guess. It's the truth.
It's not a guess, it's the truth. And you have a share of the pot as well. Bill, what's Marcy going to say?
And I love you for it, darling.
All right.
With all my heart
All
and soul.
right, now, here we go.
I believed you up until I couldn't.
Till death do us part.
Yes.
I feel like the guy who paid for the motel, and this guy's in my bed. What What do I mean by that?
I don't know. Don't examine. It's the rhythm that counts.
Right, yeah, it's got to keep it going.
Yeah, what is...
All right, well, Marcy will say that she stopped dating people first.
Other people first.
Other people.
Well, we all know that's not...
Does that mean, but when did you stop? Or have you? No. Yeah, sorry.
You know what this is?
What is that?
That's a knife coming out of it.
I see. You'll say that Marcy will say she stopped dating other people first. Let's bring Marcy on and see what she says. Marcy, between you and Bill, who stopped dating other people first? Chuckle, chuckle.
Chuckle, chuckle. I did.
He said that too. You're right. You're absolutely right, Marcy. George, what's Alana going to say about that?
Yeah, let's see.
Who stopped dating other people, George?
Oh, you're talking to me now?
Yes, George.
I felt so alone for a while.
It's all yours, George. Take it.
My wife stopped dating other people.
She did, huh? Instantly, right?
No, I told her I did. But she found out. She went to one of these guys, not guys, one of these, what do you call them?
Medium?
Mystics.
What medium?
Yeah. And the medium told the initials of the girl that I had seen after I told her I'd stopped. Now, I don't know, but I now am a converted believer in that.
Mm-hmm.
How does he get his mustache like that?
It's penciled on. It's drawn on. It's not real. Did you ever touch it? Comes off on your hands. It's drawn on there. See, try it. Touch it with your hand, Bill, and see what happens.
I wouldn't touch that mustache for a 10-foot pole. Take a ticket rating, $100.
You're gonna say.
What are you guys staring at me for?
Now wait a minute. You're gonna say a lot.
You got the cigar. You got the suit.
It's your spot.
You mean I'm on?
You're on. He's already said it.
You want some killer material right now, huh?
Alana is gonna
Just
say
get
that she
Alana on,
stopped
will you?
dating first. Let's bring her on and find
Sorry.
out. Shh! Don't say anything now. Alana, who stopped dating first? You or George? Between you and George, who stopped dating other people first?
This is going to get one of us in trouble.
Or all of us?
Or all of us, but I did.
You're right. Won't get you in trouble at all. You're absolutely right. In fact, you're all right. Everybody got the first question right. We start off with a three-way tie. Who knows how we'll end up? Or if we'll end up. Come back and find out, won't you? We'll see you in a minute. Come back.
So, the original announcer at the very beginning of that clip was Jack Clark, who was the sub-host on the original Password in 1962 for Alan Ludden. And he was the original announcer. That's early on in Tattletales 1974. That was the first week Shatner had been on that show. Not the first episode, but first of 5 shows they taped that same day. Anyway, I want to dedicate this song to TD if she's still out there.
Nobody told us, 'cause nobody showed us.
And now it's up to us, babe. Oh, I think we can make it. Don't go breaking my heart. I couldn't if I tried. And now it's up to us, babe. Oh, I think we can make it. So don't you misunderstand me.
Welcome to our show. Tonight, our guests are Cindy Williams, the Osmond Brothers, Charlie Pride,
and Happy Days, Rod Kelly and the Pinkettes, Bruce Kimmel, and our own Ice Vanity. Ooh, nobody knows it. Nobody knows when I was down. I wish you clown. Ooh, nobody knows it. Nobody knows it. Right from the start, I gave you my heart. Ooh, I gave you my heart.
Okay, I can't take it even myself anymore. Of course, I was kidding, TD. Esmeralda in Oregon State says they are siblings. Yuck. They're Mormon. What do you expect? I'm kidding. Sarah in Southern California is Mormon. It's a joke. I like Mormons. I'm kidding. Okay. She was dancing. TD was dancing to that. She was. She was dancing to the Osmonds there. Okay, what else do I have for you now? Oh, this player, I want to show you finally talk about the movie I saw today, and we're going to start to try to wind down the show. Got to get back to my little script-a-ripty. Shatner. I'll give Shatner more justice later. Okay, let me talk about the movie I saw today. I'm not going to play the trailer. I think that will get me. I don't think the trailer will be acceptable for YouTube, but I have some still images I want to share in the movie poster of the movie that I saw today. The movie I saw today, which is the new Ghostbusters movie. I won't be too long with this. I promise. Here's what I saw today. There's the teaser poster to Ghostbusters, The Frozen Empire. I'm not going to give anything away. No spoilers. That's a rare poster. Oops, let me get this comment off. MyFlex says, thank you, Chance. Oh, my God, Chance. You're in trouble now. Yes, how was the movie? Okay, well, I'll tell you right now. And I'm going to show you my Topps cards I made for this movie. Let me just show you the posters first. I saw Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. And this is probably, I guess, my favorite poster of the lot because it's kind of retro looking. But this is all my knowledge that were released for this movie. Yeah, Esmeralda is epic AF, if you know what I'm saying. So, without giving anything away, today I saw Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, but not for the reasons you'd expect. You may think, oh, he's a fan of the franchise. No, I mean, I liked the first one okay, and I did not see Afterlife, full disclosure, so I know I'm missing out. Everyone says that is just a fantastic movie. Al Hardy saw it, friend of the show and part-time co-host of the Nostalgic Podblast. He didn't care for Afterlife, but I never saw it. I did see the one with the female Ghostbusters in 2016 and with Thor as like a subservient character to the lady Ghostbusters in an office, but I didn't like that. So I guess that soured me, but they really rebounded strong apparently with Afterlife. So I've not seen that, but I did see Frozen Empire. My takeaways of the classic first film, I love the song and Sigourney Weaver in the original Ghostbusters. To me, she looked her hottest ever in the original Ghostbusters, next to her look in the blonde wig in Galaxy Quest 25 years ago, released in 1999, filmed in 1998, 26 years ago. I think those were her best looks, in my opinion. But I thought she was just smoking hot in the original Ghostbusters 1984. So the reasons that I had for seeing this movie are very offbeat. One, Ernie Hudson is in it. Now, he was so nice to me in Nashville in Halloween season 2012, a long time ago when I was there at this convention signing autographs with a handful of other zombie background performers from The Walking Dead that were featured. A promoter, Mark, M-A-R-C, Mark Ballinger, who's a big promoter in that part of the country in Nashville and in Tennessee State. He does a lot of conventions. And no, I got his name wrong. Mark... I almost said Mark Singer. I'll get it. Mark, M-A-R-C. Oh, my gosh. I'm really getting old. I'll get it right. Anyway, he put me up and others. There was like 5 or 6 of us at this event signing autographs. And Ernie Hudson was there. And, I guess he was sort of in between engagements. But, I mean, he's a big-time actor. Of course, from the original Ghostbusters movies. But, hell, before that, he was in Too Close for Comfort playing an ex-con who was like a handyman working at Sarah Rush's place. And they thought he stole money when he didn't, his character. And just a hell of a nice guy. I can't say enough good things. So since he treated me so nicely then, I'm loving seeing that he's having a comeback. And he's always, I guess, done well in recent years. But he also was on, well, I didn't mention this yet. He was on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And it was kind of cute with Bill Murray. It was Ernie Hudson and Bill Murray promoting this movie together. And they brought back Ray Parker Jr. and they performed the classic, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters song together using children's musical instruments, like little child xylophones and the like, and it was pretty cute. Okay, it was of all of the current late night talk shows hosts, I like Jimmy Fallon the best, and he's really doing great on Password with a fantastic host. I never thought she would be so good, but she's great. And I've worked with her. I still have that picture. I'm behind, in front of her in Joyful Noise. Big whoop, right? She got the big bucks, and I got paid, as a background. Before I played Dolly Parton's son in a funeral scene in Joyful Noise right at the beginning of the movie. Joyful Noise. It's on YouTube and whatever. It's probably running on BET right now, for all I know. But she played the main character, the main love interest in that movie, Keke Palmer. Since then, she has sang the national anthem at the World Series. She's performed at the Super Bowl. She's going to be at the Olympics, the Summer Games. She's hosting Password, doing a whole lot of other things. And she's from Chicago, and she's doing a fantastic job. She's just really infectious in a good way with her personality hosting Password on NBC. Just saying, if you're a game show nut like I am. But she's 30, I think. She was 20, I guess, maybe 20, maybe 19 even, when she was in Joyful Noise in that scene. And she's right behind me in the shot in the scene, and I'm crying. I have one line along with everybody. Amen. Anyway. So the first reason was I wanted to check out Ernie Hudson, because he was just such a cool guy in person, and he was talking to me and the other walkers, and just really, really nice. Wasn't like acting like he was above us or anything. Just super cool. Super cool. Yeah, I think it is Mark Ballard. I think I was right the first time. The promoter that put me. He put us up in a hotel. We had our own rooms. It was like first class treatment. He had a haunted house he gave us passes to that he owned and ran. And it was just a great memory of Halloween 2012, a long time ago. And then he put me up in other shows too, like Fanboy Expo. And I made a ton of money. I'm like nobody, but since I'm a walker, a lot of people had in those days a collect them all mentality, and they were having me and the other walkers that were there sign all sorts of things like guitars and a little toy motorhome for Dale's character who was in The Walking Dead first couple of years. Anyway, so I'm just loving seeing Ernie Hudson make a comeback. The other reason I wanted to see this was I thought the premise was interesting, where there's a villain who was freezing New York solely. I love that premise solely because it reminded me of a plot I've talked about here on the show that I loved as a fifth grader watching General Hospital after school in 1981, known as the Ice Princess Saga, where there was a madman who was freezing the fictional Port Charles. And the madman was played by John Colicos, who had played a Klingon in the first season of Star Trek in an episode called Errand of Mercy. And he was in Battlestar Galactica, who played Baltar, the traitor to the human race, who was working with the Cylons to wipe us out. But 2 years after Battlestar Galactica ended in 1979, he was on General Hospital playing this guy with a weather control machine, and he was freezing Port Charles. And, in retrospect, it looked rather fake. But as a kid, when I was in fifth grade, I loved it because it was a sci-fi storyline, very dramatic, and it went on a long time. It was right before the Luke and Laura wedding that same year. Same year, Rick Springfield joined the cast. That was a big year for General Hospital. I've said it before, not to repeat myself, that 1981 was the best year in history for that program, General Hospital. And also someone who BK is affiliated with on his radio show, Pat McCormack. He acted in a fictional band on General Hospital, and he earned a Daytime Emmy Award along with his co-bandmates, which is really cool. He's in California State, Pat McCormack, Golden Rage of TV. And he's usually on almost every week on BK's show. Now, someone had uploaded those clips from General Hospital back when I talked about it a long time ago on November 19th, 2021, here on the Nostalgic Podblast, episode 86, which is on YouTube and on all of your audio platforms. It was a pretty good show. I played these clips, audio only, from the Ice Princess Saga, where this guy's freezing Port Charles. Since then, YouTube has terminated the accounts of whoever uploaded them, and they were VHS recordings from back in 81. They weren't perfect quality, but they weren't horrible, and it sucks. YouTube terminated that account. I guess, it's just such a shame, and I that's one of my fears, right? I shouldn't put it out there. So I'm really careful with what I do moving forward. That's why I have a disclaimer and, blah, 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 blah. So I can't play on video the clips, which I wanted to. I was shocked to find out when I prepared this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast that those clips no longer exist on YouTube. But the audio does on my channel for now. So that's why I wanted to see it, because it was about a character, a villain, freezing New York. And Port Charles is fictional New York and General Hospital. I know that's kind of a offbeat, wild, crazy reason for wanting to see this movie. But I did, and I'm glad I did. I'm glad I saw this this movie. So my review, and I'll show you my tops cards in a moment and show you some images from the movie. I can't play clips for obvious reasons. Bill Murray has the funniest line in the entire movie, in my opinion. I laughed out loud when I heard it. Now let me show you the image, a still picture I took from that scene really quickly from this film. Let's start with the tops cards, if you will. Here's the first one I took. Meet the cast. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. I hope the bots aren't looking at still images, but that's from my screening today of Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. There's Dan Aykroyd. I didn't write a caption for that one. Now, here's an interesting character. This is a blonde ghost in the new movie. No spoilers here. And here is, of course, one of the new characters that was introduced last time. It's a 15-year-old girl. Kind of ambiguous, but it's established she's a 15-year-old girl in the story and in the movie. And now I thought at first when I saw this that there was going to be some sort of romance between the two. And so there is a scene with nothing explicit. They don't kiss. I thought they were going to kiss. But she talks about, the character on the left, about an experiment. And I thought, oh, here it is. They're going to sexualize this in the movie. They did not. It was a good little movie. Here's another shot of the female ghost in my little tops card. And darn it, I didn't start writing captions yet when I saved these. Let me just keep going. I titled this one Green Ghosty, if this were a tops card. You know, they have strange little captions. Who knows who wrote them for the Star Wars cards and the Grease cards from the 70s. But here's Bill Murray in the funny line from the movie. Let me find it. I wrote it down. I texted Al and Tom. Let me find it. Yes, sir, I still want you to, you texted me. Let me just respond to your text. Yes, you can come on in just a moment. I'm almost done. If you're in Southern California, so it's not that late there. But let me just find, I wrote down, I want to get the line right. In this scene, he's testing someone to find out if they're possessed or if they're a ghost. So he asks some basic questions. And yeah. Where did I write that line? I want to get it word for word. Hang on a second. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, here it is. In this scene, he says, he's just asking these questions. He says, you're about to devour a baby. Would you prefer the skin on or off? I just thought that was hilarious. Offbeat, weird. I thought it was funny. Let me say it again. You're about to devour a baby. Would you prefer the skin on or skin off? That's it, skin on or skin off. I don't know. I laughed out loud when I heard it, the way he said it. I delivered that line horribly. It was just funny. Typical Bill Murray-esque line, and I thought it was funny. So, funniest line in the movie, in my opinion. Let's get back to my little tops cards. There's a shot I took of the main villain. I'm not going to give anything away. He's the one that's trying to freeze New York and freeze everything. Here's where I started writing captions. The villain's icy breath. Not a great, I know. I'm not saying I'm a great writer, okay? Here's a great caption here. Oh no! Here's a caption. This is typical in 1970s tops writing style. Action. And this one wasn't cleverly written by me. The villain's back. Putting on horns. All right, now this is kind of cool. I captured two cool shots. Villain face, eyes glowing. Let me do it again. That looks cool, I think. Boom, boom. All right, here's where I started trying to be clever with the captions and do it in the top style. New York on ice. Cops freezing. Instead of cops saying freeze, they're freezing. Okay, dumb joke. Speeding to the rescue. If I had time to write it on the screen, it'd look better if I could write the text. I should have done that, but I was really pressed for time. Speeding to the rescue. Here's a great picture I captured, and I did it as a tops card The full cast in action. Topps card. Okay. This is a pretty good, I think, Topps card writing. I'll tell you when I suck, and I'll tell you when I think I'm okay. I think I was okay with this one. Preparing to attack. I can see that on a Topps card back in the day. Here's another one. I am not Groot. They tried to make him look like Groot, I think, in this close-up. It looked like Groot to me. I am not Groot. Looked like Groot to me. All right, Topps card. Getting chilly in here. Here's another Topps card. Lady Liberty on ice. A City of Ice. Topps card. Okay. Again, we're talking about, listeners, Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. I'm just showing some still images from it. Blasted by the Ice Ray. Topps card. One Cold Creature. I wrote that. Chance Bartels, your host of the Nostalgic Podblast. Here's a caption I wrote. Topps card. This isn't your parents' carbonite. Because it kind of looked like the Han Solo being frozen in carbonite in The Empire Strikes Back to me. Okay, that's the end of my Topps cards. There's my movie ticket to prove that I went there. And then a quick story. I have gift cards, so this cost me nothing. This is a little public service announcement to AMC movie theaters. Seriously, why do you make the numbers so tiny? Because this thing would not scan. Because I've had this for a while and it was folded up and I guess it just faded over time and there's little numbers, but my God, if you could see this, they are microscopic. You need a magnifying glass for the employee to manually enter the numbers. So anyway, that's all I got to say about that. Now, that's all I had to say about the movie. So the movie, the quick review is, the movie was okay. I was on my phone a good bit in the beginning. It was very slow to start. I got there late. Oh, by the way, am I on camera? Here's my popcorn to prove that I saw the movie, and that's a throwback to Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. I have a video on my YouTube channel, Chance Acting Demo, that I recorded back in 1986 from local television at the New Columbia Theater, and it was so funny. It showed two black gentlemen had just seen the movie, and there was an A-Hill reporter for WSB TV at the time who was just trashing Star Trek, trashing it, and everyone was having a good time except him, and he's just trying to be such a naysayer. And he goes, prove you saw the movie. And the guy goes, here's my popcorn. I love that response, just quick. And he had a big tub of popcorn like this. Anyway, I digress. I just love that. Go look at it. I posted on Chance Acting Demo. It's rare footage. So I thought there wasn't enough frozen action. I'm not going to be negative here. There wasn't enough freezing, which is what I was sold, that there'd be a lot of freezing action in this movie. And there weren't a whole lot of laughs, I hate to say, in my opinion. Now, others were laughing, but it wasn't like laugh out loud. That's just me. Not quite enough Bill Murray, not quite enough Hudson. That's why I was there, to see Ernie Hudson and to see cities being frozen, specifically New York. There is freezing. You saw it in some of the still images, but not enough. Not enough. But I didn't dislike it. I'm not trying to give it a negative review. I just tend to accentuate the negative a lot. I mean, it was a good, cute movie, and I think you'll like it. Your kids will like it. That's for sure. Your kids will like it if you have kids. I guess I should get back to game shows and talk about my Wheel of Fortune nightmare. I haven't done that yet, and I promise that. Let me get back to my script. Hello, Skelly Ton. How are you? How you doing? Hello, Jim is still hanging out there. I'm going to try to wind down the show. My God, I've gone 4 hours, and I can't have a 6-hour show. So let me get back on track. Yeah, my popcorn. I should play that. Let me see how long it is. I think I can play for you now. I'm going to play. It is William Shatner's birthday in the West Coast anyway. So I'm going to go ahead, as we're live, it's past midnight East Coast. I'm going to go ahead and do what I need to do to show you that here's my popcorn, because I just think it's a great little moment. Hang on, let me get it. Sarah, now would be a good time to call in or just pop in on camera. If you're out there. Pop in so I can do this, or I'll just do it later. But Chance Acting Demo. I'm gonna convert it. I'm gonna play it for you tonight. All right, hang on a second, folks. Oh man, I didn't do my fake rant of the week. I got to do that. The China Moon episode. Jeez. All right. I'm going to kick this into high gear, but let me find. It'll be worth it. Yes, I can play it. Oh, thank gosh, it's right here. So I can convert it really quickly. And it's right at the front of this video because I can't do editing while I'm on the fly here. But it's at the start. I recorded a WSB, which is an ABC affiliate here in Atlanta. The negative review, and then after that's WAGA TV, which is now a Fox affiliate. It was CBS at the time in 1986 affiliate. WAGA TV. That was a positive review by Lisa Clark, who was an entertainment reporter back then, along with Pam Martin, who was not entertainment. She was an anchor person, anchor woman, anchor person. Let me see here. Just to throw anyone out there in Atlanta that might be watching, like Rick Clark. I know he's not watching live. Maybe he'll watch it over the weekend, this show. I know he watches or listens. All right, the process has started. And I want to show these guys with this a-hole reporter. He's just so damn negative, and everyone around him is having a blast watching Star Trek 4. And I recorded this myself. I know I said that. It's on a tape right down there, a videotape that I converted digitally. So in honor of Shatner's birthday, I got to do one more step, and then I will play it. And then I'll reach out to my flock. I know a lot of you are here to see my flock and not my fat head. So let me, sugar. You know what I did? I didn't save it right. That's okay. Bear with me. Take just un momento, just a moment. Oh, why did I do that? I think I put it in my damn cloud, which I hate to do. And that's a precious thing I recorded from 1986. God bless America. Hey, no problem. I'll get it back. We are live, folks. I can't edit. Bear with me, game show folks. I'm going to talk about my Wheel of Fortune nightmare in just a second and my fake rant of the week. This is a good one. I think this is a good one. Yeah, put it in my stupid OneDrive. I hate that. I didn't click the right thing. Okay, here it goes. Do 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 do. Okay. A lot of caffeine. I've drank half a pot of coffee preparing the show, and this Pepsi, a 12-ounce Pepsi, most of it during the show. So I am totally wired on caffeine and a little bit of sugar, and it's probably going to kill me. All right, now I'm ready. Oh, damn. I am so stupid. I didn't need to do that. I see what I did wrong. Oh, my goodness, folks. Hang on. I'm stuttering and stammering, and we got to get to our game, too. The beer commercial trivia game, which is coming up in just a second. We're going to play some actual classic beer commercials with trivia questions attached. I'll reveal the answer when I play the 30-second beer commercial. These are good ones, too. Now, here comes the Star Trek 4 movie review in honor of William Shatner's 93rd birthday, which he recently had. You might be listening to this anytime. You could be in 2025, for all I know, listening, when he's about to be 94 years of age. But he's 93 right now as we're live. Okay, watch these guys say, here's my popcorn, when the guy said, prove you saw the movie. I mean, what a dick question from this reporter.
Plans to spend a part of the holiday in a movie theater.
And this is Channel 2 Action News for Hinton, Hickory Flat, and the rest of Georgia.
Waited for the new Star Trek movie opened today, the first of the big holiday movies. They're back, but entertainment reporter Peter Bannon isn't too excited.
Take a look at this line outside the Columbia Theater tonight on Peachtree. It really doesn't matter what the picture is like when you have got a ravenous audience of Trekkies ready for anything.
Why? It's Star Trek. You gotta wait. I'm a Trekkie. I'm a Trekkie.
Does your mother know?
No. Is this going on national television?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Why? I love Star Trek. I love it. It's great.
Are you Trekkies?
Yeah.
To be precise, Star Trek 4, the fourth movie based on the 60s TV series that apparently found immortality after 70s reruns. Star Trek has always been, for me, low-tech sci-fi. I have never understood the appeal of these 23rd century space police settling questions of intergalactical ethical concern. But millions do, and they love these do-gooders, which is why the movie has great appeal even with the obviously aging and pot-bellied original cast. Star Trek IV, subtitle The Voyage Home, has the Enterprise crew in an alien rent-a-spaceship returning in time to San Francisco in the year 1986 to save the whales. I find it boring, but it is not meant for me. You guys say you saw the movie, right?
Yeah.
Prove it.
Here's my popcorn.
Okay, what'd you think?
Oh, it was excellent.
Worth the wait?
Yes, it's worth the wait.
Better than 1, 2, or 3?
Better than all of them.
What'd you think?
Absolute best one of the 4.
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I love it. I was born too early. I should have been born in that century.
I think you people are really going to enjoy it and get their money's worth fully.
Everybody seems to agree the movie was worthwhile. Fine. I'll tell you what's not worthwhile. In the big ad in the paper, down here is a number to call. It'll cost you 50 cents to talk to the Enterprise crew. If you want to talk to the Enterprise crew's answering system, waste 50 cents. Otherwise, it's a happening. From the Columbia Theater, this is Peter Bannon, Channel 2 Action News.
Finally arrived. Our night.
I wish I hadn't cut the tape there. I was trying to get to WAGA. Both of these newscasts were on at the same time. I bet she said, beam him out of there. Beam him the hell off this plane. I bet Monica Kaufman, the African black woman there, a well-known heritage anchor person in Atlanta news, I bet she had a funny slam to that jerk reporter that I've never heard of since, Bannon. He's just such a negative jerk. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? Oh, she's
probably on mute. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. My cousin had walked in.
I don't have my echo cancellation on. I better do that. I just realized. Do you hear an echo?
But I did, yes. And I still do.
Orientation settings are disabled while live. What the hell does that mean?
Oh my gosh, it's got audio.
Something new. I know. God, don't toss me. Don't sass me, lady. You do me a
Oh, you want to fight?
Nope, it's on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What did you think of? Have you seen that review of Star Trek IV before that I just played?
Guess what? Yes, I have. You know why?
Why?
Because it's on your channel.
Well, good. I know,
Yes.
and you're a Trekker. You're a Trekker. I don't think you're a Trekkie. Nothing wrong with being a Trekkie. You're a Trekker.
I do both. I'm all over the place and I do it all.
Everybody, Sarah's folks, she's here finally. I'm sorry it took so long to bring her on.
That's good. I had to do a bunch of stuff behind the scenes, so it all worked out.
And you can play the trivia game, the beer tagline game, in just a moment. You're welcome to play along, which we'll get to in a moment. Maybe I should try to play. Do you think I'm pushing my luck if I try to play the trailer to the new Ghostbusters movie? Or you played a trailer last night and you had an issue. What trailer did you play?
I played 2 different trailers and we got taken down for it. So
maybe I shouldn't. What do you think? What's your advice? You're my advisor.
I would say to you this: if you want to play at the very end. So if we got to take it down, it won't matter.
At the very end. Okay, good thinking. I'll play the trailer at the very end. Don't let me forget. All right.
I'll try.
And now it's skeleton, right? Am I pronouncing skeleton right? Like a skeleton. Hey,
That's
skeleton. SKEELYTONN on YouTube. How you, for listeners, skeleton. Cool. And Jim's still here. Jim's camera at Dawn in North Carolina.
His channel's great
Sarah's
too.
here. I'm kidding. It's you.
Oh my gosh.
Sarah, my flock.
Definitely.
Let me just go down here. I try to find a balance to make when I read the comments and do the comments not so boring for listeners. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep the viewers excited because people like to see their comments. I know I do when I'm watching a stream. I'm not on. I like to comment, and it's nice when people put the comments up. You know, it's kind of you're involved in the show that way.
Yeah, well, I could always be your behind the scenes co-host and throw them up for you, and not have to be on panel. So you know.
I know. Hint. Yeah, I know.
You're playing even 5 minutes. I'm doing it by myself.
I know you'd never betray me. I know. I'm weird. Like, let's see here. Oh, hello. And Esmeralda's saying, yes, she's on the panel. She sure is. Hello again to Esmeralda in Oregon State. If you're tuning in late, thank you, Chance. Sarah rocks. So you've been waiting patiently, Esmeralda, to see Sarah. I'm sorry, or see her picture anyway. Dude, I'm sorry. This is a historical presentation. I consider this a serious show. Not that, don't misunderstand what I'm saying here, but I wanted to get my Richard Dawson and William Shatner segments in before we cut up and have fun, have more fun. Or in other words, I wanted to be boring at first.
No, I just go when I'm needed. Otherwise, I'm good. Otherwise, always. Teamwork and all that, right? Who's going to sit there and throw the links to people and have the video sent to you, right? If I don't do it, who will?
And we have some
so
big,
as long
big
as you
shows.
need my help, I'm here to help you.
Sweetie. And we have some big shows coming up too. Some great content. At least I think so. Things I think you'll be interested in. It's what's in it for you, the listener and the viewer. Let's see. Skellyton says so many months of the new Ghostbusters trailer that I swore the movie already came and went. Yeah, well, being released in March is never a good sign. It's not the holiday season. It's not the summer blockbuster season, but I thought it was okay. It's a good family film and it had some laughs and it had a lot of action. But I must say this, it sounds like I'm being negative. Esmeralda says, I love you, Chance, and you are never boring, but love Sarah. I know you're Sarah's fan, not mine. I get it.
But Esmeralda adopted me, so that's what happened.
I don't want to give too much away, but in the opening sequence, now I came in late. I won't get into that. I had a debacle with this gift card. The guy couldn't scan it, and so I was late. I was on time to the theater, but look how tiny the damn. I don't know if it's showing up, but it's so damn tiny. The thing that they scan, just forget it. Nobody cares. I've got a tip for everybody though to save money on refreshments. Bring in a roll of Lifesavers. A, it'll fit in your pocket really easily, and B, it'll last the whole time, and you'll get your sugar buzz without paying $6.
Jeez, you want to know what I do, Chance?
5
when
flavors.
I go to the theater?
What?
I pack my purse and I pack my boobs, and I'm good.
Don't say on my show what else you packed before the movie.
I know, family show.
Yes. Let me try and do something here. I got to find my script. I mean, of my notes that I wrote. So we talked about the movie. Oh, I was going to say in that clip of Star Trek 4 where the guy says, I love it. I should have been born in that century. If you're late, just roll it back a few moments. And there, I played a rare clip from 1986 of a Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home review from Atlanta, Georgia, at a theater, by the way, that was demolished. That beautiful theater you saw in that piece. The new Columbia had 70 millimeter. Our friend Al Hardy was a projectionist there. I saw The Living Daylights, the first Timothy Dalton James Bond movie there in 87 with my friend Jeff Logan. And I drove one of the first times I could drive a car. I drove my mom's Audi to that. And I remember after I was so pumped up, I drove that car so fast. Anyway, and after I saw RoboCop, I did the same thing. Drove fast. You should get that rush,
awesome. Yeah, I get you.
So, I was demolished. A doggone church bought out that theater so they could wreck it and have more parking for their church. I was so upset. They did that, I think, in 1995. And they also demolished a great hotel called the Castlegate Hotel, Howell Mill Road in Atlanta. Just really unique looking. I met Christopher Reeve there almost 30 years ago in 1994. Not too long before the man was sadly turned into a quadriplegic in a horse riding accident, very sadly. But went there with a guy named Jim Bowers, capedwonder.com. That's why I thought of that, is he kind of looks like that guy says, I should have been born in that century. That's what Jim Bowers looks like today. And I think Jim Bowers today looks a little like Bill Murray does today. I thought about him when I watched the movie and Bill Murray's scenes. I thought they look like Jim Bowers today. Anyway, capedwonder.com. If you're into Chris Reeve's Superman, you've got to see his website if you don't know about it already. So let me see where I am and what I'd planned. The TV cliche of the week. I'll skip it. It's the kidnapping. The kidnapping. Oh my God. I'll do it next time. I talked about it on
last time.
I know. I said on Al with Al and Tom. I know. I didn't. There's no time. There's no time. Let me see
always
now.
Time.
Let's just play the game. Let's just play the beer tagline game.
Let's do it.
And then I have something else I'm going to share. Well, this is I don't want to end the show on a sad note. It's going to talk about Dominique Dunn, who said, what's happening in her situation? She got killed by her ex-boyfriend. Terrible story. I guess I'd bring the show down. We won't talk.
Her father's awesome too when he did all those crime stuff on
about. I'm impressed. I'm impressed because you're a millennial. You know about that story. That's impressive because you were born the year Poltergeist was released in theaters. That's the year you were
correct.
born.
But see, my mom is a good mom, so there you go.
Oh, I get it now. Okay,
Mhm.
let me get to my questions.
Oh,
and
you'll have to talk to my mom sometime. You'll just like go, "Oh, I get it now."
I will. So,
Definitely.
indeed, now
Yes.
it's time for this. It's time to. Shall we play a game? War Games, another 1980. Well, it was in 1983, so you were an infant when that was released. Great movie. I think it still holds up. Matthew. But I always, on the audio version, now I could do it on video. And this is easier for me to do. I always would struggle to play this clip, but it's time to play Taglines, a game I call Taglines, where I name the advertising tagline and you think of the product. It could be any category. Sometimes I do it on cars, on fast food joints, on soda pop. Now we're talking about beer. So once again, yes, we will. Question one, and let me see how many questions I have. I think I just have, and we're going to play some beer commercials. I have a dozen for you. Let's start with question one. I name the tagline. You guess the product. It's a beer. Here's the tagline. I wish Snarky were still here. She'd love this. But it's 1 a.m. Tagline. When it's time to relax. Okay, what beer is that? When it's time to relax. That's the tagline for a particular brand of beer. Let me look in comments if anyone wants to play along. Esmeralda says, War Games is one of my favorites. I bet her husband's going to come home from work any minute, so I better hurry along because she's out. She's a good wife. When her husband gets home, she's out of here. And I agree with Jim's camera at dawn. Ali Sheedy looked her best in War Games. I thought she looked horrible in The Breakfast Club, a movie that I didn't really care for that much. I know most of you will disagree with that sentiment. I never really liked it. Of the John Hughes movies. And I agree. She had that long hair. She was gorgeous in that movie. Had a great look. Jim's camera. Now, Skelly Ton guessed Bud Light. When it's time to relax is the tagline. Jim's camera at dawn guessed Miller. Miller what? Miller beer. And he's right.
You got the time. We've got the beer. Miller beer. Miller tastes too good to hurry through. But when it's time to relax, Miller stands clear. Beer after beer. If you've got the time, you've got the time. We've got the beer, Miller beer. If you've got the time.
You're right. That's enough of that. You're right.
I just jumped when you played that. I was not expecting it. I happened to look away.
Did it startle you a little bit?
Yeah, because I was typing in chat and we played it. I didn't even drop the phone. I was like, oh gosh, right? And yeah,
sorry.
Was expected. Yeah, it's the most benign commercial out there, and I jumped. You know, whatever. Not your fault.
Now,
I should be paying attention.
Did you hear an echo then?
No, I don't hear an echo.
Joke, because you always tell me to turn on the echo. I'm hearing an echo. Yeah. Do you still hear an echo?
Okay.
Of course you do.
Okay.
You should.
Yes. Yeah.
If you don't, there's a problem. Echo cancellation. You can't do nothing with my board. When I have my board working right. Question two. Yes. It's the caffeine. I'm not on drugs, believe me. All right. Question two, tagline, beer tagline. This is an easy one. Head for the mountains. Right. And Sarah, you can play along too.
Okay.
Head
Coolers.
for the mountains. Nope. Head for the mountains.
Oh no.
Well, let's see if anyone else knows in chat.
No, because chat doesn't know how to type anymore. Sorry. They forgot.
And Skelly Ton says about Miller, most beer I like tastes like piss. No, he says most beer tastes like piss. I hear. Oh yeah, you don't drink beer, right? That's what you're trying to say. That's funny.
And that's what Chance says about Chinese food as well.
That it's a secret ingredient, urine, human urine. Just like some say cat and dog meat. This is a horrible notion or secret ancient Chinese secrets in Chinese food. I don't know about that, but I think insect might be. Because they eat insects.
Actually, it's just the seafood that's gone bad that makes it pneumonia.
That makes that stench happen?
Yes. So if you smell it, don't eat it. There you go.
Oh, I love mushu pork, and it's like a little burrito, and that what you put in there has like just forget it. Oh, Big Box said years ago I saw a TV show with all 5 Murray bros playing on a golf course. So you mean Brian Joel Murray and Bill Murray? I don't know about the others. The other three. Interesting. On a golf course throughout each episode. Hijinks.
Box is my cousin, right?
Never been able. No, I didn't know. Never been able to find info on it. Hope it wasn't Mandela. Interesting. Now, Jim's camera at dawn guessed Bush Beer for Head for the Mountains. Caddyshack is the movie. Right on. And he's right again. Let's play the ad.
Presenting the cold, refreshing mountains of Bush. The mountain, symbol of all the good natural ingredients that go into Bush. Symbol of all the good natural taste that pours out. Always smooth and natural and refreshing. Bush after bush after bush. So don't just reach for a beer. Bush. Head for the mountains.
Bob.
We've got Bush. Yes, that's a reference to.
I have never had Bush.
I'm sorry. That was bad. Okay, so
hey, it's a family show.
Good job. Yeah, no, good job. He's on a roll. Question 3. The beer that made Milwaukee famous. Beer ad tagline. Name the beer. Tagline. The beer that made Milwaukee famous. And I don't have a clip for this. It's just a simple question and answer.
I don't know. Miller?
Let me see if anyone else knows. Because Jim's on a roll.
Well, yeah, because
Jim's
very epic like that, I guess. I mean, I got good headphones connected to the mic. My sound's fine.
Big Box says a bush in the hand will get you 2 in a bush. Esmeralda guessed Schlitz malt liquor.
I don't know about that.
Why are so many brands? There's some brands that are associated with the brothers, like Schlitz malt liquor and like Newport cigarettes. I mean, not to be stereotypical, I guess it's based on sales.
Well, I drink 211s, and they're associated with the black community and stuff like that too. But I think they taste really good. So.
Corona.
8%. So yeah, there's that.
All right. Skeleton guessed Corona. I'll just reveal the answer.
Yes.
It was Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Esmeralda. Ding, 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 ding. Good job. Back to the ads. I have an ad to reveal this answer. Question 4. Tagline. It won't slow you down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it won't slow you down. Someone's going to know that one. Beer tagline in a beer commercial.
I think I'm behind my beer commercials. I need to catch up.
I need to learn the lore.
Was someone right there with you playing?
Yes, my cousin.
That's what you're saying. Well, I didn't understand what you were saying.
I know, because you cut me off.
I feel like a fool. I'm sorry. I need to listen better. I'm a bad listener. Bad.
You'll
That's the
get
mark
the
of a
hang of
bad
it.
actor when you don't listen properly.
Here, hey, Chance, give him a minute. Hey, cuz, lean in here and say hi.
Hello. Hey, brother. Oh, shoot. I froze up. Hey. Viagra.
I think that's not beer.
I'm an old drunk, said Esmeralda in Oregon State. Big Box. O'Douls, hardcore. Okay, I'm just going to reveal the answer. I'm going to reveal the answer. Again, the question was, here's the tagline, name the beer. It won't slow you down. It's a relatively easy one, I thought. And you'd already mentioned this beer, Sarah. It won't slow you down.
But I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember what I said.
It's the right beer at the right time. It's the silver bullet that it stays so fine. It's a new way to go to town. The silver bullet won't slow you down. So come on, it's a cruise light. It's the right beer now. To the good life, yeah. Good life, yeah. So come on, it's a cruise light. It's the right beer now.
Wow.
Okay,
Super feedback, more like. Wow. I was getting hearing a ringing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for me, being a kid, right? Because I was talking with Starkey the other day when we brought up the Bartles and James stuff, right? When we were talking about, beers and stuff. And, for me, when I was a kid, I would see them, tap the Rockies, right? They're playing volleyball over the Rocky Mountains and stuff. That was awesome, right? Then you have the wine coolers there, and there's a wholesome sitting on the front porch, talking all slow, going, "Here, buy this for your family. Have a good
Bartles
time."
and James.
Yep.
Wine coolers. Yeah. People to this day will call me Bartles. My last name is Bartels. Chance Bartels is my name. Your humble host of this show, The Nostalgic Podblast. Please subscribe on YouTube if you like. You don't have to, though, of course.
You like.
Thanks. Sweet. Let's move on to the game. I have 2 more with no ads, just question and answer. Question 5. Tagline for a beer product. It's all about the beer. This is a hard one, but you could guess. Anyone could guess it. It's all about the beer. It's an imported beer to the USA. Give a hint there. Make it fair. It's all about the beer. And I won't wait too long. I'll just, because we got to move along. Been on the air 4.5 hours. The tagline for this beer product, it's an imported to the USA beer. At least it was. It's
Heineken?
all, you got it. Ding, 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 Sarah. It's all about the beer. Heineken. That's correct.
Okay. That's why I was part of it before. So I was like, wait. And yeah. Thank you.
That was a legit guess. You didn't Google? You didn't have time to Google.
I can't spell little and type that fast. So
your cousin is though. No. I know what's going on here. I'm kidding. I'll give you credit. You're a smart person. So you did it and good job.
Well, it's because Heineken was one of my favorites back in the day.
Question 6, no clip, but here's the tagline. Name the beer product associated with this tagline. Fresh, smooth, real. It's all here. Domestic beer to the USA. At least it used to be. I'll give a hint. In the 80s, a little dog promoted this beer. A little mascot. Named Spuds McKenzie.
Oh, Budweiser. Jeez.
Close. Bud Light.
Bud Light, whatever.
And lately, they got almost canceled by the silent majority because of a terrible decision by a marketing person. Never mind. I won't go there. We're not that kind of a show, but they just chose a very strange, they should have stuck with dogs to promote Bud Light. They'd be fine, but they hurt their bottom line by millions. Anyway, question 7, and I do have a clip of this tagline. Someone out there knows what I'm talking about, but let's just say it doesn't matter. I don't want to piss anyone off. There's no need to even bring it up. Question 7, beer tagline. Tagline. This is an easy one. It doesn't get any better than this. It usually is a Southerner saying that line, a Southern actor, or at least an actor using a Southern accent in the TV ad. This is a beer with a tagline. It doesn't get any better than this. Esmeralda's going to know, because she's probably living in Atlanta when these ads were running. Let me look at the comments.
I don't know.
It ain't better than this. Big Box guesses Pabst Blue Ribbon. I don't know, really. Jim's Cameron Don guessed Bud. I think that was back about the Bud Light. Bud. It was really Bud Light, but yeah. It doesn't get any better than this. Skeleton guessed virgin olive oil. No. It's a beer. It's a beer.
I don't know.
I thought that would be an easy one. It doesn't get any better than this.
No, Heineken was easy.
Yeah, but what about this one? It doesn't get any better than this. Take a guess. All right, I'll give it a hint. A U.S. state is in the brand name. It's part of the brand name, and it's a pretty crappy beer. It's a cheap beer.
Milwaukee.
Oh, you're close. That is what's the beer? That's part of the name.
Milwaukee's Best.
No, good guess though. I'll just play it. So, but that was a very valid guess and attempt. It's this beer.
Crow Wing, Minnesota, and Old Milwaukee both mean something great to these guys. Crow Wing means Northern Pike, big and mean, and Old Milwaukee means a great beer, cold, crisp Old Milwaukee beer, and smooth, golden Old Milwaukee Light.
There's nothing like the flavor of a special place, an Old Milwaukee beer.
Old Milwaukee and Old Milwaukee Light.
You know, doesn't get any better than this.
Well, that wasn't a Southerner, but they usually would have a Southern draw in the actor. It don't get any better than this, unless I'm misremembering. All right, let's move on to the next question. No, I'm right. I remember vividly. Then again, I remember that in Moonraker, that Jaws, the woman he wound up with, in Moonraker, Jaws, I could have sworn that girl had braces on her teeth, but she does not. You rewind the Blu-ray, the Laserdisc, whatever, and she does not have
But
braces.
it makes sense without it. That's the thing, and that is why I remember
better with it. I disagree. That when they first meet, she smiles, he sees the braces, and it's like a kindred spirit moment. They should have put braces on her. But they did have a Space 1999 prop on Drax's spaceship, a little lamp from season 1 in Main Mission. But I digress. So let's get on with another question, shall we? Now, by the way, I might duplicate some of the beers we've already talked about.
Oh my gosh.
No, I won't. That'd be too tricky. Let's move on to question number 8. No ad, just the tagline for this beer. Name the beer. Here's the tagline, the advertising slogan, if you will. Lose the carbs, not the taste.
Miller High Life. I don't know.
No. It's kind of a premium beer. It's kind of an expensive beer. It's a domestic beer. It's a light beer, but it doesn't have light in the brand name. Lose the carbs, not the taste. I dated a woman that loved this beer. I've met several women that love this beer, this brand of beer.
Oh, I can't remember now. Was it Subject 4? Was it Subject 4?
Which I guess technically isn't a beer.
That's like more of a wine cooler, man.
Shatner stuff I didn't mention. I forgot because I got sidetracked. Dog, we'll save it for the Shatner Podblast. All right.
That'd be great. Star Trek.
Got to look at the remarks, the comments rather, and see if anybody has guessed that beer. Ooh, Jim's camera at dawn. So that's part of the name, Michelob. You are so good.
Michelob Ultra.
Michelob Ultra, very good. Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. I have a pinball machine that says that. Cyclone, 1988.
Well, I can remember the Ultra part, but I couldn't remember the other part. So there you go, teamwork.
It's a carnival barker. It says, we have a winner, but I digress. And they sampled that in this song by Mr. Bungle. You ever heard of a band, Mr. Bungle?
Of course.
Punk band. Yeah, they have a song. Hurry, hurry, step right up. You hear they sampled sound
effects
from a pinball machine. All right. It was.
I'm cool, Chance. Okay, I'm cool.
No, it was Michelob Ultra. Okay. Question 9 of 12, including 12 is a bonus question, but I guess I can't say bonus. And I don't have an ad for this. This is an imported beer, to give a hint. Out of the darkness comes light. What's that beer in the advertisements? Out of the darkness comes light. I'm going to give you a good hint. I'm just trying to wait for let people guess. Big Boxes. I love Mr. Bungle. I do too. I play some of their stuff. I play that song on Fistful Retro Music Cuts.
Yes, I know you do. But you know that wonderful game show thing is just sounds like somebody starting up a car with a
which game show it was. It might be Classic.
It was that one. Yeah, it's the one you played today. It is. I said
that's Tattletales. It sounds like a 1970s PORN movie.
Well, okay, there's that, but it also sounds like a car starting up with a bad timing belt. And they just had.
I like it. Especially since you're a smoker. Let's just say I figured you dig that groovy. Okay,
it's so
now I know.
Okay, you think it this way. No, don't take it out. Just play it less. But my point is, remember, I got birds here. They scream screechy loud all day. So when I hear that, it's not pleasant.
I don't know how you're used to it by now. The birds. All right. So you now out of the darkness comes light. Any guesses?
Think
world record book.
Guinness.
There you go. There you go. Good job.
There you go. Yay! I got recall. Yay!
It was actually, to be precise, Guinness Irish Stout, and I don't like Guinness. I know I'm the minority with that. It's just
I don't like it either.
bitter beer. And again, I like Foster's, and our friend in Australia who was on your show when I was on with you last week. What's his name?
Let's see here. It was oh my gosh. Daz.
I don't want to put you on the spot, huh?
I just said. I said Daz.
I know, but I was talking over you. I want people to hear. I want to give a plug to his YouTube channel.
Okay, Daz.
Spelled? Oh, you won't know.
D-A-I whatever Z or something. I don't know.
SS.
I can't spell.
D-A-S. I think.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm going by
whatever. It's Daz.
Okay.
Yeah, he's cool. If you go to any of my past recent shows, you'll see him in chat. You can grab his channel there.
He gave a fantastic tour of some of his cars. He has a lot of cars. He has a lot of gold coins. He has a pool table with stuff on it. But he has a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, great
a bar
tour of his crib.
Yep.
All right, I do have a vintage TV commercial to back up the answer to this question. Tagline, name the beer. Tagline, what do you have? Don't be confused. Any Atlantans that are listening, has nothing to do with the Varsity. There's not the Varsity. The Varsity is an eatery, really greasy, but it's been around since 1929, the Atlanta area. It's hamburgers and onion rings, and they go, what do y'all have? What do you have? What do you have? That's like what their slogan. It's their shtick. When you walk in, they go, what do you have? What do you have? To hurry people along. And they have hot dogs, chili dogs, all sorts of stuff. As Jim Gossett jokes, it gives you natural gas. He has I know I screwed up his joke, but something about natural gas at the Varsity. I can't remember. Anyway, because it makes you fart. All right.
Oh my gosh. But real quick, before you continue, when you said that tagline, I thought in my head,
what?
The clip of you have on your channel where you're a bartender.
Oh, and Paula Perrell, the Midnight Whistle.
Yep.
What do you have? Thank you, sweet.
There you go. You're welcome.
Let me see if anyone gets what'll you have? And this beer has been guessed tonight, by the way.
Am I?
I need to breathe. Passed out. Big box. Esmeralda says, if I'm drinking beer, I do like Guinness. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's why Esmeralda's epic, because she'll drink that and we get the rest. So we're good.
Let me reveal the answer. What do y'all have? It isn't the Varsity. It's this beer. And it was mentioned tonight.
What do you have? Just slip in those 3 little words. Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. When a waitress glides up to your place with a pretty smile upon her face, here's the way to really romance her. Give her that Pabst Blue Ribbon answer. What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Zest and sparkle, million favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Finest beer served anywhere. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Prove it yourself with a 3-way experts test. 1, your eyes are pleased with that blue ribbon clearness and sparkle. 2, your nose is teased with the aroma of Blue Ribbon hops. 3, your taste agrees. Finest beer served anywhere. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
In Texas on the Rio Grande, their cowboys have a favorite brand. They serve it at your local bar. Sing out, partner, for PBR. What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Zest and sparkle, million flavor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Finest beer served anywhere. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
When you're watching TV boxing bouts with fighters swinging hooks and clouts, the moment that bell begins to sound, it's Pabst Blue Ribbon from the very first round.
What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Zest and sparkle, millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Finest beer served anywhere. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
So next time somebody says, what'll you have? Give them the world's best answer. That's smoother, smoother, smoother Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Okay, so is that,
I know that was long, but that's an awesome set of jingles there.
Well, I was just going to say, are they selling a beer or cigarettes? I mean, it sounds the same kind of branding there.
I love it. Well, they go hand in hand. When I used to smoke, I quit in September 2010. Now, I had a great question from Esmeralda I must address. This is on a personal level. I'll explain. Esmeralda asked, at the Nostalgic Podblast, your humble host, Chance Bartels, have you ever been to the Blind Pig in Athens? Great food and beer. Yes, in fact. Friend of the show, Danny Cochran, used to be the general manager of that place for years. And they're the official caterer of the UGA Bulldogs football team.
Oh,
the formerly two-peat #1 NCAA champs, the University of Georgia Bulldogs. I'm going to show you a shirt, a cool Blind Pig shirt I have. Sarah, can you take it away while I go and get this shirt really quickly?
Oh yeah, I'm good at rambling. That's my specialty. Hey, everybody in chat.
On the beer topic, what's your favorite beer?
Well, 211. Because it's 8%. It's pretty cheap for the tall cans or 40s. Even though in this economy, nothing's cheap. But they're still pretty good. And it's a malt liquor. And there you go. And mix them with some menthols and you're even better. But also back to beer. Let's see here. I don't like Pabst. It's like not good at all. And there you go. Yeah, I haven't really been into drinking that much, but as of late, kind of. Oh, that's cool.
Blind Pig, but look at the back. I wore this to Las Vegas and I picked up a lady, but it was not a prostitute. But look at the back.
Congratulations.
PIG. Isn't that cool?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Rapper.
And Esmeralda says that she has a bunch of that stuff too.
Danny gave me this, and I was playing slot machines. Here's the back. So I'm playing slot machines, and this lady hit on me, pretty blonde. She goes, "Hey, pig." Hey, notorious PIG pig. And it was just funny. It reminded me of the line of, but in a good way, of Animal House, which you go, that boy's a PIG pig. Talking about
yeah,
Bluto or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, Blutus. Golly. Anyway, there it is. It's kind of, I messed it up in the laundry. That's why I tried to take the laundry out of my dryer really quickly. BK mentioned on his radio show, and it made me think, man, we have a lot in common, me and this guy, Barry King, because he on his radio show was talking about how when he does laundry, he goes, I don't have my wife do it. We do our own laundry, and I take mine out of the dryer soon. I learned the hard way when this thing got a little singed.
Oh, my.
Anyway, but I love this shirt. Anyway, that's just a happy memory. And there was a prostitute that tried to get me to be a John. I've never had a prostitute, never will. I don't want a disease, right? But she had a good line. She had a great line, though. I was on a hot Wheel of Fortune. Oh, I got to do my Wheel of Fortune story real quick before we go. My Wheel of Fortune story, which you know offline. I told you're in the know on this, Sarah. I've kept you.
Yes, I know.
This whole process that started.
Yeah, and then I didn't answer you right away. You're like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just been working my phone all day because I ran out of memory. Couldn't do anything."
Let's do the Wheel of Fortune thing. But this lady came up to me who was a gorgeous, like, young woman, and I'm on a hot machine. And Hunter had a theory about this. I think is pretty sound. She goes, "Wouldn't you like something better to do with your hands?" I thought that was a great line. Like,
yes.
And see, like, this was a hot machine. I was winning thousands of dollars, and I'm on camera, obviously, and I'm going, yeah, like I'm not having the cool. Like Samantha always used to tell me, you don't have the cool. I didn't have the cool. I was all excited, going, yeah, I'm winning. I'm printing out the little slips and everything in Caesar's Palace where I was staying at the time. This is November 2017, a while ago. And she goes, Hunter's theory is that's someone affiliated with the casino that wanted you off that machine. And when I went back, but it wasn't paying out. They opened it up probably and adjusted the dials, but it was paying out. Boy, I should have. So here's what happened. I didn't realize she was a freaking prostitute. I thought I'm gonna get lucky. She was really good looking. You know, I won't go into details. Just she was just really, really nice looking. So
she was hot. She's so freaking hot. Go on.
She goes, take me up to your suite. And I said, okay. And I did. And I said, I got drinks, I got beer. And then she goes, and then all of a sudden she goes, I want my friend to come with me. And it was a very pretty African-American black young woman. And then I knew something strange was going on. And, I did not partake or whatever, and I thought I could get rolled, and so I lied and I said I didn't have any more money, which I had tons of cash in my suitcase in the closet of the suite. I shouldn't tell this story on the air because there's nothing to tell, but I did say this. I said, I go, well, I'm not going to pay for sex, but we could take a bath. And she goes, oh, do you think I'm not clean? She goes, oh, do you think I'm not clean? The white girl said, do you think I'm not clean? I'm like,
oh
girls,
my God.
Girls, I can't do this. I said, and I escorted them out. I said, they love my suite. They're like, God, what a view. They're like, oh, this is awesome. I said, you've got to leave. I said, I can't do this. I know where you're going with this. I can't do this. I'm not going to do this. I could have been robbed. I think it could have been an attempt to rob me or sting. They could have been undercover police, or they were affiliated with the casino and wanted me off that machine. But then, so I escorted them to the elevator and went back down to resume playing that hot Wheel of Fortune game. And then they hit on another guy. An older guy was just checking in with his luggage, going up to his room. They're like, hey, good looking. You want some company? And I thought, I guess they really are hookers.
Were they TJ hookers?
I went back to the machine and someone was just closing it up. And so they did something where it wasn't paying out to the machine. All right. Enough said about that story. So I love the Wheel of Fortune slot machine. Oh, we're almost done with the game. I got to finish the game and then we'll tell the Wheel of Fortune story and then we'll say goodnight. Another question. Okay. So what do you have? That was Pat's Blue Ribbon. Question 11. There's only 12. So we're almost done with the game. Here's the tagline. Name the beer. From the land of sky blue water. This is a harder one. And it's kind of a pissy beer, but they used to advertise a lot on television, especially in the 50s and 1960s. And I have some on 16 millimeter film. I have the very first episode of The Invaders with the original commercials in it, including a commercial for this particular beer. I need to transfer that digitally. I have it on VHS, so I've never transferred that to DVD, which is foolish because the tape could go bad. I had it converted, the film converted professionally to VHS. Anyway, I digress. So there's the blind pig question. Any guesses? Oh my God, I'm way back on the comments. I have a blind pig shirt myself, says Esmeralda, big box. Hi, I'm walking. Him walking away brings to mind the meme. Can you watch my chocolate milk? Be right back. Okay. Big box says, Peter, this is worse than the time I was a pig in a shirt. Jim Don, you have to turn those shirts inside out, wash and dry. Thank you for the tip. And you're right. And I usually do that. I'm aware of that. And I don't think I did one time and I paid the price. It got too burned, too hot in the dryer. Right, Jim, you said to him. Esmeralda, my blind pig shirt says I like pig butt and I cannot lie on the back. Danny used to bring to our studio to Tom's formerly fabulous home studio. He packed it up because he may have to move soon. But we've done shows there before he packed it up. And Danny would bring pizza from Blind Pig and wings, and it was just so good. And he brought it to Al's home studio.
I've never heard of Blind Pig.
Oh, it's well known in Athens, Georgia. Big college town.
Apparently, yes.
It's regional, and they have a few locations in the Athens, Georgia area. She says, mine is funnier. Yeah, your shirt is funnier there, Esmeralda. Dude, you almost became a victim, NPC in a money hustling story. I did the right thing. I said no, and these girls were both beautiful, and I was drinking a little bit, so thank goodness my inner judgment kicked in because I could have been rolled.
Yeah, right, for real.
Pro tip: don't microwave shirt to dry them. I never have. Have you done that or put it in an oven, which I've seen in TV shows? I don't know. Hey, back to the game because God, I've got to wrap. I can't go 6 hours and I've gone almost 5. That's insane. In a good way. From the land of the sky blue water. Did you ever guess? No one guessed, so I'm going to reveal the answer with an ad. I don't think anyone's going to get it, so let's just move along. No one's going to get that right. It's this one.
From across the rippling waters, through the whispering pines and birches, comes a call to cool enchantment, comes a call to cool refreshment.
From the land of sky blue waters, comes a beer with crisp, clean-cut flavor. Hands the big refresher, hands the big refresher.
Capturing for you the coolness of the frosty air, sky blue
waters. Hands the big refresher, hands the big refresher.
Hams. Hams.
From the land of sky blue waters, from the land of pines, lofty balsams, comes the
beer refreshing. Ham's the beer refreshing.
Refreshingly yours.
From the land of sky blue waters.
I love that jingle. That's not quite the same as the one of my Invaders 16mm print. It has a different tempo, but it has the same slogan. Go ahead.
I don't remember that one at all.
Nobody would. It's not. It's a cheap beer, and it is awful. Big box. What, the jingle or the beer?
Well, yes.
The jingle. The one of my Invaders is funnier. It has a cartoon character, a cartoon drunk bear. It's hilarious. Think Cocaine Bear, but it's
okay. Family show.
Well, I'm not saying I condone that sort of thing, and all right. I'm on caffeine, folks. Pepsi, no Coke. Like the Cheeseburger Saturday Night Live skit.
Pepsi, no Coke. There, Chance.
Pepsi, no Coke. Okay,
yep.
Let me.
Cheeseburger. Yes, I know that one.
I got the last one, and then I have a bonus ad. Okay.
Right on.
Snarky mentioned this beer the other day. Here's the tagline: when it's time to relax. What's the beer? When it's time to relax. That's the tagline name of the beer. Anybody still out there?
Well, yeah, there's tons of people.
Yeah, Local Prices was funny in that ad. Anyone watching saw that in the Hams beer ad. It said local prices for hams. That means cheap. Big box. I don't condone cocaine bears and or cocaine bears. I'm copying your giggle, Sarah.
Well, okay. You're welcome.
I'm gonna reveal the answer. I guess it's late. And we got to hurry along.
Jim says Miller.
Nope. But good guess. I'm trying to do the Family Feud strike, the obnoxious strike and the Family Feud. It was so obnoxious, that sound effect in the early Family Feuds with Dawson, Richard Dawson.
Oh, well, I can imagine.
Okay. We're here, but I died, says Skeleton. Oh, I'll just reveal it. I thought that was an easy one. Esmeralda should know that. You're going to kick yourself, Esmeralda. When it's time to relax, one beer stands clear. That's Miller. No, you're right. You know what? I didn't have this written in my script. So you know what? I was wrong again. Third time I was wrong tonight. Barry King called me out in the two in a good way, and I'm glad he did.
He's a sweetheart. Did you have Sweeties talking to you? Like, hey, yo, teamwork. Sweet.
When it's time to I screwed up. I'm just gonna play the jingle. I can't remember now. I can't remember the jingle, but it came up with Snarky, and she had it right. She thought it was Miller, but it's this one. What is the damn? Hang on, I got to get it right. Hold on, 1 minute.
Google.
No, yeah, right. Wow, God, I hate this. I hate this. All the years of drinking beer has caught up to me. The brain cells have died. What? Hang on.
We don't know them anyways. Who cares?
It's a great slogan. It's a great jingle.
Okay. Take your word for it. No, right there.
Hang on. Bear with
me. I'm not going anywhere.
Hang on.
But yeah. Hang on, everybody. He's typing as fast as he can without his D key.
Wait a second.
No, really, though. He typed so hard one day that his D key fell off and he never put it back on. Last I knew. But for real, man. But yeah.
I can't believe it. I can't friggin' believe it. I don't see.
And there you go. Mary Bird, stop it. Sorry about that.
I can't believe I didn't write down the slogan. I relied on my dumb mind.
Well, you won't do that again.
Yeah, really.
Oh my gosh, excuse me. I have to tell Mary. Good job. Yeah, I don't know what I did yesterday, but my lower jaw is just killing me, man. It feels like when I eat, it's like it really hurts to eat. It's kind of swollen. I don't know what I did. It was better bad. I think the birds beat me up. Maybe too much laughing.
I got it. I remember now. Well, I cheated. That jogged my memory. Here's to good friends. Here's to good friends is the slogan. Name the beer. Here's to good friends. Here's to good friends. Sorry, Esmeralda. Here's to good friends. Here's to good friends. I'm going to say it one more time and then I'll reveal because I'm so late. Here's to good friends. I couldn't hear the jingle in my head, but now I can. Had a mental block. Here's to good friends. All right, I've said it 5 times. This is 4 or 5 times now. Here's to good friends. Was this beer?
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Hey, where you been? Well, it wasn't easy getting tickets for this game. Hey, Bob. Teddy, I know exactly what I want. I want the biggest steak you got and a bottle of Lowenbrow. Steak and Lowenbrow. Dolan, you're a genius.
When you want the taste of a truly great beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Here's to the chef. Here's to the bartender.
And there was Chris Pine's dad again, that we talked about earlier, Robert Pine, who was Sergeant Couturier on Chips, the original Chips show. There you go. Now I got a bonus one. Now you'll know this, Sarah. Don't be afraid of the dark. Bonus question 13. Don't be afraid of the dark. What beer is that?
Well, I was thinking like not beer at all. When you said that, I was thinking like a TV show, like in general. So now, I don't know.
I'm not trying to shame you. I'm trying to help you, Sarah. Want is spelled W-A-N-T.
Okay.
Just saying. Just saying. You wrote W-O-U-N-T. I want the meat. I'm just trying to help. Don't be mad.
I'm not mad. It's just that's how dyslexia works, so I can't be mad.
Okay. Well, I'll reveal the final one, and we're going to move on to my Wheel of Fortune story. Finally, yes, I'm hungry for steak. You do have a kind heart. Jim's camera at Dawn said that you have a sweetheart, and I mean, absolutely no offense. I was just trying to help. So the slogan is,
wait,
don't be afraid of the dark.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool. Don't be afraid of the dark. And there was a pretty famous pitch person for a while in 1987 who pitched this. Who was the star of Fernwood Tonight? Martin Mull. Don't be afraid of the dark is the slogan for this beer.
The dark can be frightening. It's different. It's mysterious. And a little hard to get around in. But there's nothing to fear with Michelob Dark. Oh, I know. Dark beer. It's bitter. It's for thick-necked guys named Gunter. No! Try Michelob Classic Dark, full-bodied taste that's Michelob smooth. So, be afraid of strawberries with gray hair, but don't be afraid of the dark.
Okay, I don't understand that commercial, so.
I was like at the end, he goes, oh, that would get cut off sometimes by, whoever was running the commercials at local television stations. They'd always like pick up too early with the next spot and they'd cut off. I liked it when they left it in that, this little joke, like he's scared of the dark. I don't know. It's a subtle little stupid thing, not laugh out loud funny, but amusing. And I always liked that. That's why I chose that clip. There were several clips on YouTube of that did not have that. That's the only one that left it in the, I don't know. I like that little sigh. Okay. If I'm drinking beer, I do like dark. Yeah. And again, that's just not me. And hey, that's okay. That's okay.
I like the malt liquor, so there you go.
I don't suck D either, and maybe you do. We're all have into different things, and that's okay. Now let's move on to
the family show.
I didn't say the word.
As I said, family show. That's why I stopped that.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell my Wheel of Fortune story really quickly, and I'm not giving anything that's proprietary information because I still would love to be on this show. All right, long story short, you know this, Sarah, but let me tell everyone in the audience.
No, let me tell your story for you. No, go ahead.
You want to? All right, I'll tell it. I can't play the audition video. I auditioned to go on Wheel of Fortune, and I made it. I made it. Let me explain. I'm not going to talk about the audition process because that would probably get me in trouble, and I did sign forms and that sort of stuff. So what I can say is that I sent in they want a 60-second or less video, and I sent it in. And I auditioned in person back in 2017 with Jeff Logan for Best Friends Week. Trouble is, they only do one Best Friends Week a season on average. So there's not much demand. And I didn't do too well on the written test then, but this time I did okay. Long story short. So I send in a video, and then of all days on my birthday, November 21st, I hear back from Wheel of Fortune. They said, we'd like you to audition. Great. So here's their process. I think it's okay to say this. On Tuesday, they do the first round of auditions, and of that group, they bring people back to meet the producer and to take a test to see if you can play the game. So I did my audition, and they had all these comic boxes, same shot. It was a Zoom call with maybe 8 people. And I met this really nice guy, and they wanted to see your energy. And one lady, I can't say this, who I know didn't get picked. It was insane that she auditioned. She admitted that she has, I'm forgetting the name of the condition, narcolepsy, where she just falls asleep. Why would you pick someone that has narcolepsy?
Because
say something about
they
yourself.
deserve a chance.
Huh?
Because they deserve a chance.
Well, yeah, but they want people with energy. The guy had just said, okay, this gentleman,
It's not fair.
We're looking for energy. We're looking for real people. Tell me about
She's
yourself.
a real person.
Have energy. Well, she goes, but if you just had to be there, you had to be there. She's like, well, I have narcolepsy, so I fall asleep suddenly. Dude, I mean,
that's funny.
I know it's equal opportunity. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't have brought this up because I guess you're
No,
right.
You're fine, but no, it's fine because it's just a discussion point, right? Because now you get it, but maybe you don't. I don't know.
If I were a casting person, I would not pick someone with narcolepsy, not to discriminate, but because that might be a problem if we're on the air and we're live and they just fall asleep in the middle of the damn game. And they could fall down and hit their head on the wheel and get paralyzed or worse or die.
Oh my gosh, Jesus. She's made that far in life. Yeah, she's made that far in life. I don't think it's that bad, okay?
Thanks to lawyers and lawsuits, we have to think that way. We have to think outside the box, and we have to be protective of our stuff and our things and our shows and all that. That would be a concern. If I don't know. It just would. Because you could fall and hurt
put
yourself.
a helmet on her then, okay? And a chair. There you go.
Anyway, so I don't want to give away everything that I said to try to win them over because it worked apparently because I got called back to meet the producer the next day. So the process is Wednesday, you meet one of the producers and you play the game and it's via a Zoom call. I can't give any more details than that. So I didn't do great. I didn't do bad. I don't think they want a Rain Man that's going to run the rack and clean them out and solve everything. And the guy said, I really shouldn't say, I guess, part of the test. I won't. I think I would piss them off. And so the bottom line is they want real contestants. They want people that fit the theme of the week if they can help it. Okay. And so I can't believe it. I tested and they tried to call me back. And how I know it was them was it says no caller ID. And I saw 2 contestants on air say, I was on the golf course. One guy says, I was on the golf course and I got a call on my cell that said no caller ID. And I usually don't answer calls like that. But boy, am I glad I did because now I'm here. And Pat Zajak's like, good thing you answered the call. So I guess it's part of like behind the scenes, they have a game, if you will, not in a bad way, but a game or a process. I don't think they want to give their phone number or even leave a message because they don't want to be inundated. Well, think of all the people. Think about that. There's 15 contestants per week. Do the math over the months and years and weeks. I mean, that would be a lot of people that would probably tie them up with phone calls and same thing with emails. Although I got an email confirmation before I met the producer. I'm telling the story out of order. I'm a bad storyteller. And I had to fill out an application and all that. And they check you out and all that. So I went through all that and did it, and yes. I signed the forms and I got that back to them. You had to do that before you meet a producer. Well, I met a producer virtually, did the test. So get this, they call Thursday. So I guess their process is Tuesday, first round, Wednesday test, Thursday callbacks to the people they want on the show. So they tried 3 times to call me and it was my fault each time. And it turns out it was for Marvel Week, which is on the air this week, Marvel Week. Look at the set. Now, here's what happened the first time. The first time I just gotten back from a meeting and they always would call. I guess I shouldn't reveal this, but I guess I will. I don't think it's giving anything away. They usually would call at 1:30 our time, 10:30 in the morning-ish their time, consistently on a Thursday. The first 2 times they called on a Thursday. The third and final time they called on a Friday. And it was always no caller ID. Haven't had a call like that before or since. I know it was them. The timing. They record these shows weeks and months in advance. So, it's just now airing the Marvel Week, and they wanted someone, and they asked me about my Marvel collection. I told them all sorts of stuff about me with Marvel. So, oh God, first time I had my ringer off. I am watching a YouTube music video. My cell phone's behind me, charging. I noticed 10 minutes after they call, missed call, no caller ID. I'm like, oh my God, they called me. I knew it was them, and it was them. It was them. So I blew it. Then following week, a week later, they try again. And they're not going to chase anyone they don't need to. There's so much demand to be a contestant on a game show, especially Wheel of Fortune. They called again on a Thursday at 1:30 in the afternoon Eastern time, 10:30 a.m. their time. I decided to take a nap. I was well rested. I don't know why I was tired and took a nap. 1:30, I'm asleep, and I leave my phone charging in another room. They called. And so I knew that they may call again. I thought they wouldn't call again. That's why. But again, stupid me. Now, the third and final time, which was the following week, so 3 weeks in a row, they tried. It was a Friday, 10:30 in the a.m. their time, 1:30 my time. Again, I'm taking a nap, but this time I had the ringer on, and I had my phone with me, ta-da, while I nap. I hear it ring. I must have been asleep. It woke me up. I'm back in consciousness. I answer, and they just hung up.
Oh, my.
And so now it's been so painful. Look at the set for Marvel Week. Look. Isn't that cool and pretty? Oh, God, I could have been there. And they had all sorts of cool Marvel things like this moment where Spidey swings down on the Monday of Marvel Week, the first show of that week, to give Pat his cards, his contestant information cards.
That's very clever of them. I like that.
And this guy's an acrobat, and he's doing all sorts of cool stuff as Spider-Man. And they're giving away, oh, my God, this breaks my heart. And now they've had two winners that won big. On Wednesday of Marvel Week, this guy won $100,000 cash, actually more than that, and a Marvel cruise. He won almost $122,000 cash and prizes. I think the cruise was about $9,000 of that money. So most of it was over $100,000 cash pre-tax. Doesn't mean I would have done that. You have to spin on that's the hardest thing to get on the wheel. And if you get the $1 million wedge, that would have been $1 million. They replaced $100,000 with $1 million if you have the $1 million wedge in the bonus round. The funny thing is, the reason I auditioned in the first place is I've been playing Scrabble with my mom, and it's made me get better at playing the game and seeing words. Like when I play at home, of course, it's easier at home than it is under the hot lights and under the pressure of being there and playing the game against competitors. But I can just solve these things like nobody's business when I watch. And so I was solving all week, Marvel Week. Today, I haven't watched the Friday show yet because I was doing the show. I was on the air to see what happened then. But the next night, some lady won 70-some thousand. She hit the $75,000 on the bonus round wheel. And here's the thing, though. These prizes were exclusive. They don't usually give tours of Marvel headquarters in Los Angeles and Marvel Comics headquarters in New York, but they did for Wheel Week. And a lady won. Oh my God. Not only do they have cruises, a Marvel cruise, like a $10,000 Disney Marvel cruise, but they have a tour. This is the most exciting thing of all. And at least Monday through Thursday, I don't think anyone won this. A tour of in Los Angeles, the Marvel campus. You see the writer's room. It showed this great video of the facility. It showed blow-ups of the classic Marvel books, like Amazing Fantasy 15 on the walls. And oh my God. You might even meet Kevin himself. Who knows? But they don't offer that to the public. This was an exclusive thing. And I think the value was over $8,000 for that experience. And it was, I don't think it revealed. Well, they did reveal for the New York Marvel offices, the comic book offices, that wasn't as much, but they also gave you other things, which totaled, I think, $7,000. But the big one was to see the Hollywood location of Marvel. So, and it doesn't mean you have to land on a wedge in the wheel. So it's very improbable that I would have landed on that, even if I had answered the phone.
I don't know, man. It's a pretty good chance that Chance could have done it.
I am kind of lucky, So you can audition once a year. So who knows if they'll call back next year for Marvel Week. But here's the sad thing. Also, this is Pat Sajak's final year as host. Ryan Seacrest takes over as host next year, also from the Atlanta, Georgia area. He grew up in Dunwoody before American Idol and all that. But what a success story he's had. But I should have been there for Marvel Week, and that would have been a dream, and I would have been like a rock star to BK and all my other friends, and it would have been beautiful.
Yeah, I would just looked at you.
But I screwed up 3 times not answering the freaking phone.
But you know what's funny about that is then I get a call from him afterwards. I missed these calls.
Oh, I told you the story, and you said you'd pick me up at the airport and everything, and I didn't. I'm not user friendly. Look, we became online friends and now real friends. I can see you're a real friend before all, before all this. But it occurred to me, man, Sarah might be able to pick me up in the airport to save me a few bucks, right?
Yes, I could. Yes.
God. Whole thing.
Well, you'll know next time.
The biggest. My mom's so sick of hearing me whine about missing the call and beating myself up. But the first time, probably the time most likely where I could have answered it, I just didn't have my ringer on. I was right there. I'm by my phone. I would have answered the first attempt, and
you would have.
Oh well, and I don't think I'll be called to play with Pat Sajak as host, and that's what I really wanted to do as well. So, wow. And I talked recently on a show about and let me ask you this, Sarah. Well,
yes,
you're dyslexic, so maybe this wouldn't interest you.
Go
But
on,
I looked online, and there's a lot of online BS, and they claim this is proper grammar. Doesn't seem right to me. All bark and no bite-sized candy. I think it should be sized with a D. Does bite size sound right to you, Sarah, or am I just nuts?
Well, besides you're nuts, I think it's I honestly I can see it both ways because that's how I would spell it either way on any time. Like that's how I would do it. Because I wouldn't know, but it looks right both ways. I could see it both ways.
I do see it both ways, and online it says it's correct. I don't know. I just think bite-sized, but that's besides the point. I just for anyone's opinion out there. Now, I talked about the Electro Woman and Dyna Girl reveal on another podcast where they interviewed the artist. I won't say who it is, but Dave Sundstrom did a video. I got to do my shout outs at the end too. We're going to wrap here in a second, but look at this cool Electro Woman and Dyna Girl game. And there's no likeness. So it does not look like Deidre Hall, who played Electro Woman on the left. Anyone that's watching, if you're listening, bear with me. On the left, I'm showing a board game by Ideal Toys of Electro Woman and Dyna Girl. And on the left is a painted image, an artist rendition of Electro Woman. Looks nothing like the actress Deidre Hall, who's more famous for acting on Days of Our Lives, of course, than for 16 episodes of Electro Woman and Dyna Girl. Sid and Marty Krofft, Saturday Morning TV, 1976 to 77. On the right is Judy Strangis. Again, the artwork looks nothing like the actress who played Dyna Girl, Judy Strangis. Interesting thing about Judy, though, she acted in Adam West's Batman in an episode starring Chad and Jeremy and Julie Newmar's Catwoman from season 2. She was in 2 episodes in a minor speaking role. Did you know that? Yeah, 10 years before she was Dyna Girl. And then she was on Room 222 as Helen Loomis before Electro Woman and Dyna Girl. Anyway, like right before.
Well, I have a question for you. Did I send you the meme I made out of that? Where I put Snarky in there as them?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, because Snarky's a die laugh and stuff.
It's funny, but it's kind of a disgrace to the original actors.
Excuse you. Yeah, that just Snarky and I are okay going over like whatever that is.
That deserves a bitch slap. Now look at this. It was clever, Sarah. I'm going to give you a compliment. You're a sweetheart. It was very clever what you did. Very clever.
It's okay. You don't have to be nice to me.
I'm being nice. It's very good. I don't think I have it. I need to save it. Now, recently, I think I already talked about this, but I showed that at the beginning of the show. Who Shot JR had an anniversary in March of 2024. 44 years since the episode aired where he got shot. And then November 20th, 1980.
Yeah.
And November 21st, 1980, and November 21st, 2024 is the 44th anniversary of the Resolution, where the world learned, I can't talk, who shot JR.
That's okay. Nobody can.
Sue Ellen's younger sister, Kristen. Let me just look through my pictures and we're going to say goodnight.
We were going to play something at the very end in case you got brought down.
Oh yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Thank you, dear. We're going to continue our series of remembering these and others not pictured game show legendary hosts who are no longer on this earth in 2024. So we've covered several of these that you see here. We just covered Richard Dawson in the bottom. Sorry, listeners, showing an image on the screen. We've covered Gene Rayburn on the far right corner. Next week, we're going to cover Alex Trebek and Bert Codby. Okay, so now I'm going to try to play. Well, I haven't loaded it yet. The trailer to what the movie I saw today. Let me load it up. I need an assist, Sarah. What do you have to say? Do you want to critique this show? How did I do tonight?
Well, overall pretty good, but you get overwhelmed, and that's okay because it happens. But we can solve those issues for the most part.
Thank you. That's very diplomatic.
Because teamwork. Well, it's the truth. I mean, or maybe you could start on time more often. That'd be cool.
I just over prepared.
Well, yeah, but earlier today I thought you said you weren't going to go live. I guess I read it wrong. So I wasn't I didn't have the phone in my hand. My cousin and I were just talking. I happened to pick up my phone, and I was like, "What? Chess is live!" And I'm like, "I gotta go," and so we went.
This is from I don't think I should play it. I'm looking at all these sources. Sony, who owns Wheel of Fortune, also owns Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. It's their movie. I don't think on second thought I'm going to play it. I've been really lucky, and I'm not seeing any independent stations showing this clip. I see Entertainment Tonight, and I see Sony Pictures Germany. I see Sony Pictures. I see Ghostbusters, the official YouTube channel. I'm not going to fool with it. Everyone can look it up. Oh, I do see. Well, Noah Catan's YouTube channel, I just don't think I should do it. I've been lucky. The YouTube gods and the force has been with me tonight, so I don't want to push my luck.
I got taken down twice on Thursday.
Well,
that was the first time Stucky ever got taken down before like that. And,
here's a fan outfit that did play it. I'm going to try to air it or run it real quick. I guess I'm going to risk it. I'm probably going to regret this because I have not had any. Oh, Dave Sundstrom replied to my comment on his channel. I love Heather Thomas, and personally, I think that poster is better than Farrah's. But I do believe Farrah's poster sold a bit better. Okay. Now, Heather Thomas, who has no reason to lie, is my source. She was interviewed on this show. He's taken the stance that Farrah Fawcett's poster did sell more than Heather Thomas's pink bikini poster. Well, I can't get into that now.
We'll visit that on Tuesday.
Well, I don't think I'm going on Tuesday. I will in chat.
I don't think I'm doing anything next week either. I'm taking some time to actually pack.
I beg to differ, sir. You got a lot more followers than I do. I mean, no disrespect. And he's supposed to interview me in quarter one, he said, of 2024. And the quarter's almost over, so I don't know what's up with that. But maybe we'll debate that on the show. Friendly debate about the poster. Yeah, I'll say face to face. A friendly debate, maybe, and other things.
Look at me, throwdowns with blood sports. Be awesome. Tickets. No, I'm hyping it up. I'm hyping it up.
No. Believe me, we can help each other. But let's face it. Aside from Fistful, I think he would help me a lot more than I can help him. So we got to be fair with that. With all the
regardless, I'm selling tickets. Okay, it's gonna be blood sports, and it's gonna be epic. There you go. I need money.
Let me see.
Esmeralda thinks that you're epic, so you know.
You're sweet, Esmeralda. The feeling is mutual, dear. Right. I want to hear her accent. You talk with her on the phone. You got to record her talking with her approval, of course. Don't record her secretly. I know you wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, I can't do that in California.
Hear her voice. I know she probably don't want to be on camera, but I want to hear that Southern accent.
Well, maybe she'll agree to a 3-way call sometime. Okay,
a phone call. Yeah, or even if she don't want to go on air, and I'm never going to reveal her identity.
Oh, her identity is a person, and there you go. I doxed her as a person. Who knew? She's not AI, everybody. She's not.
Let me do this.
I talked to her husband, too, and he's like, yep, we're not AI. It was the funniest thing.
I didn't even read the rest of Dave Sundstrom's comment to hear what he had to say, but he had some evidence that it looked like. I can't read it because it fell off the screen. I was looking like just at a notification. I'll look at that later. So I don't know. Heather Thomas, she had access to the sales figures is my point. I think it's not a conspiracy. I think the sales figures were not put on the internet for whatever reason. I think it just wasn't necessary. I think the sales figures for Farrah's poster was. I don't, like I said, again, I really believe because of what I saw with my own eyes and the popularity of that Heather Thomas pink bikini poster in the hot tub. It was everywhere, as was the Farrah. And I love both. I have no dog in this hunt. I believe Heather Thomas because she had an interest in knowing those sales figures, which would have been out. The Farrah poster came out in 1976, was released in 76. The Heather Thomas in 1982, the year you were born.
Okay.
So I'm going to believe Heather Thomas, my guest here on the Nostalgic Podblast. She was so gracious to come on my show and interview in 2022. If you want to look it up, it's right there. The Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel.
Great interview there. I listened to that one a few different times on Fist and on your channel.
On Fistful Radio?
Yes, and on your channel.
And it was an audio only interview, but I had some of my collectibles. I went to Los Angeles, California in 2002, and I bought up every Fall Guy item I could find in terms of still images and other things. And I showed them on camera. It's before I had StreamYard. So it was just a one camera operation.
Wow. Now, that's ghetto.
Before we go, I am going to now try to play the 2-minute Ghostbusters Frozen Empire trailer and go see it. See it in theaters. which is in theaters now as we're live here on the Nostalgic Podblast. No rights are given or implied. Let's just try to play this. No, that song is going to cause a problem. That's it. I'm not doing it. Look it up. I'm sorry. That the Bananarama song, can't do it. Won't do it. It's going to cause a problem. So I'm going to chicken out. I don't want the stream to be taken down even at the end. Sorry. But I will show the poster again. Are you there, Sarah? Did I knock you out? Sarah. That's where I can't hear you. And it doesn't look like you're muted. Esmeralda says, love you, Chance. I know Polar Kaju said, well, that was quick. I chickened out. Big Box says, you heard it here first. Nostalgic promise. Blood sports controversy spreads more at 12. Her laptop got unplugged. Okay. Well, let me look at my clips, make sure I played everything that I know I can play or think I can play. I've gotten all the Richard Dawson goodness. The Family Feud promos I played. I guess we'll sign off. Sarah, I'm going to give you a chance to come on. I'm going to play... No, I'll just play a cool trailer to Land of the Giants.
The year 1983. A spaceship out of control.
What are you doing? We can't level off. I need to get back in orbit.
Look for yourself. You don't have the reserve power.
Headed for oblivion. An oblivion in a nightmare environment. 7 people must learn to survive, to live a miniature existence in a land of fantastic proportions.
If you can create a distraction, I think I can climb up there. I'm gonna get out of here! From now on, that's just the way it's gonna be in this world.
Land of the Giants, in color.
On ABC, I got cut off. I have that on film, and I have a mint print of that on 16 millimeter film. Perfect color. And that's John Williams music. He was not Johnny Williams. He'd already grown up by 1968 and was credited as John Williams after being credited as Johnny Williams on Lost in Space. And he did the time tunnel in between Lost in Space and Land of the Giants, the theme and the pilot. And I have that on film too. Big whoop. Got to go check on my bunny. That's Baby the bunny. Sarah ran out of power, by the way. She'll be back. That's my little pit bunny rabbit. She keeps me feeling sweet. Now, thanks for tuning in, everybody. I really appreciate everyone's help. Everyone in chat that joined. God bless Richard Dawson, the memory of Richard Dawson. Happy 93rd and plus birthday to William Shatner, depending when you're. Hope you learned something tonight in this educational program. And you know what I forgot to do when did I do my fake? Oh, I didn't do my fake rant of the week. The China Moon story. I'm not done. The China Moon thing. Of course, the China Moon thing. So it is time for this segment really quickly.
Hey! You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Some more?
And now I have a classic ad that pertains to my fake rant of the week from 1984.
It certainly is a big bun.
It's a very big bun.
Big fluffy bun.
It's a very big fluffy bun.
Where's the beef?
Some hamburger places give you a lot less beef on a lot of bun.
Where's the beef?
At Wendy's, we serve a hamburger we modestly call a single. And Wendy's single has more beef than the Whopper or Big Mac. At Wendy's, you get more beef and less bun.
Hey, where's the beef? I don't think there's anybody back there.
You want something better. You're Wendy's kind of people.
That's right. Now, Sarah, you're back,
hello.
right?
Yes. Well, it turned out I didn't lose power. My cousin moved and the cord fell out.
Okay. Well, now this pertains, where's the beef, to an incident last Sunday as we're live. Well, it was St. Patrick's Day 2024. And there's a place that Al has no taste buds for China. I mean, he can't tell one from the other, and that's fine. He just doesn't have a palate like Tom and I do for good Chinese food. And that's not an insult to you, Al Hardy. I know you're watching after the fact. You're asleep, Betty, by time right now as we're live. But anyway, so Tom said, why don't you bring some China Moon? I will pay you. And I said, okay, usually I'll treat for Pizza Hut or whatever, but China Moon has been around since 1987. It's very, very good. It's excellent. It's in the Vinings area of the Atlanta, Georgia area. It's called Vinings in pretty much the city of Smyrna. I think it might be in the Atlanta, technically, an Atlanta address. In fact, I know it is. And it's really pricey. I think it was like almost $70 for 3 entrees.
Oh, we all love that.
Fried rice, which was like $12 for just the fried rice, and 2 appetizers. And Al, he got a chicken dish. I got a Mushu pork, and Tom got something that's kind of obscure, I think, Szechuan beef.
It's really not.
There was hardly any beef in it, and I posted a video that I'm going to show you right now that went semi-viral on Instagram and on my other YouTube channel. Like 6,100 people and counting saw it. Not millions, but that's a pretty good number. Here's my little 28-second rant about China Moon, and look at this. Now, after you see this, people said, oh, sure, you ate it. No, we didn't. And they're like, oh, look, there's some meat. There's hardly any meat. That's why I said, where's the beef in this? Well, Tom had put some on a plate. It was like mostly carrots. Look, this is the actual dish I'm complaining about here.
Where's the beef? There's no beef in this. This is like a $15 dish, $15.95 at China Moon and Vinings. They must be under new management, new owners. They've gone cheap. Show Al's chicken. There's hardly any chicken in his. What'd you get, Kung Pao chicken?
Yes.
What is this dish, Tom?
Done as beef Szechuan.
Where's the beef? There's no beef in it. It's all carrots. Look at that.
Yep.
This is crap.
Carrots.
You know how much this food we got was almost $70. China Moon. Okay.
Okay. You do see a hole in that, but that's just where Tom put a scoop or 2 on a plate. The plate you saw where Al
did you upload the clip, brother?
There were 3 strips of beef. Now, yes, I have the video. Now, Sarah gave me a nice assist. You're going to see that little video again. And I called the restaurant and confronted the guy on Al's channel on YouTube, which is Al Hardy Entertainment. So just to have this all in one place, let's listen to what China Mood said when I called to complain and confronted them about the lack of meat in Tom's dish.
As I said at the beginning of the show. I had Kung Pao.
I was looking at your pretty haircut and I got distracted.
Where's the beef? There's no beef in this. This is like a $15 dish, $15.95 at China Moon and Vinings. They must be under new management, new owners. They've gone cheap. Show Al's chicken. There's hardly any chicken in his. What'd you get, Kung Pao chicken?
Yes.
What is this dish, Tom?
Done as beef Szechuan.
Where's the beef? There's no beef in it. It's all carrots. Look at that.
Yep.
This is crap. You know how much this food we got was almost $70. China Moon. Okay.
I don't know.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that neat? I can do that.
Yeah.
We're learning technology. Got some comments.
But yeah, I was unable to see it on my phone. That's weird.
That is weird. Like the clip was not showing on Tom's phone.
Jim's camera at Dawn, North Carolina. Is he in North Carolina?
Chat, did you see the video of that food? Yeah, he's in North Carolina. Did he say?
I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Could y'all, Jim? Sarah, is Sarah there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere.
Did that video come through of the food?
I saw it on the StreamYard. I didn't look at the TV or the other things or my phone.
And
so
that's all that matters.
It's on StreamYard.
It didn't show up on Tom's phone. That's funny. Okay, just making sure folks could see that.
Yeah, Jim, what part of North Carolina are you in? I'm from Wilmington originally.
Thanks for confirming, Jim. He says, yes, it was on video. Thank you.
There you go.
Newport News, Virginia.
And I've been there before, several times with Tom. Yeah.
Look what Jim said about China Moon. Cats and dogs are going to be gone in that neighborhood. They do add beef.
Yes.
So now I'm going to call China Moon really quickly.
Well, when I worked
this upsets Al greatly.
Tom knows this. There was a restaurant downtown Atlanta called Shazio's. It was a Vietnamese restaurant, and people used to complain about, you don't know what you're eating. You might have cats and dogs, but the food was really delicious.
It was good.
It's called Shazio's.
It was right next to.
Atlanta used to have so many cool places, downtown to eat.
They still do. I'm
talking about really not really fancy restaurants, but nice eating places with really good food. What are you looking at?
China Moon menu. Because I'm about to call them. I need the phone. No, relax. See, this is not going to be rude. Trust me. Al was really. Al's about to have an aneurysm over there.
Well, I don't.
Hang on.
You don't need to be doing that.
I'm calling.
So chances.
Hello.
I'm not a part of this.
I'm in California.
Yeah, we hear it.
Chances calling.
Hey, I just ordered some food, some Szechuan beef, and there was hardly any beef in it. I had the 3 meals. I had this mushu pork and the King Pao chicken, if you remember. And
Kung Pao.
Kung Pao. There was no in the Szechuan beef. There's hardly any beef in it. It was all carrots. What happened?
Let me check. Okay, give me 1 second. May I have your phone number?
404-944-0239, but the order was probably under 770-438-1050. I just realized I gave out my cell phone number on the air. It was a sick. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there was hard. I'm seriously. I took video of it.
I find out. Oh, maybe the packer she take me because we have a Szechuan beef, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She put the long bed because another customer require is more vegetable, less beef.
So we got confused with someone else.
Oh.
Yeah. So maybe he put the long order.
I trust you guys. You've always been good. You've been around since 1987. I was wondering if you're under new management or new owners. Or okay, so we got the wrong one.
Yeah. You got the one. So would you mind to bring that? I give you another one.
Okay, but I'm 26 miles away from you now. I can't. I don't think I can come today. So we didn't need it all.
Any day. So let me have your phone number.
770-438-1050, and I have my receipt. If that helps.
I know. Wow. Okay, so you can let me give you $20 for credit, so you can use any type of.
Perfect.
It's okay.
That. All right, now I won't have a heart attack. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Well, see, that was very nice of him. He gave you a $20
on there,
credit.
and that proof.
Yeah,
proof for anyone watching.
Well, that happens. Sometimes you get orders mixed up.
And you were telling me not to call. Aren't you glad I called? Now that 20 I have to give to Tom because Tom paid $20 for that meal, so he gets that credit. So now, the next time we get China Moon, he don't have to pay anything. He already paid.
Well, what's the point of getting that dish
gave me a $20 bill.
with very little
right
with very little?
Here's your $20.
Well,
here's his former $20 bill.
Yeah, that's not
Just give it back to him. And then you just get free food next time.
Wait, we were like perplexed saying, where's the beef? Literally. I mean, you saw the video. Where's the beef? I mean, I was pissed off for him, for Tom.
That was a legitimate mistake.
It was. So now someone got all this beef. So the person that wanted the carrots.
Well, see, the reason he said that, they probably said something about that.
Back of my red meat.
But they probably said something about getting too much beef.
I know.
Listen.
Well, you're screaming in the mic, and I was just like,
wait. I noticed something about Chance when he talked to that guy. He was talking to the. I'm gonna put the microphone.
Did I do a Chinese accent?
Yes,
oh no, I'm bad like that. I'm like a mimic. Like if I'm talking to a hillbilly, I'll talk like a redneck. If I'm talking to a Chinaman, I'll talk with a strange accent. I must be nuts.
Asiatic or
Hey, I'm part Chinese. I'm not offended. That was some funny stuff.
Some comments on the strain referring to mooning. That day I was in a grocery store called Publix, and I was wearing shorts, and I didn't forget the belt's really uncomfortable, and my pants fell down. I had underwear on. It's just like a bathing suit or a Speedo, but really embarrassing. Someone behind me I heard go,
they were boxers.
They gasped, and unfortunately I dropped. Don't go back and look. It's very unattractive. I to my butt to the camera. I dropped my. Anyway, that's what we're talking about. Now, in retrospect, I think that guy was fibbing because he sort of hesitated. The reason being that dish, that Szechuan beef, is an obscure Chinese dish, and they must have 50 some items on their menu. Okay, and most people will order like sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour shrimp, mushu pork, Mongolian beef. They're not going to order Szechuan. So you mean to tell me? I went in there. It was dead. There was no one in China Moon. It was empty on a Sunday around 11 in the morning, 11:30. You mean to tell me at that exact same time, someone ordered and said they ordered a beef dish and said, don't put any beef in it? Or don't put much beef in it, put more carrots in it? I'm not buying that excuse, but they did give me a $20 credit. I'm good with China Moon. They're probably going to hate me if they've seen that video because it's.
Wait a minute. If they've seen those videos, a Sunday show and this one,
someone who saw the video may have called them and said, "Hey, there's some ass that's trashing you," or someone that likes China Moon. Who knows? But yeah, I know. And this is an insult, Sarah. Thank you for doing that. I know it was kind of blurry. The image.
Oh, it looks fine on my end, so I don't know about that.
Sorry, it was. Blurry. It doesn't. I'm not insulting though. I sound like
no. As I said, on my end, when I uploaded it, it looked fine. So yeah, no, I just thought on here too.
Maybe it was blurry. Trust me, it's okay.
No, I know. As I said, I saw it on here. It was, but when I did it on my phone, it wasn't. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Oh, my phone it is now. You're saying on your phone.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
I'm not being an ingrate. Believe me. I'm just.
Yeah, I know what's going on. I know what you're talking about. I know how to edit.
I'm going to belay birthdays with a lot of good ones too. BK will talk about them on his show today. But you're right. I need to mention these guys if I can. And
also, don't forget to do your.
So good to remind me of this. I almost forgot. I've forgotten a couple times to do this. Talk about our friends at Remind Magazine.
There you go. Yes, there you go.
And
don't forget.
Geez, Louise. No, because they take care of me. Let me. I'll just tell you right now. I know this by heart. Do you have a graduation coming up of someone in your life and you need to get them a gift and you don't have a lot of money to spend? Well, if you're here, the odds are you like nostalgia, and maybe you like to teach people about things that were before their time that you know are cool. Well, Remind Magazine is your magazine then, and you can get an entire year and give an entire year of Remind for only $12 for the entire year out the door, including tax, including shipping, including everything. Introductory offer for the first year. How do you get this deal? All you have to do is go to remindmagazine.com. Now, what is Remind Magazine? Let me tell you. Each issue has dozens of brain-teasing puzzles, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly theme features from the 1950s through the 1990s. And the best part is, it comes to you in the mail each and every month, like the good old days when you wait for Mad Magazine to arrive if you're a Gen Xer like me, or whatever you're into, Boys Life, Sports Illustrated, whatever. I love they're keeping print alive. It's not a good idea to look at your phone when you're on the toilet. You might drop it in and ruin your phone, right? You don't have to worry about that when it comes to a magazine. And again, in terms of the gift factor for a birthday or a graduation, your gift recipient will think you spent a heck of a lot more than just $12. And they'll think of you each and every month when it comes in the mail. So please go to remindmagazine.com, and you can pay with any major credit card, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover on their secure order page at remindmagazine.com. Or if you want to talk to a friendly order specialist, you can call them at 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463. And please mention the nostalgic Podblast when you order. I would greatly appreciate it. And that's how you can get this deal. That's what's in it for you. Thanks, Remind. And thanks for listening to this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. Now for the shout outs really quickly at the end, where I talk about some nostalgia related shows and Facebook groups. I really like Classic Television Shows, a huge group on Facebook. Classic Television Shows, I think they're approaching 1 million members. And it's just like it sounds. It's all about classic television. Also, our friend Jerry Dobson, Gerry Dobson in Michigan State, has Nostalgia World on Facebook. Also, if you're on Facebook, look up Steve Russo's Facebook group, The Fun World of Classic Television. And it specifies 1946 to 47 to 1981 to 82. But The Fun World of Classic Television will get you there. A lot of good information there. Also recommend Curtis of retrozest.com. He interviews a lot of celebrities in pop culture land that we care about, especially people like Maren Jensen, whom he booked not too long ago. Towards the end of 2023, she was Athena in the original Battlestar Galactica. She was like the Angelina Jolie of yesterday.
No, she was way better. Sorry.
Good point. And she wasn't cray-cray. And she's a businesswoman.
Yeah, those are kind of, yeah, you're absolutely right on that.
And how do you hear Curtis's show? A couple of ways. You can go to retrospectives.com and you'll see the tab to listen. And he also has some cool merch there, like classic t-shirts that cater to nostalgia, nostalgic rock bands, nostalgic television shows, even foods, all sorts of things there at a reasonable price. I call his show the Retrozest Show when it runs on Fistful of Radio on the weekend and Wednesday evenings. You can go to Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, Georgia, and listen from anywhere with any device. There's no app that you need. You just go and hit the play button on the website, fistfulofradio.com. But Curtis Langclow is his name. He has excellent content, guests, and fun.
Link to Fistful is in chat.
Yes, and he had Fistful. I mean, he had Stu Phillips on as a guest, the composer of all the great Glenn Larson shows like Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, which BK on the Air uses as his end music. When the show is about to end, he plays the end titles to Stu Phillips composed music for the end credits of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Stu Phillips did most of the Fall Guy episodes, the incidental background music. He did Battlestar Galactica, all these classic themes. Hello, the best one of all time, the most copyrighted one of all time. NBC protects this one like no other. Talking about Knight Rider, which has been sampled many times to that bass. Well,
I think Knight Rider is interesting. Epic. Yeah, but Knight Rider is interesting when it comes to the copyright because I play it live on my show, no problems. I upload it, all kinds of problems.
Insane. And also Stu Phillips, he did he's up there with Mike Post in terms of the best TV theme composers of all time. Mike Post, of course, did Magnum PI, but I digress, and many, many other shows. Stephen Cannell produced shows. He did the A-Team theme, talking about Mike Post.
Yes.
Rockford Files theme. Hello.
There you go.
Themes. But Stu Phillips is up there. Oh my God. But he did a lot. He did the BJ and the Bear theme. Stu Phillips did. But getting back to Curtis Langclow, the host of the retrozest.com show, Retrozest is what it's called. And Retrozest on Facebook, by the way, has 35,000 members, I think, on his page. He interviewed Pat Boone recently, the Pat Boone. So anyway, that's what I got to say. That's what I got to say about Curtis and Retrozest. And then
I still love you, even though you're not a fan of Knight Rider, but it's okay.
Barry King called in. Barry King of BK on the Air, Saturdays 10 a.m. to noon with his co-host Alan Sanders, who is he's on a major radio station as a regular fill-in host on WSB, which is a clear channel in the Atlanta market, booming blowtorch of a signal, 100,000 watts across the state of Georgia, and on syndicated. I don't know if I should mention this. I guess Eric Erickson. He's the fill-in host for Eric Erickson, who was syndicated on many stations across the country, and Alan fills in for him. It's pretty impressive. But Barry's impressive in his own right. Barry King, the host of BK on the Air, he's been very kind to me throughout the years, and he's on WBHF out of Cartersville, Georgia, and they have a brand new app you should download if you want to hear his show and hear past shows. Really, really good. It's all nostalgia. It's all good stuff. So, and he called in tonight, and I'm glad he did to let me know I made some mistakes, so I got to correct it while I'm still alive. So I'm very.
Yeah, that's so funny. As soon as I heard his voice, I was like, I know who that is.
He has an awesome voice. I wish my voice.
Yeah, he does.
As good as his. And then I mentioned him earlier, but oh no, I haven't yet. Geek to Me Radio Live that you know of, Sarah. You go there with me on Sunday nights at 7:30.
I fully go around as well. Yes.
7:30 your time. 10:30 my time on the East Coast. You're in Southern California, and then he is local on at 9:30 out of St. Louis, Missouri on KTRS Radio. It's a 1-hour show Sunday night for 1 hour. He has all sorts of great guests. James Enstall is the host. He reviews movies. Him and his I guess co-host Joey. Really, it's James's show, but Joey comes on sometimes. I really like Joey. He does the video assist for James Enstall. But Geek to Me Radio, I think you'll love it if you're into nostalgia. And if you're into comic books, especially if you're on the comic book side of things, past or present, I think you'll really like his show. So check out him. Check out Thrash Pondo Ponds on YouTube Sunday nights.
Love that guy.
7:30 to 8:30 Eastern, about an hour. He does live trivia and he reads people's comments on the air. He's in Massachusetts State in Cape Cod.
Yes, he is.
And his real first name is Bob. I won't reveal anything more than that. But Thrash Pondo is his YouTube channel. Also, check out Open by Chance Toys on YouTube. And Oh, his wife has a nice channel too. What's it called? Little Pop. Oh, I need to write it down. Let me just talk about their channel together. Open by Chance Toys. They go to comic book conventions and toy conventions all around the state of Georgia and in the Southeast, and they do a nice video so you can feel like you're at the show with them.
Very well done.
It is, and they show what they got at the conventions. It's really nice, and they're on YouTube. That's our YouTube channel. You should subscribe. It's a pretty strong YouTube channel. Open by Chance.
Oh yeah.
And they
Very
sometimes go live and just shoot the breeze with people.
Yeah, it's funny though, because your name is Chance and they're open by chance. So I see something that pop up says Chance. I'm like, oh.
I don't know how the heck we found each other. I think I found them. And
By
they
chance.
Me talking about the angry girlfriend variant. We won't get into that right now, but they interviewed me to hear my side of the story.
Great interview. And then we finished the other part of it on mine. It was awesome.
Yeah, you're sweet. And then also we got to talk about Superman homepage. A huge
I love
website.
them.
All things Superman, not just the Chris Reeve. Nothing wrong with that. That's a Jim Bowers thing, capedwonder.com. He does a fantastic job there, and he has a pretty good following, of course. Jim Bowers, and then you've got these guys out of Australia. Well, the webmaster of Superman homepage is in Australia. His name is Steve Eunice, and he's very impressive. And they do a 1-hour show across all social media platforms, not just YouTube Live, but on Facebook Live. And I think they're on Twitch and Twitter. But primarily, I think they get the most action on YouTube Live. And they've had downloads in the millions on recent shorts they've done about Superman. It's all things Superman. And they're really keeping us abreast of the new movie.
I even joined their membership for their channel because I was just so impressed. I want to see what they have extra too. So it's been really good so far.
Yes, and they're on Monday night at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific time. And you know what? They are so professional. When they start, they start. When they tell you they're going to start, they start on time, they stop on time, and it's 1 hour. No less, no more. But usually, sometimes they will go a couple minutes over if there was a technical glitch or something. But usually they're just right on time, just like a radio show.
Yeah, being on time's cool.
Unlike me tonight. I was off by 7 minutes. Sorry.
But it's pretty good for you, though.
This sounds so hubris, doesn't it? So much hubris here. Good things come to those who wait. I'm kidding.
Oh, based.
K-pop junkie out of Michigan State. If you're a comic book person or anyone that's just into art, she interviews artists and comic book writers and other things. And she goes live to talk to people.
She's amazing.
Yes. And here's how you spell her YouTube channel. It's a letter K, letter P, letter O, letter P, _ JUNKI. So K-pop junkie, K-pop _ junkie, but JUNKI. I said that all jacked up there. So that's a good one. And then also, and she's on all the time. She does notices. You got to subscribe to her YouTube channel to know what's up when the interview's coming on, because it varies. It's when the talent's available.
Exactly.
She's available to do the interview, and it's always live. So it's interactive. And then also Man Cave 101 podcast. I don't think I've turned you on to them yet. These are about 4 or 5 African-American Black gentlemen who talk about comic books and comic movies and Marvel, and they keep you updated on the news, and they have a very unique perspective that I really like. And they're on Thursday nights from 7:30 to about 9:30-ish. They go about 2 hours. They try not to go longer than 2 hours, but sometimes they do, and it's live. But they also do featurettes throughout the week, just like Superman homepage does. But I really like them a lot, and they've shown me a lot of love, and so I appreciate that. And yeah, that's it. So that's all I know. If I forgot, and then of course Al Hardy, his is Nostalgia Rewind on Facebook, and then Basil Chesterman, Basil's Original Nostalgia page on Facebook, and that's Tom Williams from the Weather Channel, director of the Weather Channel.
Can I tell you something real quick about both of those guys?
Yeah,
I freaking love them to death, and I just. Ezreal and I, when we call each other, we have to talk about how awesome the three of you are. And we love them to death. So you need to let them know that they're freaking loved.
Oh, yeah. And then also Dave Sundstrom talked about him earlier with his Electro Woman and Dyna Girl video revealing, well, someone else did an interview, but he did a nice piece with pictures I'd never seen before, by the way, of Electro Woman and Dyna Girl from 1976-77 Saturday morning TV. Sid Marty Krofft, ABC TV. But if you haven't already, it's a monster of a channel in terms of the subscriptions that he has. But he goes live and he has membership exclusive content. And, I like him. I think he does a good job, and I'm hoping to be interviewed. He's reached the offer, he offered. So I'm here, and I'll be nice, of course, and keep it rated PG like you like. So, and that's Dave Sundstrom. I better spell that if you haven't heard. I can't believe you haven't heard of it, but SUNSTROM on YouTube.
Well, he's
Dave
part of the good
Sundstrom.
stuff there with like Danny Staten and stuff. So I know.
Yeah. And Danny's visited him in person. I mean,
Yes.
Danny was visited by Dave Sundstrom, and
Yes,
not too
great.
past.
Yeah.
And they, looked at his collectibles. Or Dave looked at Danny Staten's collectibles in South Carolina, somewhere in South Carolina.
Oh yeah.
So, and then Pat McCormack, Golden Rage of TV. He's interviewed Loretta Swit, TV's Hot Lips, in the TV version of the movie MASH, which most people like the show more than the movie. That's like one of the exceptions to the rule.
I
right?
like the movie more than the show because Bobby Troop. Sorry.
Cool. That's cool.
And Odo, he's in there too.
And remember, the geek shall inherit the earth. So I came up with that. Isn't that
Okay,
so
but
clever?
so that's fine. But the bold will inherit the stars, so I'm good.
There's 36 comments. Probably 30 of them are from you, which is nothing wrong with that. I'm kidding. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I sound like I'm being a smart ass, ungrateful prick. I'm not trying. Oh, I should have better word. Sorry, Dave, if you're watching. I won't do that on yours. When we do that, I'll wear a tie. It'll be good. It'll be good. And you won't be sorry. And I'll watch it after me too. So let me see here. Let me just look at the comments.
Esmeralda's got to go to bed.
Well, she heard the whole show pretty much, so thank you for that. Oh, where's her husband? He's still at work?
Yeah, he just got home.
Oh, yeah, she's got to cook him dinner or whatever. None of my business.
Oh, she's got to go kiss him and hug him. I mean, let's start with that.
That's sweet. or make him a drink, whatever he wants, whatever he's into.
He's a sweet guy too, man.
He's a hard worker too. She says he's working like 12-hour shifts. Later, Esmeralda. So now we're going to play the final clip. And thanks to everyone who joined, Big Box and Skeleton and Esmeralda and just BK on the air. Everybody, thank you for being here. Really good show. Feels like it was a good show.
That was really cool of Nicole and TD came. She called in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and and Jim's camera at dawn. Hello, I forgot. I always forget to mention the callers.
Oh my goodness,
North Carolina. What?
I was giving you a hard time. Oh my gosh, I'll give you some more.
I'll save it for next week. I don't know why I need to feel like I need to get everything in. And thanks to JD. Oh, I didn't do what I wanted to do. Hang on a second. Henry, you dummy. You big dummy. I thought I was just so clever. Thanks to JD. Take two.
It's TD.
What did I say?
You said it backwards. I don't know what you said, but it's TD.
I got to get that comment off and show her twerking. Okay. I'm not going to say what I said on your channel about TD. She is the M material of the show, and I'll leave it at that.
She brings it up every time too,
She just did.
Yeah.
All right.
But I do have to say, no more feet on my panel, please. Ew.
I want my feet. Nothing wrong. Oh, I'll do it on mine. I'm going to kick you. Nothing wrong with my foot.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. I leave you in charge. I go to the bathroom and you come back and your feet, Lance's feet, and her feet are all up on my panel. Like, what is that? Oh my gosh.
I got one more video.
All right, cool.
As we sign off, this is the sign off video and quick. Well, I'll save it for next week. I'm so bad. This one's for Al Hardy. I did it last week, but I'm going to add something at the very end if I can freaking find it. Well, let's watch a film. 30 seconds.
He could make them as beautiful or as deadly as he wanted to. Jamie, they'll never operate again.
This is Lindsay Wagner. Here are some scenes from the next episode of The Bionic Woman.
Tammy Cross is a fembot.
What?
Please let me in there.
If I do, it'll kill me. If anybody gets in here, it'll kill me.
As long as he stays in the isolation chamber, you can see him.
Well, I'll see him.
There's a girl following you. She's very dangerous. Attack.
If you break the glass, you'll kill him. Forget it, Oscar. They're only bluffing. No!
Have it on 16 millimeter film. All 5 Fembot episodes. It's great on film. It's great theater. All right. William Shatner guest starred in a great episode of this show. It's a show produced by QM Productions, otherwise known as Quinn Martin Productions, about World War II, based on a movie. And again, this TV show was better than the movie. As most popular opinion is, the MASH TV show was better than the movie or more beloved because it was on longer. And you had so many tragic things. All right, so I'm going to say goodnight, and I'll do William Shatner justice when we get to the William Shatner.
Oh, you better do William Shatner justice because I love the man.
Special thanks to the YouTube bots for not effing with me tonight, messing with me. Very grateful for that.
Oh, yeah.
Good night, Sarah.
Good night, Chance.
And I will be talking to you on the down low via text. I'll be up for a bit. I have to do the audio side for Fistful for this will air tomorrow or today. If you're listening on Fistful, thank you for that too. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern time. No, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. And how long have I gone? Almost 6 hours. Perfect. I have some songs I want to play or to program after the show. I'll make it a complete 6 hours for my time slot on Fistful on Saturday and Sunday. Perfect. Didn't want to go 6 hours, but it's just as well. Thanks again, everybody. Good night.